This child did not understand what had happened. He could not move his body no matter how hard he tried. The surroundings were noisy. Could this be hell? But perhaps hell was better than this place. This was where the life of a hunting dog of the Baskerville clan began. This was where they raised the bastard children of the clan. And our protagonist, Vikir van Baskerville, had returned as a child. Coincidentally, today was also the day that the clan leader chose the best hunting dogs for the clan. The current clan leader of the Baskerville clan was Hugo Le Baskerville. He was a cold-blooded man, even to his own children. He glanced at the children once and frowned. What a bunch of trash. There is no one special here. I think they are all useless. Just throw them away, he said. His eyes stopped on the only child who was lying quietly in the crib. That was our Vikir. After thinking for a while, Hugo decided to order his subordinate. This one seems quieter. Bring this child to the sword test, he said. Seeing the main culprit who had accused and killed him, Vikir's eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. He had accepted the fact that he had returned as a child. Vikir used all his strength to reach out his hand. The memories of his previous life were still clear. In the past, he had lived as a hunting dog, a bastard child. Vikir had trained in the worst conditions. He was a dog who had to do everything to complete the assassination, espionage, ambush, intimidation, and other dirty tasks. He did everything to help the Baskerville clan become one of the 7 great clans. The reason why Vikir was blindly loyal was simple. He wanted to be recognized by the clan and his father Hugo. 10 years after the gate to the demon world opened, the war with the demon race ended with the victory of the human race. The reward for the dog who had dedicated himself to the clan was to be discarded. The reason why Vikir was executed was that this hunting dog knew too much. Vikir clenched his small hand and swore in his heart that he would not live such a life again. He wanted to take revenge immediately, but he could not do anything with this newborn body. Even turning over was very difficult. But the best opportunity to rise up was brought by Hugo himself. The sword test was the best place at the moment. Vikir clenched his hands and his eyes were full of determination to take revenge. He would definitely take advantage of this rare opportunity. The sword test was not an exaggeration to call it hell on earth. It was full of swords stained with the fresh blood of the Baskerville clan children from generation to generation. The children born in the Baskerville clan had to pass through this place. While still in diapers, the children were thrown into the maze of swords and had to find their own way out. And if they were lucky enough to survive, they would reach the Styx River to test their aptitude. The Styx River was a legendary river that turned the bodies of children into iron. However, only a few children could endure it. To survive in the bloodthirsty Baskerville clan was not easy. Finally, the test day began. Vikir did not hesitate and kept moving forward, even though he was cut by thousands of swords. In his eyes, there was no hesitation. In his previous life, Vikir had failed his siblings and did not get any benefit from the river Styx. But this time, it would be different. He would take as much of the river Styx's blessing as possible. After passing through the maze with countless wounds on his body, Vikir immediately jumped into the river Styx. In front of the astonished eyes of the clan members, Vikir's small body gradually sank to the bottom of the river. He had no strength left to struggle. Blood flowed from his mouth and wounds, dyeing the river Styx red. The water also seeped through his body and bones through his wounds. Although this had a great effect on his body, it also brought unbearable pain. He risked using up his remaining strength to cover his nose and mouth with his hand. He had to endure as long as possible if he wanted to have the power to take revenge. Meanwhile, the subordinates on the shore were very panicked. "Young master, you have to get out, you will die if you stay in the water any longer. Get him out, we have to get him out." But Hugo was very interested. He had not seen such an interesting child for a long time. Hugo smiled wickedly, then turned to ask the butler Barrymore how long the kid had been in the river. John Barrymore was the head butler of the Baskerville clan and had served many generations of masters. He calmly answered Hugo that it had been 7 minutes. You have to know that holding your breath for 7 minutes in the water is very difficult for adults, let alone Vikir, who was just a child. Hugo thought that maybe this son of his had died because of his own stupid prank. But suddenly he saw bubbles from under the water. He approached the river and shouted, "Son, you made it." Vikir heard the call, but he had no intention of stopping. He would absorb until the end. Since he had breathed air, Vikir decided to drink the water of the river Styx into his stomach. But after all, this body was just a child. He choked on the water and gradually lost consciousness and sank into the deep river. And that was the end of the main character. The end of the story. Thank you for watching the video. That is, if Hugo did not save his son at the last moment. How could he let such a potential hunting dog die like that? Hugo was laughing happily while holding Vikir's leg and checking his body. Look at this kid. Being in the river Styx was not enough for him, he wanted to drink more, he already had teeth. After checking, Hugo asked the butler the name of the child. He was a good father indeed. Now Hugo would pay attention to his son Vikir van Baskerville. But he did not know that Vikir still had a little consciousness. He only regretted that he could not act right now. Be happy while you can, Hugo. Right now I need time to sharpen my fangs, and when the time comes I will bite your head off. The Baskerville clan will disappear from history by my hand, Vikir van Baskerville. After waking up, Vikir found himself back in the nursery. This meant that he had succeeded in absorbing the water of the river Styx. With this, Vikir would have a better starting point than before and get closer to his revenge plan. Just then, a maid came with a small chest in her hand. This was the item that the lady had asked her to bring. After placing the chest down, the maid quickly left. It seemed that the item inside the chest was not simple. Vikir was curious why someone would give a gift to a bastard child like him. At that moment, the chest slowly opened, and a dangerous aura emanated from inside. Inside the chest, there was a pair of blood snakes. Even a person who lived in life and death like Vikir was astonished. How could there be such rare beasts just to assassinate him? There were not many people who were called Madam in this Baskerville family. She must be trying to eliminate the competitors for her own child. Even the other children in the remaining nurseries could be killed. The two blood snakes, after crawling out of the chest, immediately attacked Vikir with their fangs. If it was before, Vikir would have died without a doubt. But after soaking himself in the Styx River, he had changed. Vikir grabbed the necks of the two blood snakes with his hands, and his face showed a bloodthirsty expression. This was the cold and cruel Baskerville family that he knew. Vikir swore to end this family with his own hands. The two blood snakes were squeezed tightly and writhed in pain. They probably realized that they had made a mistake. Soon, the two blood snakes were torn apart into small pieces. The next morning, the Baskerville family was completely terrified when they saw a child sleeping peacefully next to the corpses of the two blood snakes. That day, the nanny who was ordered to guard the child was tortured and executed. The reason for the death of the blood snakes was still a mystery to everyone. Only a young hunting dog saw the truth. 8 years after that incident, Vikir had grown up and was studying with his siblings. Their lesson today was about the stages of a swordsman. If a swordsman could not infuse their mana into their sword, they would be called a novice swordsman. Once they could infuse their mana into their sword, even if only a little, they would be called a proficient swordsman. And once the mana on their sword could be transmitted outward in the form of aura, they would be called a graduate swordsman. And finally, when the aura could be gathered and changed in shape according to the swordsman's will, they would be called a master swordsman. The best person of the Baskerville family, Hugo Le Baskerville, was a master swordsman. While the other children were amazed by the teacher's lecture, Vakir was pondering his revenge plan. Hugo was already a master swordsman, so Vakir had to recover all his strength from before his regression before his coming-of-age ceremony. The teacher was very pleased to see that, thinking that young Master Vakir was thinking deeply again. With the enhanced body that he had received from soaking in the Styx River for 7 minutes and the genius analytical mind that surpassed others, his talent was in a different class from the other young masters. The family head would be very excited to hear about the achievements that young Master Vakir had made. But he would never guess that the 8-year-old child in front of him was calculating how many years it would take to send his father to heaven. He is indeed a filial son. Because of his outstanding abilities, Vakir was targeted by the trio of idiots, or rather, the triplet brothers. After class, the 3 brothers took Vakir to the warehouse and started to insult him. "You mongrel, you are nothing but a wild beast. But there are some strange rumors about you, do you know that? You immersed yourself in the Styx River for 7 minutes and even killed 2 extremely poisonous blood snakes when you were just born." Vakir's face did not change color. He knew these guys very well. After all, they were the ones who accused him without evidence and tried to kill him. While escaping from them, they had the nickname of Hugo Le Baskerville's 3 Nails. Vakir was too lazy to name them, so they were called High Bro, Mid Bro, and Low Bro. Because they were triplets, they had the ability to synchronize their CPUs and constantly mimic each other like idiots. In the next 15 minutes, they would become very annoying enemies that he had to face. Therefore, he decided to threaten them in advance to prevent future troubles. As Vakir was wondering what excuse to use to attack them, Hybro pulled out a knife and threatened him. "After immersing yourself in the water of the Styx River, your body will become hard as cold steel. Your body will no longer be injured by swords, we were told that. That means you won't die if we stab you, right?" As soon as he received the order from his brother, Lowbro immediately restrained and gagged Vakir. They wanted to test the rumor and arrogantly said they would eat their own hands if Vakir could last 3 minutes. They were young and inexperienced. Vakir decided to play with these kids for a while. At first, the 3 brothers laughed and talked happily, but soon became horrified. Vakir held his breath for 10 minutes without changing color. At this point, the 3 brothers realized that the rumor was completely true. The person standing in front of them was a monster. But it was too late to retreat now. The price they had to pay for their stupidity was a finger of Lowbro. Now he could only score 9.5. Vakir spat out the finger from his mouth, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes glowed like a hunting dog looking at its prey in the dark. "Why, didn't you say you would eat your own hands?" The 3 brothers were scared and wet their pants. But they still tried to act calm. When they were about to go find a priest to reattach the finger, they were stopped by Vakir. "Who said you can go?" Hybro was furious. He stabbed Vakir hard with the knife in his hand. "You bastard, did you forget that we are older than you?" The good news was that by doing this, the 3 brothers verified the rumor. The bad news was that the rumor was completely true. The blade could only pierce through the clothes, but did not hurt the skin that had been immersed in the Styx River. Vakir grabbed Hybro's wrist and showed a dangerous face. "This is Baskerville. If you have enough strength and talent, age doesn't matter. Let's play this game to the end, my brothers." Hybro only reacted at this moment and shouted loudly, "Are the rumors true?" And the reward for guessing correctly was getting his teeth fixed for free by dentist Vakir. With just one punch, Hybro's teeth were all broken, and his lips and teeth were mixed up on the ground. Seeing that the other 2 brothers seemed to like his orthodontic service, Vakir conveniently gave Mid-Bro a kick in the mouth. Then he picked up the knife on the ground and approached Logo, who was crawling on the ground in fear. "Don't be afraid, you will be fine if you get treated in time. But I won't let you leave this room. And at this rate, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. So I will be generous and let one of you go." The three brothers saw a ray of hope in the dark night, and they all wanted to escape from this monster. But life is not a dream. Vakir threw the knife at them and turned away. "It's up to you. I won't wait too long, so hurry up and decide. At least one of you should live." "No way." The three brothers looked at the knife on the ground and then looked at each other. They all sweated nervously because they shared the same operating system, so they knew what their brothers were thinking. Of course, there was no brotherly love left. They rushed to fight each other for the chance to survive. From this moment on, the three nails of Baskerville were shattered by themselves and the mastermind of this incident. Vakir was smiling happily because he had cut off a powerful arm in Hugo's future. In the office of the master, the head butler John Barrymore was reporting a very important news. "Master, there has been another clash with the Morgue family at the Ruby Mine. The Morgue family is demanding the Ruby Mine in their territory." Hugo didn't care much. He would have a chance to discuss this issue directly soon. Then Hugo asked if there was any other issue to report. The head butler continued to report on the midterm assessment at the children's castle. Young Master Vakir ranked first in the writing test. Hugo immediately showed interest and smiled with a hidden meaning. He had been following every information of this song for the past 8 years. He was looking forward to the practical test that would take place in 5 days. At this time, Barrymore reported another issue related to a big fight between the young masters at the children's castle. Hugo only cared if any of his sons died, so he could make more to fill the number. What a father of the year! Barrymore reported the details of the fight. No one died, but the teeth of young Master Highbrow were completely damaged, the jaw of young Master Midbrow collapsed, and the left index finger of young Master Lowbrow was cut off. They had been treated and recovered, but they had suffered a lot mentally. Hugo wondered, after hearing it, whether they were not very close to each other or what. He doubted that they would fight each other like that. Barrymore's next answer made Hugo a little surprised. They had fought with their other brothers, who had turned the three of them into that state. He was their younger brother by 1 year, the young master who ranked first in the exam that the subordinate had just mentioned, young Master Vakir. As soon as he received this report, Vakir was summoned to the master's office by Hugo. It seemed that he had anticipated this, so he did not have any worries. After greeting each other cheerfully, Hugo went straight to the point. "I heard that you had crippled the trio in the advanced class." Vakir did not show any remorse, but still pretended to be innocent. "I heard that they had been treated specially already." Barrymore saw that and sweated, looking at the master. He had never seen anyone dare to be so defiant in front of Hugo. Hugo started to feel hot, and he said the issue again in a serious voice. "I'm not talking about their physical condition, I'm talking about the fact that you hurt their hearts." Since that day, they started to eat separately and stopped talking to each other. Their three-way combined attack was a masterpiece, but Vakir had created a big rift between them. Vakir heard that, but only smiled and said nothing. Hugo saw that and asked further. "Don't you think you did something wrong?" Vakir immediately asked back. "Wrong? Where did I go wrong?" Hugo clasped his hands in front of him and said, "Didn't you turn your brothers into wrecks?" Vakir then used a blank face to give his answer. "But I'm stronger than them, how can a strong person make a mistake?" This was what Vakir had learned from his hellish life in his previous life. Only the strong had the right to speak in this cold-blooded Baskerville family. Hugo then calmly said, "Your brothers came before you came here. And they generously forgave you. Don't you still feel guilty?" This was really ridiculous. Vakir almost laughed out loud. He remembered the time before he regressed. The last child of the clan that had been exterminated came to the Baskerville clan and met Hugo directly. She, who had become a nun after all those years, came to tell him that she had forgiven him. And after hearing that, Hugo replied with the words, "I believe that forgiveness is nothing more than an apology from the weak who can't take revenge." Now Vakir used the same words to answer Hugo. The souls of the two father and son seemed to find harmony, and they both smiled wickedly and exchanged affectionate glances. Hugo was very pleased with this answer from his son. Strength is justice, and being weak is a sin. It seems that you understand the motto of the Baskerville family well. To reward Vakir, Hugo decided to let him go to the food warehouse and choose whatever he wanted to eat. But he couldn't be too greedy and could only take what he could hold. Vakir was very happy with this reward, and he didn't hesitate to choose the item he wanted to take, which was chocolate. Before Vakir left, Hugo reminded him. The midterm evaluation is coming soon. Do well and don't lose to anyone in the main house. Vakir heard that and understood the implication in this sentence. If he didn't do well, he would surely face terrible consequences. Vakir suppressed his anger and agreed with this request. Then he left after going to the food warehouse. Barrymore took Vakir to the place where they had the most delicious and popular chocolate nowadays. But what Vakir wanted was a kind of cocoa with a very strong flavor. After knowing the request, the chef gave him a bag of blood beans, a kind of cocoa with a very attractive flavor. Just one bean was enough to make 100 liters of chocolate. Vakir then tried a blood bean on the spot. From his expression, one could see how bitter this cocoa was. Barrymore stood by and watched, thinking that Vakir was a cunning brat and was looking for a way to eat as much chocolate as possible. But Vakir only asked to take the bag of blood beans and leave. This made Barrymore a little puzzled. He became more curious about this young master. Vakir wanted to enjoy chocolate not because he wanted to eat them, but because the purpose of these blood beans would appear in the practical exam. 5 days later, on that day, an unprecedented event, a big accident would happen at the Baskerville family. The Baskerville family was called the Madman family by the world. The children born there were all educated rigorously. They had to climb a very steep mountain to train their basic endurance. After they learned to walk and were not allowed to rest, except for the designated time to sleep, they had to sleep with the corpse of a monster or a demon to adapt to the harsh environment. Moreover, their 800,000 calorie diet was not enough to satisfy their intense and harsh training. When that stage ended, they would be 8 years old. The young hunting dogs would face the assessments with extremely terrifying difficulties. That was why the Baskerville family began to be called the Madman family. And today, the young hunting dogs gathered at the mountain Le Rouge et Le Noir. According to Google, it meant the Black-Red Mountain. This was a mountain full of evil creatures that had been captured at the border of the Baskerville family's territory. When it was time for the practical exam, the young hunting dogs gathered to listen to the instructions. They were all instructed by the guide dog Pavlov van Baskerville. The content of the practical assessment was very simple: survive here for a month and hunt the powerful monsters. You only need to remember 2 things. You will get 10 points for successfully saving someone, 30 points for saving their life without being seriously injured, 50 points for eliminating another young master, 70 points for hunting a monster and surviving, and 90 points for meeting all the conditions mentioned above. In addition, each person will have their own badge. Stealing the badge of someone else will be counted as a bonus point. No points if you die, and there is no way to get 100 points. I hope you all remember the teachings of Mr. Hugo. Losing vigilance will die immediately. I advise you not to leave the forbidden area because the Black-Red Mountain has many dangerous areas that have not been explored. So I advise you to stay in the area where we have tamed the monsters. The guide dog will secretly score you during the competition. At this time, there were a few young masters who did not pay attention to the rules and talked to each other about Vakir. The rumors about Vakir spread more and more and became the hot topic among the young masters. But Vakir did not care about such nonsense. He was eager to set foot on the familiar Black-Red Mountain again. As for the triplets, they were now haunted by the psychological trauma to the point that they did not dare to look at Vakir. It was really a disaster. After announcing the rules, Paviov rang the bell to declare the start of the competition. The bell rang and all the young hunting dogs quickly left. Everyone wanted to get the best position for themselves. Each one had their own plan. Some relied on the experience of their seniors, some formed groups to prepare to steal points. Everyone wanted to get the first place and prove their talent to the owner. After everyone left, Paviov puffed a cigarette and thought about this exam. This exam did not encourage killing others, nor did it forbid it. It just did not encourage it. There would be a penalty for killing someone, so they would try their best to avoid killing others with their own hands. But Vakir and his guide dogs seemed to be careful, so the death rate would be kept at the lowest. Paviov had nothing to worry about right now. Vakir was getting closer and closer to the unexplored area. The guide dogs following him also started to worry. Vakir was a genius who had shown excellent skills since he was a child. Many people were looking forward to seeing what he would do in this exam. After searching for a while, Vakir stopped under a big tree. He swung his stick and deliberately said loudly, "This ground must be soft enough. Now I will decide where to stay for the next time. It's time for me to enjoy my vacation, right?" Hearing the word vacation, the guide dog had a bad feeling. While the other young hunting dogs were fighting crazily with both monsters and humans, Vakir was leisurely building a shelter. All he did was sleep and dig a hole for a few days. He also hunted for food and firewood. The guide dog began to be disappointed with the so-called genius. He decided to ignore Vakir and look for someone else more interesting to follow. But as soon as he left, Vakir smiled cunningly. He sat by the campfire and remembered the old memories of fighting with his teammates. Now the obstacles were gone and Vakir's preparation was complete. The hunt officially began. A few days later, in an unexplored area, Vakir was walking around looking for his prey. This place looked dangerous, but these things were Vakir's backyard when he was a scout. He knew everything in his palm and could easily move around without worrying. After searching for a while, Vakir found his target. It was a piece of shit. Yes, you heard it right. Our protagonist spent a few days looking for a piece of shit. Even the shit was burning like a fire and the owner of the shit was not happy when someone stared at his shit. It was a hellhound, a fire-breathing monster with a danger level of B+, a size of 3 meters, and a habitat of the second slope of the Black Red Mountain. A dog with hell in its mouth was a creature that brought disaster to those who encountered it. Even a single bite could cause death. The sulfur fire that constantly sprayed from its eyes and mouth came from the depths of hell and could not be extinguished until it burned all the life of the target. These demonic creatures were covered by the fire of hell. Before reincarnating, Vakir could only face one hellhound at a time when he was 18 years old. So, of course, a direct confrontation would be too much for an 8-year-old child. However, there was a way for a child to defeat a hellhound, and that was the way that Vakir was preparing to use. Vakir and the hellhound rushed towards each other without any greetings. But Vakir did not intend to attack directly. He quickly dodged the first weakness of the hellhound, which was that it could only move in a straight line and needed a long time to change direction. After missing the target, the hellhound suddenly hesitated and did not attack immediately. That was because of its second weakness, which was that for some reason, these demonic creatures could not cross water, no matter how little. Vakir quickly poured a bottle of water in front of him, forcing the hellhound to attack in a curved path. Then, its speed would slow down and create an opportunity for Vakir to attack. The hellhound approached Vakir and opened its rotten mouth to attack. That was the moment that Vakir had been waiting for so long. He quickly took out a blood bean from his pocket and threw it into the mouth of the hellhound, then gently dodged the attack. For dogs, Chocolate was a deadly poison, and with a blood bean that could make 100 liters of chocolate, the toxicity was even hundreds of times higher. The hellhound could not do anything and collapsed on the spot, foaming at the mouth, shaking violently. I wonder if this could be considered as the main character fighting a dog. The hellhound was not completely destroyed yet, so it needed to be stabbed with a sword. Finally, its heart and stomach were protected by very hard ribs, so Vikir's target was the kidney. Vikir decisively used his sword to send the hellhound away. In his previous life, he had stained his hands with the blood of humans and demons, so he had no emotion when he killed, just like a soulless killing machine. After the hellhound breathed its last breath, the hellfire on its body also went out. From the wound, a mysterious blue energy flew out and entered Vikir's palm. When someone kills these monsters, the experience points or karma would be absorbed into the body and make the body stronger. In simple terms, it was farming monsters and leveling up. After leveling up, the sword in Vikir's hand became much lighter. At this rate, his strength would soon be equal to his previous life. Vikir was now curious about how Hugo would react when an 8-year-old child killed a hellhound, a B-level dangerous monster. With what he had done, Vikir had secured the leading position. Now it was time to think about the reward. The reward that he could not even dream of in his previous life, and that no one knew its exact value at the moment. But usually, when you crow too early, you will eat shit. Just as Vikir was about to chop off the head of the hellhound, a pack of hellhounds surrounded him. It seemed that they came to avenge their fallen comrade. Vikir was not shaken at all, but immediately chopped off the head of the hellhound. Anyway, he still had a lot of blood beans, so this pack of dogs was not a big problem. Suddenly, the hellhounds became terrified and retreated. This was definitely not a good sign. The hellhounds never backed down, even if they had to die. At that moment, Vikir sensed danger from behind and turned around. He saw a giant 3-headed Cerberus in front of him. It seemed that our protagonist had a lot of luck with dogs. The 3-headed Cerberus was a monster with a danger level of A+. Such a dangerous creature should not have appeared here. After observing carefully, he discovered wounds caused by arrows all over its body. The wounds were still bleeding, so it seemed that it had been attacked by humans not long ago. On the other side of this mountain was the area of the barbarian tribe. Thinking of this, Vikir showed a very happy expression. If this monster had been chased all the way here by the barbarian tribe, then this was an opportunity. A creature of A+ level with fatal wounds was a fat prey that Vikir could not miss. He would have to kill it even if he had to use everything he had. Vikir had hidden all his skills in the Baskerville clan. His swordsmanship had reached the level of a high-level swordsman. And his mastery of the Baskerville sword technique had completely reached the level that other hellhounds could only achieve in adulthood. Vikir confidently wielded his sword and rushed forward to confront the 3-headed Cerberus. The two sides were in a stalemate, but the 3-headed Cerberus was severely injured, so Vikir would be the winner in this endurance battle. Before returning to the fight against the monster, let's learn more about the 3-headed Cerberus. Danger level A+, size 7M, location 7th floor of Black Red Mountain, nickname Hell's Guard Dog. It didn't like the souls that went to hell, but as soon as the souls wanted to leave hell, it would tear them apart. It lived in the deepest part of hell, where all the souls ended up. It was the strongest monster among the dog-like creatures. Now let's get back to the battle. Vikir lost consciousness for a few seconds because of a strong impact. Luckily, he woke up in time, or he would have become food for the dog. After being attacked by the Cerberus, his entire left arm was in pain, but thanks to the effect of the Styx River, his arm was only slightly injured. A normal person would have died on the spot. But this was not the time to rejoice. The 3-headed dog Cerberus was constantly attacking. If he continued to get hit, Vikir would have a hard time surviving. It was a difficult situation. But even in this situation, an experienced hunter always found the best way. The best way right now was to run away. He could not fight back, so he had to run. If it were not for the fact that the three-headed dog Cerberus was injured, Vikir would have been caught and torn apart. After a while of running, the border fence was right in front of Vikir. If he could get to the shelter he had built before, then this plan would succeed. But if he was caught before that, then he would only see naked chickens on the altar. The three-headed dog Cerberus ignored the fence and rushed forward. Nothing could stop it from chasing its prey. After a real dog chase, Vikir found his shelter. After calculating the distance accurately, he jumped forward. The three-headed dog Cerberus also jumped after him and used its sharp teeth to bite its prey. But when it was about to bite the head of its target, it stepped on the trap that Vikir had dug before. The three-headed dog Cerberus was pierced by countless sharp stakes in the pit and screamed in pain. Only then could Vikir breathe a sigh of relief. He could not believe that the trap he used to fight against the hellhound pack was used to catch Cerberus. Like the hellhounds, Cerberus was also a bloodthirsty dog. Vikir sprinkled some poison on the stakes. Two of Cerberus's heads started to foam at the mouth and lost consciousness. Only the middle head was still trying to resist the poison that was spreading throughout its body. It seemed that a high-level monster was not easy to defeat in one blow. At this point, Vikir used all his remaining strength to throw a wooden spear he had prepared in advance at the three-headed dog Cerberus. But obviously, the wooden spear could not penetrate the tough skin of the high-level monster and was bounced off. The three-headed dog Cerberus suddenly roared in pain. Vikir also did not hesitate and moved forward. Did he not fear death or something? Vikir walked and counted his steps. When he reached the 7th step, he stood in front of Cerberus. The remaining head of Cerberus suddenly trembled and foamed at the mouth. Was this what they called the protagonist's halo? There was no such thing. It was all because of the wooden spear that Vikir threw earlier. It had caused a small scratch on Cerberus's body. And that was enough for the venom of the blood snake on the tip of the spear to take effect. It was true that even a bite from a blood snake could hardly take 7 steps. Fortunately, when he was young, Vikir had kept the venom of the blood snake for later use. This was a difficult battle, and he could have died at any moment. The energy from Cerberus after it died became a huge source of power for Vikir. Now he had to think of a way to deal with the corpse. The cause of death of Cerberus was obvious. Vikir would soon be suspected. But before that, Vikir had an important thing to do. Cerberus was a kind of monster that guarded the gate and liked to protect its territory. There must be a dungeon around here. A dungeon was a strange place full of treasures, but sometimes also the home of powerful monsters. After thinking for a while, Vikir made the final decision. The dungeon might have been empty when the gatekeeper disappeared. If he disguised himself with the smell of Cerberus, he could avoid facing most of the monsters. He would follow the traces of soil, dry leaves, broken branches, and saliva to come back. After searching for a long time, Vikir found the dungeon that Cerberus guarded. In his previous life's memory, Vikir had been here 10 years later. At that time, this place was empty, but now it was different. Mixed with the smell of decay, Vikir could smell the manna. No one had touched this place for sure. This dungeon seemed quite deep, and the light could not reach the end of the road. However, Vikir was not worried, but rather excited in an unusual way. He was eager to see the treasure inside this dungeon. The deeper he went into the dungeon, the more ruby veins appeared along the wall. It seemed that this place was connected to the Red Fawn Mountain, a branch of the Black Red Mountain. After groping for a while, Vikir saw the light at the end of the road. That was the location inside the dungeon. Vikir checked for any traps at the door and then carefully entered. This dungeon was a small room, with a large stone platform in the middle and a magic artifact glowing on it. Vikir was immediately attracted by this artifact. When he got close to the stone platform, he found a skeleton next to it. Vikir carefully assessed the condition of the skeleton. It had wounds all over its body, as if it had been slashed by a knife. The blood had dried up, and it seemed that it had been a while. Next to the skeleton was a paper full of words. From the writing style, he could tell that this person was also a member of the Baskerville family. His name was no longer important, so it could be anything. He called himself Cain. He wrote this because he wanted the people who came after him not to make the same mistake as he did. The legend in the family said that this place was an ancient dungeon, and his brother Nobel had accidentally found it. They had tried countless times to explore this dungeon. They had killed countless monsters and reached the stone chamber. Then they encountered a supreme riddle here, and this riddle had kept them for a very long time, for 3 years. Reading this, Vikir could guess that the two brothers were very greedy for the treasure here. Then he also found the supreme riddle engraved on the stone pillar. What is it that when it enters, it is one, but inside it becomes two, and only when it is one can it leave? Vikir continued to read the content on the paper. With their limited understanding of the riddle, the two brothers had thought for a long time and came to the same conclusion. They were twins when they were in their mother's womb. They were one, but when they were born, they were separated into two. It meant that only one of them could leave with the treasure. It means that we will have to have a final death match if we get it right. After a long and fierce battle, I killed my brother. Now there is only one person in this place, but nothing changes here. We are now one, but I don't get anything. Why did I kill my brother? I killed him. After regretting it very much, I decided to leave this place. If anyone is brave enough to get here, I want to tell you one thing. Leave this place immediately. All this place does is make people crazy with greed. There is nothing to get in this cave. After reading the content on the paper, Vikir casually threw it away without caring. In short, his meaning is that even if we overcome everything to get here, there is no reward at all. But I'm not a twin. The puzzle given is still the same. It means Cain and Abel decoded it wrong. Vikir then thought for a long time. He was sure that the answer was somewhere around here. A dungeon that cannot be explored does not exist. And then when he looked at his shadow, Vikir had the answer to the puzzle. So that's it. Cain and Nobel are just unlucky brothers. Because they have two people, they are stuck with their situation and cannot solve the puzzle. The dark tunnel contrasts with the bright stone chamber. The answer to the puzzle is the dungeon itself. When we enter, we are one with the dark tunnel. But the moment we get here, we become two because of the light from the ruby. So to make it dark again, the end of the stone chamber will open. The answer is our shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, Vikir squeezed the ruby with his hand, and a stream of mysterious power from the fragments of the ruby split the stone wall in front of Vikir. Vikir's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but smile happily. So this is what the two brothers fought for. Is this the holy relic of the Devil's Cave? There is another stone pedestal in the secret room. On top of it is a strange sword that seems to have no substance. On the stone pedestal is engraved a line of words, "Only the blood of the Baskerville clan can pull out Beelzebub." Reading this name made Vikir scream in astonishment. This is Beelzebub. This is the holy relic that can be found here. I remember seeing an illustration of the sword in a mythology book I read. In the previous life, Beelzebub, the gluttonous fly demon in ancient mythology, mentioned the giant demons who occupied the land with a total of 7 disasters corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. To stop those disasters, the leaders of the 7 clans stood up to fight each demon. In the 7 deadly sins at that time, the demon that the Baskerville clan faced was Beelzebub, the gluttonous fly demon. From then on, what was left of Beelzebub was sealed in the territory of the Baskerville clan. And the demonic energy that Beelzebub emitted attracted monsters, or at least that's what the mythology said. But no one believed it, but the legend was true, and in the future this sword fell into the hands of the devil and brought death to countless human warriors on the battlefield. But the same thing won't happen again in this life, anyway, it will belong to me now. Vikir did not hesitate and approached to grab the sword. Countless sources of red energy like blood pierced his hand. After going through a very painful process of assimilation, the sword became one with Vikir. A sword made from the remnants of a demon, how much stronger will Vikir be in this life than in the previous one? It was really worth looking forward to. After pulling out the sword, Vikir checked the dungeon again. He only prepared to leave when he confirmed that nothing was left behind. At this moment, Vikir suddenly felt dizzy and fell on his knees. It seemed that this was not dizziness, but more like hunger. Vikir could feel the sword Beelzebub screaming for food. It seemed to be sucking all his strength. There was no such thing as power without a price. At this rate, Vikir would be drained soon. After a struggle, Vikir crawled out of the dark dungeon. The crazy hunger made him feel like his stomach was being torn apart. His sense of smell became more sensitive than usual because of his hunger. Vikir could smell something delicious nearby. Beelzebub seemed to sense it too. It automatically stretched out and pointed in the direction of Vikir. Vikir had no other choice, so he moved forward. He did not expect that the thing that Beelzebub led to was the corpse of the three-headed dog Cerberus. Vikir prepared to make a 7-course dog meat dish to ease his hunger. But it turned out that Beelzebub did not eat dog meat, so it stabbed into the corpse of Cerberus and started sucking blood. The blood flowing through Beelzebub made Vikir feel like his stomach was alive again. It seemed that being sealed for 1,000 years made Beelzebub very hungry. Not only the corpse, but also the plants and land around were sucked dry without any life. At this rate, the whole Black-Red Mountain would become a dead land. Fortunately, Beelzebub stopped and seemed to be satisfied with this meal. At this moment, information about Beelzebub's unique skill, Beelzebub's hunger, appeared in Vikir's head. It was said that it could turn the skills of the opponent into its own. It could absorb unlimited skills, and those who were absorbed would be completely destroyed. But it seemed that because this was a dead body, there was a maximum level of skills that Vikir could absorb from Cerberus. The skills he got from Cerberus were Hellhound Blood, grade B+, which would make even the smallest scratch bleed horribly. This was a good skill. But it was not the strongest skill of Cerberus. As if sensing the desire of its master, Beelzebub shot out its nozzle and continued to suck blood from Cerberus. Vikir was a bit looking forward to the skill he was about to get, but he did not forget to remind it that it could not eat everything. It would be hard to explain when they checked it later. Because the corpse would be damaged, Beelzebub did not care and still sucked blood crazily. Vikir saw that and slapped it. It was true that it only listened when violence was used. And this time, all 3 skill slots of Beelzebub were filled. Burning Cerberus, grade A+, Hellhound Blood, grade B+, and finally, Fast Regeneration of Brown Rat, grade F. It turned out that even the corpse of the brown rat under Cerberus was absorbed. Vikir held the corpse of the brown rat in his hand and began to evaluate the harvest this time. Getting the burning skill from Cerberus was a big harvest. A person would die instantly if hit by this skill, and the feeling was more terrible than being burned alive. He had prepared the corpse of the beast for the practical exam. So he just needed to relax until the evaluation was over. After a month of hardship, the young hunting dogs of the Baskerville clan returned. After completing the practical exam, the evaluation continued right after. And the corpses of the monsters that they hunted were made into shields, swords, necklaces, etc. and returned as trophies. And one of the monster corpses that was brought back shocked all the guide dogs present. Hugo, after hearing the news, had to ask again to confirm who caught it. The chief steward Barrymore immediately reported the details of the incident. Young Master Vikir van Baskerville, 8 years old, accidentally passed through an unexplored area in the exam and caught a Cerberus, A dangerous A-class monster. Hugo calmly clasped his hands and sat on the chair and asked. You are talking about the three-headed dog Cerberus that is highly rated by the Night Guard, right? Barrymore then reported that the Cerberus had been injured before by the savage tribes and had been poisoned. Hugo then wanted to know what kind of poison was strong enough to take down a Cerberus and how it got poisoned. But the steward had reported everything that was recorded from the hunting diary. And when he tried to probe, he was avoided by Vakir with the reason of being tired. Hugo then showed a happy face. This kid is also cunning, knowledge is power and power is value. Vakir now became more highly regarded in Hugo's eyes. This was even more beneficial for his revenge plan. Just then Barrymore spoke up and confessed. I was also very surprised to think that a talent like him came from the Van name and not La or Lu. Before he could finish his sentence, Hugo interrupted him. You don't understand me, I'm different from the previous owners. I don't care about bloodline. When I raise a hunting dog it doesn't matter to me if it comes from a royal family or a prostitute. All I care about is talent and determination. I say even the weak can come from good bloodline and vice versa. You understand what I'm saying, right? Barrymore realized he had misspoken and apologized immediately. Fortunately, Hugo was in a good mood so he would be forgiven. And right after that Vakir was called to the owner's office. Just like last time Vakir was not worried at all but rather a little expectant. The father and son had not had time to greet each other when Hugo went straight to the point. I heard that you killed a Cerberus in the practical exam. How did you do it? Vakir did not hesitate and answered. I gave it chocolate to kill it. Chocolate is actually a deadly poison for hellhounds. Hugo knew the reason and was not surprised. Then he asked Vakir. I heard that you did not give a proper answer to Barrymore when he asked you specifically about the hunt. Why is that? Vakir coldly answered. Because he is not my master. When Hugo asked who his master was, he immediately replied. Vakir is a member of the clan, the owner is my master, who else could it be? With the experience of being a loyal hunting dog in his previous life, Vakir knew exactly how to answer correctly. And that answer made Hugo very happy. He looked at Vakir and smiled wickedly. You have learned very well. As a reward the corpse of the monster you caught will be yours. And Vakir, who came in first, I will give you a wish. This was the sentence that Vakir was waiting for. With it he would be able to achieve what he wanted. Vakir did not hesitate and used this rare opportunity to request to enter the 10,000 chamber library. As the name suggests, the 10,000 chamber library is a huge library located in the deepest part of the fortress. The Baskerville family has one of the largest libraries in the empire and it contains thousands of books. Hugo became serious when he heard this. He asked Vakir, do you know that only the family head, the deputy head, and the core members are allowed to enter there? Vakir was disappointed, but he had to give up. He planned to sneak in there later. At that moment, Hugo said, you can go to the deepest part of the library. I want you to read the Baskerville Sword Art Formula number 6, which is placed in the restricted area number 6. Vakir was very shocked by this decision. Baskerville Sword Art Formula number 6? Hugo allowed his illegitimate child to read that sword art? There was no case where an illegitimate child with the middle name Van had ever learned beyond formula number 4. He thought, I don't need to be provoked like that. After all, it's just formula number 6. Hugo has already reached formula number 7. In my previous life, he could perform up to formula number 9. I still remember the insults I received for being Hugo's illegitimate child. In this life, I will surpass Hugo because I can have the Holy Sword Art Scripture, which contains the pure and true essence of Baskerville. It was found later in my previous life and was written by the first-generation family head, who exterminated one of the 7 calamities. And the person who will give me the Holy Sword Art Scripture is Hugo Le Baskerville. He will give it to me and he will not know the value of what he gives away. Both of them had their own intentions and wanted to achieve some goals. Who would be the one to succeed? After leaving Hugo's office, Vikir immediately went to the Holy Scripture Library. This place was guarded very carefully and very few people were allowed to come. In his previous life, Vikir had never been allowed to set foot in this place. Now that he saw all the Holy Scriptures containing the sword skills he wanted to learn, Vikir felt an indescribable emotion. In the Baskerville family, no matter how much mana an illegitimate child possessed, they were not allowed to learn sword art beyond Formula Number 4. This was an internal policy of this family to prevent the good dogs, who were destined to be hunters, from threatening the descendants of the family, who held the role of masters. After going deep into the library, Vikir found the sword skill that Hugo wanted him to learn. It was a sword skill of Formula Number 6, something that Vikir had never dreamed of before his regression. Perhaps Hugo thought that it was impossible for an 8-year-old kid to memorize it in one day. However, before his regression, Vikir had studied the theories and assumptions behind the sword skill. He had learned from Formula Number 1 to Formula Number 4 like a madman, to the point that he could start to predict quite accurately the theories behind Formula Number 5 even without learning it. After finishing the 4th Fong, Vikir had to break the mana connection circuit once. That was also the reason why he could not use the 5th Fong. The sword art of the Baskerville clan was classified by the number of fangs for each level. Level 1 was 1 Fong, Level 2 was 2 fangs. It was very distinctive with the dark red aura running along the sword when the fangs appeared. But Vikir did not care about the 6th Fong. He came here today with a different purpose. What Vikir wanted was a higher level than that. So he just skimmed through the book about the 6th Fong and put it back in its place. After doing what Hugo wanted, Vikir left the area. Inside the library, the 2 guards were very surprised. "Young Master Vikir, have you left already? If you intend to leave to get something you forgot, please let us get it for you." But of course Vikir could not leave without getting what he wanted. He told the guards that he would read a few more scriptures before leaving, and told them to go back to work. The 2 guards thought that Vikir was a fool who did not understand the value of the scriptures deep in the library and went to read some random scriptures. But Vikir did not care what they thought, because they could never know that in the pile of random scriptures covered with dust, there was a treasure waiting to be discovered. After a while of searching, Vikir found what he wanted, a book called Tang and Na. Holding the book in his hand, he could not contain his joy. With this, he was sure he could get revenge. Tang and Na was a simple scripture about the 1st Fong that even the children of the Baskerville clan did not bother to read. That was because the pages were torn out in the middle of the scripture. It was not strange that it was classified as one of the low-quality random scriptures. However, Vikir knew the true value of this book. Before returning to the hunting team, Vikir and his team had found a strange relic on the border of the Black-Red Mountain. It was a piece of paper about sword art, a page torn from a scripture. A page from a sword art scripture written by the handwriting of the Baskerville clan. Smelling something wrong about this, Hugo had his subordinates search for the book in the entire library. The book was a sword art scripture called Tang and Na. This scripture was written by the 1st-generation head of the Baskerville clan, detailing how to reach the 10th Fong of the Baskerville clan. Losing his mind with the thought of the 10th Fong, Hugo unleashed the hunting dogs of the clan to find the remaining 6 pages. Knowing that the remaining pages were hidden carefully in the other 7 powerful clans, Hugo declared war on the other clans and unleashed the hunting dogs to attack anyone who resisted. After countless lives of the hunting dogs were sacrificed, finally, Vikir and his teammates found and offered the remaining pages to Hugo. And the reward for all that was to be beheaded. Vikir remembered the past and could not contain his hatred. It was indeed a foolish life. He never wanted to repeat it in his previous life. Thanks to this scripture, Hugo had surpassed the 7th Fong and reached the 9th Fong. He used the blood and flesh of the hunting dogs as stepping stones. But in this life, that will not happen, my son. The hunting dog who had searched and offered all those pages was Vikir. He still remembered the information on the missing pages clearly. The reason why he couldn't reach a higher level than the fourth Fang was because he had never touched the holy scripture that contained the original characters. After carefully reading each word in the holy scripture, Vikir understood everything that was hidden in the past. No wonder most people would treat this book as something inferior, full of absurdities. But when the missing pages were put back in their right places, the information that seemed like arrogant lies became a puzzle that drew a beautiful masterpiece. Before regressing, he was at the fourth Fang level in swordsmanship and belonged to the high rank among the sword master graduates in Aura. He would become as strong as before he regressed at the age of 15. Because of his high concentration, Vikir completely forgot the time he had spent studying the book all day long. And when the sky was bright, he had memorized the holy scripture to the point where he could read it backwards. After checking that there was no presence of the guards around here, Vikir decided to test what he had learned through the holy scripture. Now there was a risk that he could not reach the 10th Fang with this child's body. But he could totally reach the 5th Fang, something he couldn't touch in his previous life. Vikir slowly closed his eyes and entered the space of consciousness, where a tall and blurry figure appeared before his eyes. There was no doubt that it was the concept that he had kept for so long. Vikir was now surrounded by blood-red aura, which symbolized the swordsmanship of the Baskerville family. After opening his eyes, Vikir wrapped his arm with a thick layer of aura and used it as a sword. He performed the sword skills from the first to the fourth Fang one by one. Vikir's eyes were filled with hatred and determination for revenge. Before regressing, he had lived a shallow life. He had achieved the title of high-level sword master graduate after working hard. But then he was despised by his own family because he couldn't learn higher-level swordsmanship. And the only reason Vikir couldn't reach the 5th Fang or higher was because he was a bastard. He was determined not to live such a life again. And that determination turned into a power that made Vikir surpass himself. He rushed forward, approached the figure in his consciousness, and performed the sword skill of the 5th Fang. The figure suddenly turned into Hugo's shape, then was cut into thousands of pieces. Vikir's consciousness returned to the real world right after that. Although there were still some flaws, he could use the 5th Fang. Vikir clenched his hands and laughed happily. It had been a long time since he experienced this feeling, a warm feeling from the depths of his heart, a choking feeling. Now he just wanted to pick up the sword and perform the sword skills in his head. Throughout the history of the Baskerville family, the fangs of a young hunting dog were growing faster than ever. And those fangs were aiming at the throat of their own master. After awakening, he checked the changes in his body again. Now he had successfully activated the 5th function. If he could increase his mana, he would reach the power level before regressing. Vikir looked at the thick layer of aura on his hand and smiled happily. His mana was still growing steadily. This time, through the awakening, it would grow multidimensionally. Liquid aura was a sign of a sword master. It seemed that he had upgraded from a high-level sword expert to a low-level sword master, a level that he had to reach at the age of 30 in his previous life. I have achieved this level at only 8 years old. Swordmaster is a completely different rank from sword artist. Thanks to the aura turning into a liquid state, the density of aura is enhanced and the ability to change states is less limited. I also have a better sword technique than the one I used before regression. This sword technique will not stop at the 5th Fang, but it can even reach the 10th Fang. It has infinite potential. The Fang technique I learned before would allow me to become stronger and faster, but it limits the growth potential. Compared to it, the hidden Fang is a perfect sword technique, combining both attack and defense and having no growth limit. If I focus on learning it, I can even face a mid-level swordmaster. I will have a 100% chance of winning if I assassinate, 50% if I face head-on. The problem is how much I should reveal to Hugo. The power I show cannot be too big or too small. I need to give him some things that he needs to get more benefits. After thinking carefully, Vakir took out a magnifying glass from his bag and placed it on the window along with the hidden scripture. The sunlight shining through the magnifying glass quickly increased the temperature and burned the scripture. Vakir smiled wickedly at this moment. In this way, he would completely prevent Hugo and his dogs from reaching the 10th Fang. The only one who could reach that level would be him. Before the two guards noticed anything unusual, they hurried over. "What is this smell, young master? What did you do, Vakir?" Vakir put on an actor's face and pretended to be innocent and pitiful. He bowed his head and scratched his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I accidentally burned the book because I carelessly left the magnifying glass on it. I will go to see the steward if I need to report this." The two guards were afraid of being scolded by the steward, so they quickly said, "Heaven and earth, young master, you don't need to feel guilty about this, it's our fault for not paying attention to you. Young master, moreover, it's lucky that only one book was burned." Seeing that, Vakir changed the topic. "There are so many books here. Isn't it because the knights are busy with the conflict with the Morg family at the gem mine? They probably don't have time to care about small issues like this. So it's best to pretend that this never happened." Before the two guards could say anything else, Vakir turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them. "Let's keep this secret between us, you must be very busy. I'm sorry for wasting your time." And so, Vakir successfully manipulated their psychology. The two guards were even grateful to him. "Young Master Vakir, he is such a good person. He even cares about the feelings of servants like us, he is a young man worthy of respect." Before, Vakir was just like them, a blindly loyal hunting dog. But now, everything is different. Vakir will be the one who uses these dogs. After leaving the hidden scripture, Vakir immediately went to see Hugo. As soon as he met, Hugo asked what his son had learned. When Vakir answered that he had learned a little, Hugo was very interested and asked what he had felt and realized in the library. Vakir immediately acted innocent and described something warm and sharp, but also soft like the waves of the sea. He felt something like that. Hugo and Barrymore froze. The words that Vakir described, could they be about aura? Aura was the proof that someone had truly stepped into the world of swordsmanship. Even the geniuses who trained tirelessly had to be at least 15 years old to enter the realm of low-level sword mastery. Hugo was a bit doubtful because after all, this child was only 8 years old. He asked Vakir to show him what he had just said. Vakir happily accepted this request. After all, this was his purpose because he wanted to get more and more resources. A while later, at the Baskerville family's arena, all the young hounds were gathered. And in the middle of the arena was Vakir van Baskerville, calmly holding a sword. He was preparing to face a monster to prove his ability. The young hounds didn't understand what was going on, so they kept talking. Only Hugo was interested in this fight. He had personally chosen a suitable opponent for his beloved son. After the fight started, the huge iron gate slowly opened. From inside, an orc chained all over was let out. This monster had been starved for 5 days, so it was in a very hungry state. It would risk its life to kill the opponent in front of it. The young hounds saw the orc and were shocked. An orc was not too much to let an 8-year-old boy fight with an orc, right? Usually, one had to be 15 years old to have the strength to do this. But Vakir had many knights guarding around, so they all felt a bit relieved. After Hugo signaled, the iron chains and muzzle of the orc were removed. It immediately entered a frenzied state and rushed forward to attack Vakir. Vakir stood still at this time. He timed the orc's attack and swung his sword to cut off its arm. Even the older hounds had to open their mouths in astonishment. They couldn't believe that an 8-year-old child could do that. The orc was cut and didn't react in time, then Vikir cut off another leg. It fell to the ground and looked at Vikir with fear. Vikir looked at the monster on the ground with the contemptuous eyes of a strong man. I was shocked when it bled for the first time. The rare skill of the orc race, super recovery, did not activate. There was no way for a rank C monster to face a rank B+ hellhound. And the skill stored in the second cell of Beelzebub had an effect. The blood skill of the hellhound made the wound bleed continuously and could not heal. The stands were in an uproar at this time. Everyone kept talking to each other. That was really an 8-year-old boy, right? How could the kid do that with that body? He didn't even use mana, right? Perhaps only Hugo didn't say a word and was quietly watching. Vikir saw this expression and understood Hugo's thoughts behind it. He thought that he had not shown him what he had learned in the library. So he would show him what he wanted. Immediately, Hugo's face changed. He was amazed by what he saw. Vikir raised his sword forward and wrapped it in a layer of blood-red aura. The orc had just barely stood up when it was stabbed in the head. Poor orc did not know who the real monster was anymore. Hugo almost could not control his emotions and jumped out of his seat. He had never seen such a talented young hound. Even if he searched all the clans in the Empire, he would never find such a genius. But Hugo immediately interrupted him and stopped him. Barrymore looked carefully and saw something strange about the orc. The orc's special ability was super regeneration, but this orc kept bleeding. The kid only won because the orc had weakened too much. He said that, but Barrymore had served Hugo for too long to know how happy he was. When he had such a hound in his hand, he thought everything was over. But unexpectedly, Vikir suddenly spoke up. "Father, do you have anything stronger than the orc?" The other young hounds all thought he was crazy. Was this not enough for him? But Vikir had a different plan in his head. It would be better to show just enough strength. If he was lucky, his achievements would be recognized and he would have a chance to get away from Hugo. He could be sent to the wilderness or enrolled in the academy, for example. Hugo heard his son's request and smiled with delight. He said it seemed that the orc they had to go to the faraway land and capture was not enough to satisfy his son's hunger. But it made sense. The boy was still at the age of needing to experience real combat. Then Hugo asked the butler. "Butler, didn't we capture something to experiment with when we conquered the man-eaters recently?" Barrymore immediately answered. "Yes, there is still one left, sir. It seems very sensitive because it has not been fed for a long time." When they saw the next monster brought into the arena, the stands were silent. It was a giant troll. The number of iron chains used to restrain this monster was much more than the orc. Facing such a ferocious monster, Vikir was not afraid, but showed interest. He asked Hugo if he could start right away. After Hugo agreed, the iron chains restraining the troll were removed. Vikir did not miss a moment and attacked immediately. The troll saw that and raised its huge fist and slammed it on the ground. Compared to its huge body, the troll's speed was quite agile. Fortunately, Vikir managed to jump behind the troll to avoid the attack. If he was a little slower, he would have been smashed. Vikir did not take this opportunity to attack, but quickly retreated to widen the distance. The other young hounds saw that and wondered. He was so close, he had a chance, but why didn't he attack? But Hugo appreciated this action. That's a good decision. Trolls have a high recovery ability that stands out. So if you can't cause a fatal injury in one move, you're just wasting energy. Therefore, if you want to hunt a troll, you need a strategy. Vikir was dodging the attacks and trying to approach the troll to deliver a decisive blow. The other young hunting dogs recognized his talent. He dodged every move very closely. He was trying to tie the troll up. How could an 8-year-old child have such judgment? Was he a real genius? But Vikir was just acting until now. He could easily avoid all the attacks without any pressure. He could easily kill something like this troll if he showed his true strength. But that would only make things more complicated. He needed to kill it in the most natural way possible. The best way would be to use the troll's own force against it when it attacked. After dodging for a while, Vikir finally waited for the right opportunity. When the troll exposed a weakness, he rushed up and slashed a long cut on its shoulder. The troll immediately fell down in pain. The crowd saw that and continued to talk. The troll was cut, but it would still recover soon unless it was killed immediately in one move. Just as I thought, it was impossible to kill one with the first form of the Baskerville sword technique. But it was impressive that an 8-year-old child could do this much. Of course, Vikir knew that he couldn't cut through the troll's leather skin with the first form. If he used Beelzebub's skill, he just had to wait a bit and the troll would die. But that would be meaningless. Just then, Hugo spoke up. "You can stop now. If you continue, it will be very dangerous." But he didn't finish his sentence before he was interrupted by Vikir. "I'm almost done. I think if I fight a little more, I'll realize something. If I can't defeat it in the next move, I'll give up the fight." Seeing his son's determination, Hugo let the fight continue. Vikir then held his sword firmly in front of him and entered a focused state. His whole body was wrapped in a blood-red aura and a murderous intent. At this moment, in Vikir's mind, he only thought about how much power he should show. The answer was already decided. He wanted to show others the eternal scene of his own awakening and leveling up during the fight. Vikir was looking forward to Hugo's reaction after seeing what he was going to do. The troll saw Vikir standing still and attacked him furiously. When it realized the danger, it was too late. From the ground, a pair of blood-red eyes and sharp fangs appeared and bit off the troll's head. At that moment, everyone who witnessed it was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. That was understandable. In the Baskerville sword technique clan, the blood sword, a person's life depended on a formula. Around 15 years old, they could transmit mana into a sword. At that time, most of the hunting dogs would learn the first form of the Baskerville sword technique. But for the first time in the history of the Baskerville clan, an 8-year-old child received what his brothers received at 8 years old, the second form. From then on, an extraordinary person was born. Vikir, after winning, acted surprised by his own power. He turned to Hugo and smiled innocently. "I won." But Hugo was speechless at that time. He didn't even dare to believe what he had just seen. A week later, inside the dining hall of the Baskerville clan, Vikir was sitting and playing with his plate of food. He could not get used to this random stewed meat, no matter how many times he ate it. And although he did nothing, the people around him still avoided him. Vikir happily remembered the scene of Hugo being terrified by Vikir's power. It was the second form of Baskerville. It was the power of a middle-ranked swordsman. Vikir's true power was the 5th form of Baskerville, but it was quite weak. It was similar to the power of a low-ranked swordsman. If he included his C-rank skill and the super regeneration of the troll he had just received, he would surely be stronger than a normal graduate swordsman. But the price he had to pay was this endless hunger. While Vikir was thinking, the 3 brothers of Baskerville appeared behind him. Vikir immediately emitted a murderous aura and threatened them. "Did I go easy on you guys before?" The 3 brothers remembered the horrible memories and quickly explained. No, we just wanted to say that you looked cool when you killed the Cerberus and the troll." The praise from the 3 studs made Vikir almost choke. He felt goosebumps and worried about his anus. Vikir decided to punch each of them once and then think later. At that moment, the butler Barrymore appeared and announced that Hugo wanted to see him. Vikir was quite surprised by this. He wondered why Hugo suddenly wanted to see him. In Hugo's office, the deputy clan leader of the Morg clan, Adolf Morg, was having a meeting. Adolf was the first to speak. Mr. Hugo, you still look the same. I hope that the annual event will not end with many problems this year. Hugo calmly replied. Yes, the joint training this time ended without much trouble, right? Adolf Morg asked again. Last year, both clans had people seriously injured, right? If that's not a problem, what is a problem? Hugo was annoyed and said. It was just a small scratch, and it became a serious injury. It seems that the descendants of the Morg clan exaggerated a bit too much. Adolf did not back down and retorted. Well, maybe it's because we are a noble and elegant clan. The two people were very tense, as if they were about to fight. The prestigious Mage clan, the Morg clan, and the bloodthirsty swordsman clan, the Baskerville clan, were not always so hostile. Magic and swordsmanship were things that complemented each other. These were the words of the emperor from 2 generations ago. According to the emperor's words, the Baskerville and Morg clans began to conduct joint training. Only children aged 8 to 15 were allowed to participate, and the annual event of the 2 clans began. With a good atmosphere, but at some point, a dispute arose between the territories of the Baskerville and Morg clans. It was about the ownership of a ruby mine. And then the relationship between the 2 clan leaders went astray. But because of the emperor's order, the training had to continue. So someone who was not the clan leader of the Morg clan, but his brother Adolf, began to meet the Baskerville clan as the deputy clan leader. After greeting, Adolf inquired about the new information he had heard. Oh, by the way, I heard that there is a rising star in the Baskerville clan. A genius once in 100 years from the Baskerville clan will be a great fortune for the empire. Hugo couldn't help but smile happily when he heard this. This was not something that he should focus on. This made Adolf a bit surprised. He didn't expect that a scoundrel like Hugo would really react when he received praise for his son. Not wanting to lose, Adolf also started to flex. We can also call this a double fortune, he said. Another genius appeared in our Morg family. Come on, Camus, come in and say hello. Then a beautiful girl with fiery red hair opened the door and sat next to Adolf. Adolf put his hand on his niece's shoulder and introduced her. This is my sister's daughter, her name is Camus. Child, you should greet the host, he said. Camus immediately spoke up. Sir, are you the thief who stole our ruby ore? She asked. Please give it back to us, I can't continue my research without the ruby ore. Being called a thief made Hugo very unhappy. His eyes turned red and his body emitted a murderous aura. Adolf quickly stopped his niece from causing a war between the 2 families. But children don't know how to lie. Camus continued. But that's what you said, sir. You said that the despicable man with the beard and hat stole our ruby ore like a thief. You said that in the carriage before we got off, about an hour and 42 minutes ago. Adolf turned to explain. Ahem, it seems like there is some misunderstanding here. Hugo was very angry but still tried to calm down and sneered. What does a foolish puppy know, he said. You don't have to try to defend the teaching strategy of the Morg family to me. It's true that the cub is not afraid of the tiger. Camus looked straight at Hugo and shouted. Give me back the ruby ore, I need it for my research. But everything has its limit. Hugo couldn't stand being insulted anymore. His whole body showed a killing intent as if he wanted to kill someone. That's enough, it seems like the Morg family doesn't teach their children how to behave, he said. Adolf felt the danger and hugged his niece closer and raised his hand to stop him. What are you saying to a child, he said. Do you, the holy sword of the empire, intend to oppress an 8-year-old child? Hugo couldn't do anything that would damage his reputation, so he had to grit his teeth and endure. Just then, a voice rang out. I guess the Morg family doesn't teach their children not to covet what belongs to others either, he said. It was the voice of Vakir, the person that Hugo had called. As soon as he saw him, Adolf guessed that this was the rising star of the Baskerville family that everyone was talking about. He didn't have time to do anything when he noticed that his rude niece had run away. It turned out that Camus had run to Vikir's face and questioned him. "Hey, what did you just say?" she asked. Seeing Camus made Vikir very astonished. He stared at Camus, who would later be known as the Queen of the Morgue family. Even among the countless supreme magicians from the prestigious magic families, she was a genius of geniuses. In her peak period, she conquered all the monsters and demons of the Black Red Mountain by herself. The way she burned and incinerated them into blood and dust was widely spread. Not only that, her beautiful appearance made the upper class fascinated. She was able to manipulate the royal family to the point of being called the representative of the government. However, this is a story of the distant future. For now, she is just an 8-year-old child. At this moment, Camus crosses her arms and yells in Vikir's face, "How can you claim the ruby ore as yours? It belongs to us, the Morgue family." Vikir is not angry, but calmly replies, "You had to struggle a lot to get here, just to cause trouble like a child, huh?" This remark attracts the attention of the two adults nearby. Camus, on the other hand, goes berserk. She immediately uses magic to prepare an attack on him. "Did you just say I'm causing trouble? Then I'll teach you why the ruby ore belongs to the Morgue family in a way that your dog brain can understand." Vikir is not intimidated, but calmly waits to see what she will do. Camus does not attack, but uses ice magic to create a detailed model of the territory of the two families. Then she begins to explain, "Now I'll try to make it so that a fool like you can still understand. First, the border between the Morgue and Baskerville families, or what is known as the security zone, you must know that the mine here produces high-grade rubies, right? The problem is that the entrance to the mine is on the surface of the Morgue family's land, while the underground part of the mine is in the Baskerville family's land. As you can see, the structure of the mine makes it impossible for the Baskerville family to mine the rubies themselves, which means that the ruby ore belongs to us, the Morgue family. However, your family has insisted that we have encroached on your land and interfered with our mining. Moreover, you have refused to rent the related land." This argument makes Hugo choke and look uncomfortable, while Adolphe laughs happily. Vikir, after hearing this, immediately counters, "The mineral called ruby is indeed often used as a magic material, and the Baskerville family does not really need to use the pile of rubies that are mined. But renting the land, huh? It seems that the biggest tragedy of you guys is that no one in Baskerville is stupid enough to rent their land for a little money." Camus shouts, "What did you say? You said that the Baskerville family has no interest in the pile of rubies." Vikir calmly continues, "That's right, we only care about the land, and that's why we told you not to intrude. And anyway, the ones who are annoyed by not having the pile of rubies are you guys, right?" Camus does not give up, but points to the model and yells, "Fine, I'll show you more precisely why we have the right to that pile of rubies. This is your family's land and this is ours." As she says this, Camus leans forward and stretches her hand out of the border. "Now whose hand is this, huh?" Vikir, cunningly, grabs Camus' hand. "You're asking whose hand it is when you stretch it over our land. It's yours. It's obvious that you belong to me." Camus blushed and felt embarrassed when a boy held her hand for the first time. She said, "What are you talking about? How can I be yours? You are so silly." But Vikir didn't mean that. He pulled out a knife from his belt and placed it in front of her. His face was very dangerous. He said, "Who said you were mine?" "I said your hand is mine." Everyone in the room was scared and sweated coldly. They froze on the spot. How could an 8-year-old child say such a thing? While the adults were still surprised, Vikir held the knife to Camus' hand. He said, "I'll take your hand gently, okay?" Vikir's face was full of murderous intent. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Camus was very frightened. she could only scream for help. She said, "Help me, uncle. He wants to cut off my hand." Adolf finally reacted. He released a huge amount of mana to suppress Vakir. He said, "You stupid boy, stay away from my niece." When Vakir was startled, Camus quickly pulled her hand back and ran to cry with her uncle. She said, "Uncle, he wanted to cut off my hand." She was still a wet-nosed child, even though she was the future queen of the Morg clan. Adolf was angry and turned to Hugo for an explanation. He said, "Hugo, what is this?" Hugo looked at his son sternly and said, "That's enough, son. Stop joking." Vakir then retracted his aura and bent the knife with his finger. He smiled and said, "Sorry, Dad. I'm used to playing like this at home." Adolf was so embarrassed that he became furious. He shouted, "A fake knife? How can you let a child play with such a toy?" Vakir took the initiative to bow and apologize. He said, "I just wanted to tease her a little. I didn't expect her to cry. I'm sorry, sir." The children of the Baskerville clan had been playing with such toys since they were young. But Adolf didn't want to let it go easily. Hugo then intervened and said, "They are just children playing with each other. Don't you think you are overreacting, Deputy Chief of Morg? I have some things to discuss with you about the ruby mine. I'm sure you will want to sit down and talk about it. So just let the kids sort it out themselves." Camus stood next to her uncle and dared to shake her fist at Vakir. She said, "I won't let this go, you know. Watch out for me." But looking at Vakir's smiling face, it was clear that the kid was about to get beaten up. The friendly match between the Baskerville and Morg clans had begun. It was an opportunity for the children aged 8 to 15 to gather and fight with each other. The children around 8 years old would compete in mana manipulation or mana perception. But most of the attention would be focused on the life and death battle of the 15-year-olds. However, the eyes of the audience were all directed to the same place. In this year's friendly match, the famous Wizard clan, the Morg clan, had Camus Morg. The Bloodsword clan, the Baskerville clan, had Vakir van Baskerville. At the request of the Morg clan, the match between the two geniuses of the two clans would take place according to the rules of real training. After the bell rang, the battle officially began. Before attacking, Camus did not forget to warn, "Prepare yourself, I will not go easy when I am ready." Then she began to chant, and after a short time, 4 magic circles were formed. Adolf, who was sitting on one side flexing with Hugo, thought that the girl would only be able to perform a magic that suited a 15-year-old child, but performing 4 magics at the same time was worthy of being the genius wizard of the Morg clan. But Hugo next to him did not care because he knew the true strength of his hunting dog. From the first 3 magic circles, Camus launched 3 magics containing the power of 3 different attributes to attack Vakir. But they were all easily dodged by Vakir, who also kindly taught Camus that she was too flashy, and it would be better if she concentrated her power on one magic to attack him. Did she not think so? But of course, Camus would ignore these words. "Why should I listen to you? You are just a fool who knows nothing about magic." Then she used the last magic circle to create a sand wall to defend in front of her. But with such a weak magic, Vakir did not need to use mana, but just a kick to solve it. After witnessing all 4 of her magics being neutralized easily, Camus was silent, standing still. She was extremely panicked in her head. He pierced through the wall as easily as eating cake. Is this the power of the Baskerville clan when immersed in the Styx River? Camus could only close her eyes and take the hit. But she waited for a while and nothing happened, but when she opened her eyes, she saw the fist in front of her face. Bang! With just a forehead bump, Camus flew out to the back. Just looking at the scene made it hurt. I'm all the way in Hanoi and I can still hear the echo. It's true that the damage is low but the humiliation is high. Adolf was gaping in astonishment. He could not believe that the genius of his clan that he was always proud of was defeated so easily. Camus, after regaining her senses, hugged the lump on her head and scolded, "Why did you bump my forehead? Are you going easy on me because I'm a girl? I won't let this go." But Vikir did not care about this childish temper. He kindly reminded her, "You have a lump on your forehead, let's end it here, before something unexpected happens." Camus could not stand the humiliation, so she decided not to give up. She used double sand wall magic to create a shield in front of her and shouted defiantly, "Now there are 2 layers, let's see how you can get through." This intelligence is really worrying. The opponent could easily go around the wall instead of having to break through. But whatever, Vikir was willing to please his opponent. He threw his sword away and used his bare hands to punch forward. The wall in front of him was like a piece of paper. Vikir did not use any force and could pierce through it in front of his opponent's astonished eyes. Vikir calmly asked, "Now I have a question for you, whose hand just pierced through the wall?" Camus did not have time to understand what was happening, then she received the answer. "The answer is the hand of the stronger one." As soon as he finished, Camus got another forehead bump on her forehead. Along with that, the sand wall also collapsed immediately. Poor Camus was bumped so hard that she cried, but our male lead did not know how to pity the flower and spare the jade. Camus was now sitting on the ground holding her head. She was so angry that she launched magic randomly to take revenge. But none of her attacks could touch Vikir. And Vikir was thinking about what to do to make her calm down. "I didn't expect it to hurt so much that she could still fight. This kid is too stubborn. I could break her neck in 0.1 seconds if I wanted to, but that would cause trouble. I wonder what I should do to make her calm down." He thought it would be better to let someone else do it for him. Vikir then paid attention to the arena next to where the 2 15-year-olds were fighting. Although it looked like a match of equal strength, in Vikir's eyes, it was nothing but 2 idiots playing with each other. The stupid wizard kept using fire magic and the swordsman was not much smarter when he kept slashing those magics. He could take advantage of those 2 fools. Vikir dodged while luring Camus closer to the edge of the stage. Seeing that she couldn't hit him, Camus rushed forward angrily. "Why do you keep dodging, you bastard? Stop running and fight fair." Just then, the wizard from the next arena was also preparing to launch his ultimate move. Vikir timed it well and lured Camus into the range of attack, then jumped out of the arena. But anyway, Vikir was a good person, so he gave a warning, "Camus Morgue, you better prepare a defensive magic." Adolphe reacted too late at this point. A big explosion occurred and Camus was in the middle of it. The entire Morgue clan paid attention to the explosion and worried about the safety of their genius. But how come the whole bunch of big men didn't rush in to save her, but just screamed outside? They were really mouthy. Camus was sitting in the smoke, although her body was fine, but her mind was extremely panicked. Was that his voice? What should I do now? I avoided getting hurt by magic, but the fire demon spell burned all my clothes. Because of the smoke, they still don't know my situation. If they see me after the smoke clears, they will laugh at me and I will die of shame. Someone help me, please. Camus could only hug himself and sit on the ground, crying. At that moment, the savior appeared. It was none other than our protagonist, Vikir. He took off his shirt and put it on Camus, revealing his 6-pack abs and muscular body. He was only 8 years old, but he had a physique like that. Compared to him, I was like a junkie who spent all day typing and selling myself to capitalism. Even in this situation, they didn't forget to argue with each other. Neither of them wanted to lose, but it seemed that Camus started to care about the boy in front of her. She reminded Vikir to pay attention to the wound on his arm. At that time, the smoke began to disperse and the young men of the Morgue clan finally rushed into search. When they saw the scene, they were all surprised. The lady of the Morgue clan was sitting on the floor like a bleeding person, and the one who was holding her was the son of the Baskerville family. It was hard to tell who won, but look at his body. I had to thank the Styx River. Just looking at those muscles, I could tell how hard he had trained. Camus was lying in his arms, but her eyes were always looking at Vikir. Maybe she was defeated by those muscles. After the fight, Vikir had a private conversation with Hugo. Hugo didn't care about his son's wound, but asked him something else. How was the fight with the lady of the Morgue clan? Vikir was used to his coldness, so he calmly answered that it was very interesting. Vikir understood the meaning of this event. Once again, a fight with a mage was very different from a fight with a swordsman. When Hugo asked why he didn't finish her off when he had the chance, Vikir replied that he was a bit embarrassed to face a lady. Hugo reminded him that lowering his guard in a fight would hurt him, and told him to take that wound as a lesson for the future. Vikir was very surprised by these words. Was Hugo worried about him? When I was young, I didn't remember much about Hugo. He was always cold, angry, and violent. People said that his personality was bad because he had lost his wife and daughter. Anyway, that was not my business. Then Hugo asked Vikir about the main issue. What did he think we should do with our ruby mine? Vikir didn't hesitate to advise Hugo to give up the ruby mine. Hugo seemed quite interested in this answer, so he asked why he thought so. Vikir immediately explained that the main goal of the Baskerville clan was to build a large territory. The location of our ruby mine was downstream of the Black Blood Mountain, where there were monsters and Mandy. That was a big obstacle for us. If we cleverly manipulate the Morgue clan, we could minimize the damage in the exploration of that land. Hugo was very pleased with what Vikir said. That was exactly what he was thinking. That's right, once the Morgue clan controlled the ruby mine, they would leave people in that area. We just had to push the monsters and the man to attack that area, and we would kill two birds with one stone. Ruby would be bathed in the blood of our enemies. If that happened, the Morgue clan would have to think twice before entering our territory. Your thoughts match mine by 90%, Hugo said. He said while stroking the head of his beloved son, not knowing that he wanted to stab him. Of course, things would turn out like that, because that was his idea from the beginning. He was the one responsible for pushing the monsters and the man to attack them. While they were chatting, they saw two grandchildren of the Morgue family. Adolf was more friendly this time than the last time. He said, "You are here, clan leader. Can we talk before I go back?" But Camus next to him was shy like a maiden, completely different from before. In the office, Hugo asked directly, "Do you have anything to say, Deputy Clan?" Adolf used a friendly tone to talk. He said, "I have something to say to you. We have thought about how we should solve the ruby mine problem peacefully. The usage fee might be one of the solutions." Hugo was a bit surprised, so he asked again, "What fee for entering our territory?" What Adolf wanted to mention here was a marriage contract between the Morgue and Baskerville families. Adolf stroked his niece Camus' head and said, "What do you think about the eldest son of the Baskerville family and the daughter of the Morgue family, my niece? My niece is a genius child. This child has both appearance and knowledge. She lacks nothing. I'm sure this child will be a worthy piece with the genius of the Baskerville family." Hugo asked after hearing that, "My eldest son is 25 years old this year. Do you think there is no problem with the age difference?" Adolf immediately replied, 8 and 25 are only 17 years apart, so it's not much different. That's not a problem. The enemy can't let this matter sink. Someone call the lowly police. We have a lowly who needs protection. Just as the police were about to rush in and catch the whole nest, Camus suddenly spoke up. She said, "I will not accept anyone weaker than my mother." Adolf saw that and stopped Camus. He said, "If you intend to marry someone stronger than your mother, you will have to be single for life." But Camus did not listen and still insisted on her opinion. She said, "That is my condition, and I also don't like the big age difference. I want someone my age or younger." Hugo spoke up at this time. He said, "This kid is not a buffet for you to choose from. Camus put her hand on her chest and declared, "I know, and I don't intend to play around here," she said, and blushed shyly, looking at Vikir. Adolphe immediately understood the problem and whispered to his niece, "No, that kid is an illegitimate child of the clan leader. No matter what happens, he will only be a small fish in a big pond." Hugo heard all these words. He was a bit annoyed by the bad words about his beloved son in front of him. Then he asked Vikir's opinion, and the marriage contract was an important matter in the decision of the people involved. He said, "What are you thinking, my son?" Camus looked at Vikir with a red face, embarrassed. She had just considered this boy as an enemy who could not share the sky, but now she wanted to marry him. Vikir thought for a while and then spoke up. Camus held his breath and turned red, looking southward and waiting for an answer. Vikir was also a bit surprised. He hesitated and said, "Yes, I agree." The two cousins were shocked and speechless. The deputy clan leader was annoyed and thought, how dare this cunning kid say that he would agree if that was what he wanted, and act so arrogantly in front of the only direct daughter of my clan. Camus was confused and blushed, thinking, wait, does that mean he doesn't dislike me? Is he the type of person who is easily embarrassed? Hugo spoke up and said, "Bloodline and lineage don't mean anything in Baskerville. Sometimes Lay will produce inferior children and Van will produce superior children." The deputy clan leader replied, "The clan leader highly evaluates him. Is he really that talented?" Then he approached the protagonist, his face grim as if he was a father-in-law meeting his future son-in-law. The protagonist thought, Adolphe is the sixth person of the clan. He is one of the strongest among the leaders of the Morgue clan, a clan that is prestigious and excellent in magic. He is also known as one of the uncles who spoils his niece foolishly. He leaned close to the protagonist and said, "Kid, I don't tell you this every time, but talent alone is not enough to be Camus' husband. But I think this arranged marriage is a proposal from the clan and not my intention. Personally, I don't think any child of Baskerville is suitable for Camus. Why do you seem so calm?" Then he asked, "Why don't you answer me? Are you listening to me?" The protagonist answered, "I stopped listening because you said, you are not talking to me." Camus was amazed at the protagonist and thought, how can he be so bold in front of me? Old Hugo couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing quietly. Suddenly, the deputy clan leader laughed loudly and said, "Mr. Hugo, can I talk to this kid privately?" Hugo answered, "Fine, if you insist. I thought you were going to talk about love, but it turns out you are going to drag him to the battlefield. I'm worried about standing next to you too." The deputy clan leader said, "Oh, the child of Baskerville, I will test your ability. So show me everything you have." The protagonist said, "Yes, I understand." The young man thought, "You will fail if I show you everything." The old man said, "I will give you a little advantage." Then he used natural mana to absorb it in his arm, then created a kind of sand magic circle. A few seconds later, a bottle crystallized under his feet. Camus saw it and exclaimed, "He is creating a bottle as I expected from him. He is proficient in fire, earth, and water magic." Then he used mana to create water to fill the bottle and held it up to swing it over his head. He pointed his finger at the jar and said, "I will duel with a jar full of water on my head. If you can make me drop a drop of water, you will win." Vikir thought Adolphe Morgue was very strong, and he didn't even hope to approach him. In his previous life, this was a great opportunity to experience some of his power. The protagonist looked at Hugo and thought he was sure Hugo would let him think the same. What would be his chance of winning if he faced him with all his strength before regressing? "Come here with me." Assassination by ambush would have a 50% chance. Maybe 10% if facing him directly. No need to fight with all his strength. He just needed to show enough to please Hugo. It was time to test the skills of a great wizard. Then the protagonist rushed up with his sword and fought. Camus witnessed the scene and was very surprised. But he said he couldn't rush in directly. The protagonist was confused, but it was too late. In a moment, he had created a protective barrier. The protagonist slashed at it, but it didn't budge. He said, "Why did you tell him that, my dear grandson? A magic shield is the best counter to a swordsman. And this shield will be hard to break without a special aura." Then his eyes lit up, and he created a strange magic with 4 meteorites surrounding his arm. Then he shouted, "Now it's time for me to attack." Then he threw the newly created meteorites at Vakir. The protagonist quickly jumped back to avoid the fierce attacks. Camus saw his uncle fight hard with his crush and was very angry. He shouted, "That's too much, you don't even use that kind of magic when you fight with me." He also shouted, "Camus, you're scared of him, aren't you? Now you're on his side. You bastard, I won't forgive you for making my grandson fall in love with you." Hugo crossed his arms and thought, he attacks with a speed that is hard to dodge. It seems I don't need to intervene. Let's see what this young hunter will show in front of the great wizard. The protagonist thought, is this his skill level? In fact, I only regressed in the form of an 8-year-old child, and I can use my combat experience before regressing. I can lure him to lower his shield, I can even kill him. Then the protagonist rushed up and slashed at his shield repeatedly, but realized it didn't seem to work. He said, "It won't change anything if you do that hundreds of times, your sword can't break my shield." Ignoring the old man's taunts, Vakir kept rushing up and slashing wildly. Then the old man's protective barrier cracked. He was amazed, is he attacking the same spot many times? He's like a perfectly accurate machine. His concentration and swordsmanship deserve recognition. But his sword seemed to be broken, it was almost completely destroyed. Then another slash and his sword was only a hilt. The protagonist looked very surprised. He said, "This is like breaking a stone wall by throwing an egg at it. You should calculate the strength of my wall and the strength of your sword. There is something admirable in being stubborn and trying to break it, but you should consider your opponent carefully before using such a tactic. You are talented, but you still lack a lot to get engaged to my niece. Surprised, aren't you?" The old man was boasting, but the water jar above his head had been smashed since then. He couldn't smile anymore, instead he stuttered, What? A piece of the sword had broken my jar." The cold protagonist said, "I think that's enough, or do I need to make the jar drip more?" Camus witnessed the scene and was very astonished. Oh no, it was a coincidence, but he had defeated his cousin, which meant the marriage. The girl immediately covered her mouth, probably happy and shy. Hugo witnessed and thought, coincidence, the sword fragment just accidentally broke the jar. Vakir van Baskerville, maybe I have raised a more cunning hunting dog than I thought. Scene change, 7 years later, at the training camp of the Baskerville family, a 2-horned monster appeared, very fierce, its eyes red, its breath full of killing intent. Suddenly it opened its mouth and rushed to the young men below. But these guys looked at it as if looking at a prey, their faces unchanged, everyone was very cold and scary. And then the monster became more furious and rushed. On this side, the young men formed a formation and rushed up together. A young man slashed down, but the monster used its horns to block the move. Then the fight became more fierce, no one gave in. Introduce this person as a staff member of the Baskerville family, the trainer. He was carefully observing each member of his team. Seeing something unsatisfactory, he shouted, "If you have to fight an opponent stronger than yourself, the best way is to find an opportunity to run away. Don't be greedy and try to kill them, it will be more effective if you aim at the back of their legs." Suddenly from behind, 3 figures accelerated very strongly and soared up. It turned out to be the 3 super brothers with blonde hair. They flew past and cut the monster without missing a beat. Then they stopped, the 3 of them raised their faces and smiled smugly. The monster that had been cut without missing a beat had stopped, its body trembling with fear. The trainer witnessed the scene and thought, as expected from the young masters, high, mid, low, as expected. Their aura had completed the dark red color. After calming down, the monster took a breath, its eyes became angry. At this time, the remaining young men also had red eyes full of killing intent and rushed up. Then on the floor, only the fresh blood of the monster was left everywhere. The trainer saw this coordinated scene and was happy. He gave a round of applause. You all did a great job. With the achievement just now, you have all reached the level of Master Swordsman. Work hard and you will complete the first level of Baskerville swordsmanship. From now on, your 7-year training here is over. Unlike the OSBIA locked in this cage. The OSBIA on top of Mount Levi are much stronger than the ones here. I'm not even sure I can handle them. I want everyone here to remember the confrontation with the monster today. It's nothing compared to what you'll see on the upcoming journey. Death is always closer to us than you think. With your talent and enthusiasm, you will surely overcome the difficulties ahead. Or accumulate experience and try to survive with everything you have. Now I congratulate you all on graduating successfully. I wish everyone good luck in the war. Then the young men sat down and talked to each other. What team of knights are you going to join? I have 3 choices. The first is Merman, the second is Pitbull, and the third is Dark White. Then we are not on the same path. I want to join the Lang Na team, the knights of my own. There are a total of 7 missions for the knights of the Baskerville clan. Each mission will train our minds. Currently, the missions that we can accept are investigation, protection, assassination, suppression, and direct confrontation. Moreover, where do you think he will go? You are talking about him too clearly, the monster Vakir van Baskerville. The male protagonist was sitting proudly on the corpse of the beast that had died. Suddenly, the young man startled and looked down. It turned out that everyone was looking at him and talking. He handled an OSBIA bigger than the one we just dealt with earlier. I guess he is a high-level sword master. I heard he got the 3rd Fong. The 3rd Fong? That means he is at the same level as the hunters of the association. The protagonist was thinking that it took longer than he thought. The truth is that he is currently at the intermediate level of sword master, the 5th Fong. It took him 7 years to level up from low-level sword master to intermediate level. He had really surpassed his previous level before regression. If only talking about sword skills, this development was still slower than his plan. Suddenly, the old butler called the young master Vakir. The master is looking for you, young master. It seems that your position has been decided. The protagonist replied, I understand. The scene switched to the inside of the master's room. Vakir said, It's been a long time, sir. Are you well, master? Old Hugo now had a more fashionable face, but still grumbled as before. The protagonist saw Hugo say nothing, then sighed. Vakir asked, What is the scar on your nose, sir? Hugo answered, When we faced the savage tribes on the mountain La Rouge et Le Noir, we were attacked by a bowman. The protagonist asked further, Did you catch them? Hugo answered, No, but we also left a scar on the face of that bastard. Anyway, we congratulate you on completing the training course. Thank you, sir. It will be harder from now on. Vakir thought, Is he talking about my position? At this time in his previous life, he had become a knight apprentice for the Pitbull team of knights. And he was sent to Levi Land Mountain to face countless life and death situations, like a rotten piece of meat thrown away. He was immediately thrown into the real battlefields. The children of the Baskerville clan would be divided into elite or mercenary groups after they turned 15. When the mercenaries died on the battlefield, the elites would learn about politics and governance after accumulating some battlefield experience. The mercenaries would start serving the elites, helping the elites develop in politics and governance. And the thing that narrowed the gap between the elite and the mercenary was the Baskerville sword technique, the 5th Fong. That was why his sword technique only stopped at the fourth Fang in his previous life. There was no way Hugo would let him, a genius child, waste his talent in the elite course. Suddenly, Hugo said, "My son, I want you to try to become a legislator." The protagonist's face was extremely shocked, then blurted out, "A legislator?" Hugo answered, "Yes, a legislator who manages and makes laws in the territory of Baskerville. Maintain justice, attract businesses to work in this territory. Simply put, you will be in charge of everything big and small in our clan." Vikir was bewildered, thinking, Hugo really let a genius child like me become an elite. Hugo continued, "What you have achieved will put you ahead of the geniuses, at least for the next decade, right? So that's why I gave you a suitable deal. You will be the deputy consul for a city called Aldedo, the city of the weak. Currently, both the consul and the deputy consul positions are vacant. Do you accept this offer?" The protagonist replied, "I will do as you wish, but before that, I want to say a few things." Hugo asked, "What is it?" Vikir said, "It's about the dispute over the gem mine with the Morg family." Hugo asked, "Do you have a problem with the Morg family?" The protagonist replied, "You said you would give me a reward." Hugo asked, "Are you asking about the reward?" Vikir replied, "I want to borrow it." The old butler was shocked to hear that. The protagonist continued, "If this request is too difficult, you don't have to worry about it." Hugo immediately stamped the document and said, "There is nothing difficult about it. I trust you won't do anything outrageous." Vikir replied, "I won't do anything to bother you, even if I hear it 100 times. I can't get used to the way this bastard calls me his son." Hugo said he would give him a subsidy in the previous life. He never imagined that things like this would happen. After finishing the discussion, the protagonist and the old butler went outside. Suddenly, the old butler said, "Young master, the master values you very much. He didn't send you to the real battlefield right away and even gave you the consul position. Isn't that the path of a future ruler? I'm sure he thinks highly of you." Vikir replied, "Only in the case that I perform well as a deputy consul. It would be better if I could use the authority of the deputy consul well. I will be able to enhance my skills to a new level more safely. I don't care about my current job. It can't make my memories fade. I still remember the feeling of my head leaving my neck on the guillotine." Then, the protagonist's face turned evil, his eyes glowed red, and he thought, "I will make you feel the same way as I did." Hugo Le Baskerville introduced the territory of Buffaville, the city of Underdog. The scene changed to a mansion where a bald old man was annoyed and said, "Oh dear, the new deputy consul will arrive tomorrow. You have to clean this place up. He came from the main castle, so be extra careful." The servants replied, "Yes, sir." Two servants whispered, "What do you think the new deputy consul will look like? I hope he will be someone with experience in business and trade. Haven't you heard? I heard he is only 15 years old." "What? 15? What can we expect from a 15-year-old? We're doomed. Hey, look, there's someone strange coming in." A servant approached and thought, "Who is this brat?" He wondered if another staff member had brought him in. But he said, "Hey, this is not a place you are allowed to enter." Vikir's eyes turned red and full of killing intent, but he turned around and said, "Let go of me immediately." Then, the protagonist took out the paper that Hugo had stamped before and showed it to him. The two servants saw the document and stood still, gaping. They were sweating and thought, could it be? They looked at each other and forced a smile. "I see you have arrived early, deputy consul. Why did you come a day earlier?" Vikir was annoyed and said, "You, go and prepare some wine and women right away. I need to have a party." Then, the protagonist picked up his backpack and went inside, leaving the two young men standing dumbfounded and terrified. A party? Shaking? Scene change. A while later, a lavish party was fully prepared. The dishes and drinks were all on the table. All the guests had arrived and were laughing with each other. This is Chihuahua Baskerville, the office manager at Underdog. He is in a rather bored state. He stands above and looks down at the crowd. He can't believe that he would hold a party on his first day of taking over his position. A ridiculous name was chosen. Everyone had a hard time with the previous consul who was dismissed for taking bribes. But to hold a drinking party at the sacred workplace, he suddenly got angry and shouted how wicked that name was. That's right, ruin everything. He bet the whole city would be destroyed before he woke up. Suddenly, Vikir appeared behind him from nowhere. His red eyes looked at him from behind. The protagonist spoke. Are you the manager? Hearing this, he was stunned. His face darkened. He didn't expect to mention Chow Chow and Chow Chow would come so quickly. He startled and quickly backed away. Consul, when did you come? The protagonist replied. I am the newly appointed deputy consul, Vikir van Baskerville. The manager was scared and said. I am Chihuahua Baskerville. The protagonist was surprised and asked. Chihuahua Baskerville. Don't you have a middle name? The manager was angry and thought. Again? If someone doesn't have a middle name, it means they are from outside the clan. In simple terms, they have no blood relation, but are just employees. I can't believe that those bastards who came here also treated me like this just because of that. Vikir suddenly patted his shoulder and smiled. I like you. The manager was horrified and thought. What did he say? Is this a dream? Why do I feel so confused? Vikir continued. I have looked over your personal information before I came here. You are from this city, right? That means you know the situation here. I know a lot about the difficulties that the people working on the scene have gone through. I have no intention of interfering with your work. So I hope you continue to do your job well. The manager was horrified and said, yes. But he thought. What is this? Is this a new way to harass someone? Why is he here after the party? Vikir said. There is no problem with the federal law, but there are some strange points in the judicial system. The manager was puzzled. You read it all? In such a short time? The protagonist answered. The problem with the weak is that there are many businesses. The black market is operating and the economy is based on the law. The problem will not be solved by just stopping their activities. We will have to eliminate the core leaders of the underground markets. Hearing this, he was speechless. Vikir continued. The role of the deputy consul is to create and enforce laws. I also have to respect the laws that were created before. But I will add a new law to the existing laws. The manager asked. Will you issue a new law? The protagonist answered. It will completely drain the underground market in a week. But if I want to create a new law and enforce it, I need a reason. The manager asked. Why do you need a reason, when they are doing illegal things? Vikir answered. I am young and I am still a newcomer who will only be appointed. Tomorrow, I need to have a performance to persuade them. So, I will set up some dung to attract the flies. The manager is horrified and thinks, oh my God, what is he planning? The scene shifts to the main street of Underdog. Right below, there are countless people coming and going like a fair. This is Dosmet Road. The leader comes here and summons everyone. Everyone looks bewildered and whispers loudly. It becomes very noisy. At this time, Vikir stands proudly on it, with a cold face and a cool outfit. The people behind him discuss what the deputy consul's plan is. He has been standing there since early morning. How do I know, huh? But a lot of people have gathered. Suddenly, the protagonist speaks up. Listen carefully, I am the new deputy consul appointed. The people start to whisper. He looks so young, so cute. What can a kid like that do? Vikir continues. I'm sure you all have read the public notices here. Although the deputy consul has changed, the self-governing laws of the Baskerville clan are still valid by the Constitution. Baskerville Self-Governing Law Section 20. Behind me is the report, you can check it out if you want. The people discuss again. And they will remain unchanged. I doubt they will keep all of that. The ones in power are always like that. I doubt it will take a lot of time until he lobbies to maintain the old territory. The manager witnesses the scene and is furious. He shouts, "You idiot, have you forgotten who is responsible for your safety? He came from the main castle of the Baskerville clan. Do we need to put a sword to your necks to calm you down?" Then the people discuss again, clapping. If Chihuahua says so, we should stop. If Chihuahua is the deputy consul, it's better than a kid. How will he enforce the law then? Ignoring the comments, the protagonist suddenly grabs the stick. His eyes are sharp and he raises it high. Everyone stands there, out of their minds, not knowing what's going on. Then Vikir uses his strength to slam the stick down to the floor. He looks like a superhero transforming, his eyes red and cool. Everyone sees it and is terrified. The manager and his colleagues are also stunned. The stick has sunk deep into the floor. But Vikir speaks up with his authority. As the deputy consul, I will announce a new special law. Vikir's Special Law Section 1, Article 1. Whoever pulls this stick out will receive 100 million gold. Everyone stands there in silence, frozen for 5 seconds. Everyone is confused when they hear that. Then everyone gets excited. What, 100 million gold? The consul said 100 million. That's equal to 4 years of work for one person. Who would give 100 million to someone who pulls out a few sticks? The manager is still standing there, dumbfounded, not believing what he sees. What the hell is going on here? The protagonist stands proudly, crossing his arms. No one, huh? No one wants the money? Then I have no choice. Vikir changes the stakes and sets a higher level of play. Vikir's Special Law Section 1, Article 2. Whoever pulls this out will immediately receive 1 billion gold. As stipulated by Vikir van Baskerville, Deputy Consul. The protagonist says confidently. Whoever pulls it out will get 1 billion, still no one, huh? Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. It turned out to be a man with a beer belly who spoke up. This is ridiculous. Are you making a joke of us? Everyone else chimed in. That's right, stop playing around and go to sleep. 1 billion is not chicken feed. The manager held his head in despair and thought, why are we the ones who feel ashamed? The male lead said coldly, so you mean no one will step up? Then there is no other way. Everyone heard that and froze again. Episode 2. Vikir, stay and change the rule board. Special Rule of Vikir's House, Article 1, Section 3. Whoever pulls out this stake will immediately receive 10 billion gold as stipulated by Vikir van Baskerville, the vice-consul. The male lead said loudly, whoever pulls it out will get 10 billion, still no one? You disappoint me too much. The audience stood agape in astonishment. What is this situation? Is he serious? Should I try it? Are you crazy? Who knows what will happen to you? Look at the sword on his waist. What if he kills you for being greedy? Maybe that thing is super heavy. Besides, it seems to be leaning more than 1 billion more than before. I'm sure he has another intention, it's better not to go up there. The male lead continued, so there is still no one, fine then. The manager panicked and approached him, whispering, Vice Consul, in our city, that amount of money. Suddenly, a hand was raised. Sir, can I try it? She was a kind and petite flower girl. An old man came forward and advised, "Kid, you are Julia, the flower girl, right? What are you thinking, going up there?" The girl replied, "My mother is sick, so I have to do something." The old man said, "You are too naive, you will be killed if you go up at times like this." The girl just smiled and said, "If that happens, please take care of my mother for me." The old man was speechless. Then the girl slowly approached the stake, her face full of fear. But she thought, will he really kill me? I will become a laughingstock for everyone, so maybe he will at least give me some coins. I hope I can get as much as a flower. Fakir said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Your task is right there, try to pull it up." The girl obeyed and sat down, holding the stake with a worried face. Then she pulled with all her strength, and the stake started to shake. Surprisingly, in a moment, she lifted it up. Her face was stunned, and everyone who witnessed it was amazed. The kid pulled it up, she really did it, she did it. The girl was confused. Why is it so easy to pull it up? What will happen to me now? Fakir was red with anger, his eyes like a devil, and his hand was reaching for the sword behind him. The girl saw that and was terrified, closing her eyes. I will be executed. Is it because I defied the nobility? An unforgivable sin, or because I was too greedy? If I die, who will take care of my mother? Mom, I'm sorry. But no, the male lead pulled out a big bag of money and threw it to the girl who was trembling with fear. Fakir said, "Here is 100 million gold for now. Take the bag of gold and be shocked." The people were also shocked. The male lead glanced at her and said, "Where's your house? 10 billion gold will be heavy, so I will send it to your house. I will have a guard escort you home with the reward." Then Fakir stroked the girl's head and said, "You are amazing. You are very brave. This is the law. The law must be obeyed." The manager was shocked and speechless, his mouth wide open in astonishment. The people were also stunned, standing still and looking at each other. Inside, it was all real money and gold. This time, it seemed like an opportunity for the Fakir special law to become more popular than the self-rule law of the Buffavin clan. If someone broke the law, they would be punished, but if they obeyed, they would be rewarded. The simple method was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people. From that day on, the people in the city kept talking and buzzing. Do you know the vice-consul? He is really different. I heard that the vice-consul of Fakir always carries a sword with him at any time. That is the social rule since the enactment of the Fakir special law. The crime rate had decreased significantly and the crime rate had halved. A sign was hung up, and the manager finally finished with a sigh of relief. The protagonist spoke up. Is that the identity of the East? You write really well, Manager Chihuahua. The manager smiled and replied. I don't think it's a trivial job. In my 20 years of work, I have never touched it. Fakir said we can't get angry with those who don't trust and despise the law. I was thinking of how to attract attention and leave a strong impression. The old manager wiped his tears and said emotionally, Chihuahua, will follow you for the rest of my life. Now I realize the difficulties I have faced. After meeting you, Vice Consul, it was not useless. The protagonist comforted enough. Calm down. The two young men thought it was all the things that Camus had done in his previous life. When she became the queen, the crime rate was almost zero. Of course, because she forced the politicians with violence, she was not very loved by everyone. But Fakir was excited and opened the map. The problem started. Because we gave away 10 billion gold, we need to think of a way to get it back, right? This is where the illegal organizations often hide. I will clean up there and confiscate their black money. The old manager was amazed. How do you know it's there? The protagonist replied. I can smell it. The two young men thought of course I knew because that area was where I had investigated and smashed them like crazy before regressing. But the old manager was astonished. How much did you investigate? You always grasp the situation. Suddenly, from outside, someone opened the door and rushed in, looking panicked as if the house was on fire. He shouted loudly, "Vice Consul, there is a request for interrogation from the Youth Self-Government Council of the city." The old manager exclaimed. As expected. The protagonist spoke up. So the flies started to smell the dung, huh? Well, Manager Chihuahua. The manager explained. The Youth Self-Government Council consists of people from the Manglang clan, the Bios clan, the Channel clan, the Luervai clan, the Handmaid clan, and the Bella clan. Wow, the names of the clans are all like famous fashion brands. The author is really lazy to think of real names. They are the second and third generation of the native clans of the Baskerville domain. Although it was called the Youth Self-Government Council, it was actually a social organization. They seem to have something to say about the Vakir special law. The main character had a gloomy face, then said, "So the flies have started to smell the dung, huh?" Hearing this, the two people froze for 5 seconds. Then Vakir smiled wickedly and said, "Then let's exterminate the worms that are gnawing at the dignity of the city, shall we?" The scene shifted to a club hotel in the luxurious city of Underdog. There was no lack of extravagance. There was a room in the deepest part of the club. The VIP room cost 10 million gold for 6 hours. There was a party going on there. The participants were 7 key members of the youth council of the town. A voice said, "Whoever builds the tower, bring everything you have here. We will party all night." They were the sons of the 7 native families in the Baskerville territory. A blonde-haired guy stood proudly and said, "And with that, the pyramid named John Keogh's 666 is completed. And you know, each bottle here costs 10 million gold. You can drink the stuff that spills over the table." The others thanked him and said, "Thanks to you, we can taste this extremely valuable drink. We will serve you very well." The blonde-haired guy continued, "No matter how we spend, our money will not decrease." The guy sitting next to him flattered him and said, "It's all thanks to Baskerville that we can live like this. The slave trade is still developing and catching the Manros as slaves is very smooth. It's all thanks to Baskerville who only cares about expanding the border. And because there are no eyes and ears of the royal family around here, it's really a perfect playground. Even the clubs here are more wasteful than the ones in the capital. Not to mention, the Baskerville family is still protecting us. How safe is that? To be honest, isn't this making the Baskervilles our hunting dogs? The Baskervilles are just a bunch of stupid swordsmen. Just look at what happened to Miss Mayano. They don't even know that we have trapped them. Baskerville personally slaughtered the Messi Marano family, the most loyal family among the 8 families. Thanks to that, there are only 7 families left now. It's because they got in the way of our fun. By the way, have you heard about the new deputy consul? I asked the spectator clearly. He is an illegal obstacle that I think. His name is Vakir. Have you heard of him? He was 15 when I first heard of him. I heard that he threw a big party as soon as he arrived here. That must be a big idiot. I bet we will get along well. Why don't we tease him a little and assert our position? We will throw a big party with the most expensive wines and women. But when the party's over, we will leave the bill for him to pay. That sounds good. How much money can a 15-year-old official have? I bet he won't dare to report to his family for fear of being scolded. Then we will say that it was just a joke and pay him. He will never disobey us again. Suddenly, a waiter came with a peach and said, "Gentlemen, the girls are here." The spoiled youths saw the girl and cheered. "You're still coming after all we've done to you? Get out. You're just ruining the mood. Come on, sit here this time." Suddenly, one of them noticed a stranger coming in with her. It was none other than our cool main character. The redhead asked, "Who is this? Did anyone call the waiter to bring him here?" The waiter asked, "Isn't he your friend?" "I don't know who he is." The waiter was confused. "I didn't notice anything strange. He walked in so boldly, sir." Then he dared to grab the main character's hair and yelled, "Hey kid, where do you think this is?" The main character's eyes turned red with killing intent. "This is the first time someone dared to grab my hair." The others sitting there shuddered, their faces terrified. It turned out that the waiter's rotten hand had been broken mercilessly, so fast that he didn't even feel the pain. A moment later, he screamed. The redhead asked in fear, "Who are you?" The main character answered coldly, "Vakir van Baskerville." The redhead was stunned. "You are Vakir van Baskerville?" Then he shouted in horror, "Deputy Consul? Why are you here?" The main character calmly replied, "You called me." The blonde-haired guy stood up and said, "Oh, Deputy Consul, you work fast. I didn't think you would come here like this." Then the two whispered to each other, "Should we train the newbie right away?" "Yeah, let him pay the wine bill. We'll pull him over and sit with us. And when the party ends, we'll tell him to pay the bill." Vakir slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Stop the nonsense talk here." Right after that, the red wine tower that they had prepared was smashed. Everyone there was extremely shocked. The blonde guy wondered if he had just destroyed the sampan tower with mana resonance. He did it by just touching the table. That meant he was a genius. At that moment, the male lead's face was cold and his eyes were glowing. His whole body was full of energy. He whispered to the other guy, "Damn it, I thought you said he was a 15-year-old kid. You are a skilled swordsman, what are you doing?" The other guy said, "Shut up, I can't last a second against him." Vakir came over and patted the redhead on the shoulder. He said, "You guys, maybe we should pay the bill for the wine." The male lead leaned his devilish face down and said coldly, "Of course you should pay for the wine you drank. Do you also want me to clean up after you enjoy the party?" The redhead panicked and thought, "Damn, I accidentally revealed it." The blonde guy quickly explained, "Who would do such a thing? We would never dare to do that to a member of the Baskerville family. We just wanted to test your qualifications as the deputy consul. As you know, the city of Underdog is a bit declining. We need to know if you can resist temptation." The male lead said, "A master can test his dog as he pleases, right?" As soon as he finished, he threw a punch at the redhead's chest. His 5 fingers pierced through his body. He said coldly, "But the opposite is not true. No matter what the situation, a dog cannot test his master. It seems you don't know what fear is. Is it because you have a little money and power? That's because you have never seen real terror." Seeing that scene, the others were scared to death. Right after that, the male lead swung his arm and threw the redhead down to the floor. Blood splattered everywhere. Then Vakir stomped on his face and shouted, "Do you know why he ended up like this? If you still don't know, then you deserve the same fate as him." The others were scared and answered, I know. I think I know why, sir." The male lead pressed harder on his head, making him cry out in fear. But he coldly said, "Is that so? If you know, then you need a good lesson too." Then he lightly kicked his head and made it explode on the floor. Blood spattered everywhere, and the others were angry and screamed. "You bastard, do you think you can get away with this?" As soon as I finished this sentence, Vakir had already teleported to him and smiled wickedly and coldly. He said, "See? You also know. You have done too many dirty things. Kidnapping, human trafficking, illegal slavery, disrespecting the Baskerville family. You can't tame an animal without teaching it a lesson." Then he swung his arm and sent the boy to meet his ancestors. How cruel. Vikir's eyes were red and he laughed horribly. It's time to punish these filthy animals who don't know fear. Then the scene changed to the prison, where the manager and Vikir were already there. The manager was horrified by the scene. Inside the iron bars, there was a voice screaming, "You dog, do you think you can escape like this? I will tell my father, you just wait until I get out of here and see how I will kill you. I will never forgive you, let me go." It turned out that the spoiled young masters had been beaten up by the male lead and locked up in prison. The manager spoke up, "Oh my God, what were you thinking? Why did you fight so badly?" The male lead calmly asked, "Do you think I was too harsh?" The manager was confused and answered, "Of course you were, you should have been more gentle. Look, you turned them into minced meat." Vikir said, "Don't panic. Those mayors wanted to stop the corruption in some areas and improve the lives of the people there. But now they have been tainted to the point that they are even infringing on the power of the Baskerville family. Look at how they struggle, it shows that they haven't learned their lesson yet. At sunset, I will personally execute all these beasts. And I will also clean up the ones who are involved." "You're not joking, are you?" the old manager exclaimed in fear. The male lead replied, "Of course not." Suddenly, the boys cried miserably, "I'm sorry, we're sorry, please spare us. I will give you everything I have, please don't kill me." The manager asked, "Will the families behind them just stand by and watch?" "They are usually cowardly and careful, but if they have to, they can be very bold. They will no longer support the businesses that you are controlling. And they will also take revenge, one way or another." The male lead smiled and said, "Don't worry, their families won't be able to complain about anything. Because these guys are all connected to the low-level criminal organizations in the underworld of the city." The old manager asked, "But do we have any evidence, sir?" Vikir answered, "I have my ways, don't worry too much. If we can't find the evidence, we just need to create it. Anyway, I don't care much about the consequences. The era of chaos is coming soon, I will prepare for the battles in the near future. And even if not, I will still be admitted to the academy and continue to survive. I will tell you the crimes of you guys. Kidnapping and trafficking women illegally. Besides, you also bribe, threaten, commit crimes, and even attack and assassinate officials." The blonde guy cried pitifully, "I didn't do any of those things. If you can show me the evidence, I will accept the punishment." The protagonist asked, "You will accept the punishment if there is evidence? You sound like you have committed a crime but there is no proof for it." The blonde-haired man lowered his head in shame. Vikir thought, it seems like he doesn't want to tarnish the reputation of his family, even if he has to face death. From afar, a man was dragging something wrapped carefully and shouted, "Consul, sir." The protagonist was excited and said, "You finally arrived." This man brought a bag with a sharp and bloody sword. He said, "I have completed the mission that you assigned me, sir." Vikir replied, "Very punctual, well done." Inside, there were torture tools from the medieval times. The bald man said, "I have been torturing for 30 years, but this is the first time I see these new toys. How did you come up with these interesting tools?" The protagonist answered, "I didn't invent them, these things are very common where I used to live." The bald man asked, "Did you live in hell or somewhere similar?" Vikir replied, "Do you want me to teach you some fun tricks?" The bald man said, "No, thank you, watching you use these tools makes me nauseous." The protagonist reminisced about these torture tools. Even the political prisoners would confess their military secrets. In this era of destruction, the torture techniques were developing. In the process of dealing with the demons. Now, the protagonist started to take off his shirt slowly, still smiling wickedly and coldly. The blonde-haired man was terrified and screamed, "Oh God!" Vikir asked, "What will happen if you don't open your mouth? Please don't say anything, let me have some time to remember the old memories." As he spoke, the protagonist rolled up his sleeves, smiling like a devil, looking like a pervert. The blonde-haired man was so scared that he cried out loud, tears streaming down his face. The rumor spread quickly that the 7 scumbags who lived in wealth and crime were all caught. That was the only thing that the groups in the city of Aldedo could talk about. Everyone was discussing, are these the bastards who treat the farmers like insects? With the personality of the new consul, I don't think they can get out soon. They are the children of the big families. I think they will only be humiliated for a few days and then released. But according to the law, the sentence for their crimes is death. There is no way he can execute the children of the 7 big families. You fool, don't you know what kind of person the new consul is? He is the one who spent 10 billion just pulling out a steak. However, the consequences of killing them are unpredictable. I bet they won't be executed. The whole city was arguing that this was a power game of the new politician and the local families. Everything could only end when the local families bowed to him. As the people predicted, the families of Marvel, Pius, Lewis, Channel, Handmaid and Brada sent some small gifts to apologize to the new consul. The local tycoons decided to provide the scumbags with bail. And they would only receive some scolding from their fathers. The heads of the families, or at least that was how people thought things would happen until 7 heads were displayed in the city square. The heads were soaked in salt and showed twisted expressions. You can see how much pain they had before they received death. The notices hanging on their heads detailed the crimes they were accused of to receive the death sentence. The sign was hung next to the 7 heads. The content said, Baskerville Clan Law, Article Y, prohibits illegal adult entertainment activities. The punishment is to tattoo the face with the word pervert. Baskerville Clan Law, Article Y, prohibits illegal gambling. The punishment is to cut off the hands according to the number of violations. They were cut off more hands periodically, totaling 72 times. Baskerville Clan Law, Article Y, prohibits illegal usury. The punishment is to tattoo the face according to the damage of the victims. The punishment is processed at the highest level. Baskerville Clan Law, Article 20, prohibits lobbying. The punishment is exile. Because the criminals no longer had signs of life, their bodies were expelled from the wall. After reading the notice, the people were terrified. The protagonist said there was nothing to argue about when these laws were already in place. But in reality, the criminals were famous native nobles, so the law needed to change a little. After receiving this declaration of war, they would surely start planning. Once this war broke out, it would only end when one of the 2 was wiped out. This city of Underdog will become a bloodbath. You better prepare yourself, Chihuahua manager. You will be part of the next plan. The manager exclaimed, What the hell? The scene changed. The manager put on a new outfit and wore a mask. Then he walked and whispered, I'm the deputy consul, is this really a plan? Sitting inside the dog cage, the protagonist smiled and replied, Don't you trust me, Chihuahua? Not at all, sir. But is this a good idea? The old manager replied in confusion. Then the manager ordered someone to push the dog cage up. There were also many people participating here. Perhaps this was a slave market. Most of the nobles were here. Vikir sat in the dog cage and thought, pretending to be a slave was a bit interesting. This was a place outside the city of Aldedo. The luxury carriages began to gather around the big tent. Today was the day of the slave auction. Normally this was a secret auction that the Baskerville house did not participate in. The savages who were caught, the nobles and even the commoners were traded. Suddenly a man greeted me, Welcome, we are very honored to welcome you to the circus today. Oh, you are from the Mahfl house, right? This signature in beautiful handwriting only represents the male house. With your certificate, it seems you have something to sell here. The old manager replied, That's right, we are here to sell the red nose. He said the Ma clan was always a valuable customer who brought us a lot of slaves. I just asked in case you were disappointed with what you bought last time. The old manager replied, not really, we are always satisfied with the slaves here. The red nose continued, black hair and red eyes, you brought a rare item. I guarantee you it will sell well. I'm counting on you. I hope you have a great time at the circus, Mr. Chihuahua Ma Ban. The scene changed to late night. The MC stood up to host the ceremony. People were excitedly discussing, I heard there was a trend of presenting strange slaves. I'm not interested in this trend. Slaves need to be beautiful. Ha, I really enjoy the slaves. In the history of Dream, I remember that the best name was bought by a nobleman, and I also hope everyone can find a good item here. The MC said loudly, the first item is a knight from one of the guilds that the Baskerville family hunted. Right next to me is an A-class monster, rumored to have 19 hearts. It is called Msuriego. Introducing the characteristics of the Hell Troll, Maxi Logo, Danger Level A, Size 3M, Location Lyris Mountain, Second Peak. A type of troll that lives deep in hell, rumored to have 19 hearts and will not stop chasing until death. Skin, flesh, bones and organs are all valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting price is 100 million gold. The audience below pondered for a while, then the signs with numbers and money came out, 100 million, 140 million, 200 million, 250 million. We have 250 million, is there anyone higher? Sold for 250 million. Then there were other items and slaves on the floor. Everyone was still eager to bid, 200 million, 100 million, 60 million. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next item is. A guy came up and whispered to the MC, well, this item is also for sale. I will try to sell it but don't expect much. But the MC started to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, a special item has appeared from the slave traders. From deep in the forest, from the war tribe deep in the Levis Lanoa mountain forest. A black beast man, isn't it very interesting to train a disobedient slave? This is an opportunity for everyone to show their training skills. The clown-faced guy thought, why do they want to sell this thing? But he said, okay, our starting price is 5 million. All the people heard that and kept quiet, no one bothered to bid. Then the MC said, no one, huh? Well, we will lower the starting price to 3 million, but still no one bought it. I will lower the price to only 1 million. The audience still sat still. The MC signaled to end, well, this thing can't be sold. I told you to only bring things that can be sold here. Throw it away, we will use it as bait next time. The Beastman boy was excited and rushed up, but was punched by the big masked guy and fainted. His eyes were white, he spat blood and then passed out. The big guy carried the Beastman boy inside. The MC said awkwardly, everyone, it seems that there was a small collision. To show our sincerity, we will start the auction of the best item today. At this time, the long-haired protagonist stepped out. A lady saw him and exclaimed, oh my God, a handsome guy with 6 packs. The MC enthusiastically introduced a special item with black hair and red eyes. Clearly, he doesn't need much training. Excellent quality, I'm looking forward to starting. The lady who likes handsome guys quickly raised the sign, 600 million. The MC was shocked, we haven't started yet, but there is already a price of 600 million. Another guy raised the sign, 800 million. The lady was annoyed and shouted, why, you are a man. Then the two of them quarreled. I'm a man, so what? What are you going to do with him? It's none of your business. I'm going to use him as a slave warrior. A guy with a blue superhero mask shouted, 900 million. Suddenly, a sign with 99 raised up with the words 6 billion. The MC was horrified, 6 billion, really 6 billion? Do we have a price of 6 billion, is there anyone else bidding? introducing this fat man as Count Gamino from the Grand Ari domain. The audience murmured, 6 billion for one time, what a waste. I heard he ate up all the underground forces and quickly expanded his financial influence. Don't joke, the blonde standing next to him said, the Count doesn't have to spend that much. The old Gamino replied, with such a beautiful slave, it's still a bargain. If we sell him in the capital, we will make a big deal if we sell him later. The blonde said, even so.
Then he directly smashed the shackles in front of the old man. He shouted in the fat man's face, "Are you joking? That sounds fun." The blonde girl standing next to him was gaping in shock. Vikir lifted his bare foot lightly and then stomped on the ground, causing the rocks there to fly everywhere. The fat man was also thrown high by him. After a while, the old man lay face down on the ground in pain. Vikir walked over and grabbed him, saying, "How about this game? The topic is shield and spear. I will be the spear if you are the shield that can survive. Then you win." As he spoke, the protagonist's eyes lit up and a killer's gaze flashed, accompanied by a wicked smile. Next, the protagonist grabbed his hand hard, causing the old man to bleed everywhere. The fat man cried in fear, his eyes white with horror. He shouted, "Shinzi, call the guards for me, I'm dying." Then there was a loud bang and blood splattered everywhere. The fat man lay there, foaming at the mouth. His eyes were no longer moving, and tears still flowed out non-stop. The protagonist spoke, "Lord Gamino, are you fainting? Then I win this game." Then Vikir slowly took off his wig. The blonde girl standing next to him exclaimed, You are Vikir van Baskerville." But the protagonist smiled coldly and asked, "Oh, but wait, is he dead yet?" The audience was shocked. If it was Vikir, wasn't he the deputy consul of this city? Why was the Hound of Baskerville here? Vikir stood proudly in front of the bright stage lights and said, "Circus, what a fitting name for tonight." Then the protagonist smiled like death, his eyes evil. He said, "Everyone here, don't think you can get out safely. You can't escape, boy, to be or not to be." The clown who witnessed the scene was terrified. He said, "What the hell is that?" But he shouted, "Who cares if he is the deputy consul or not? He doesn't have any weapons. Brothers, kill him for me." As soon as he finished, some small guys rushed up with guns. Their faces were full of murderous intent, facing the protagonist. "But you guys messed with the wrong ones, you mangy dogs." Smelling the bloody scent, the sword Beelzebub slowly emerged. Around it was a red aura and a familiar voice, "Master, I'm hungry." As fast as a gust of wind, the protagonist glided past the group of soldiers and casually chopped off their heads. The guys didn't have time to say anything, they were too out of their league. The clown saw the horrible scene and was confused. He thought, that is the red aura, how is that possible? After dealing with the small guys, the protagonist turned to the big guy standing next to him. He was spinning a metal ball that annoyed Vikir. He spun the iron ball for a while and then aimed it straight at the protagonist, but the young man just looked and smiled coldly. Right after that, the other's eyes showed extreme fear. The iron ball was cut in half, and so was the body of the masked man. It was too horrible. The clown stood there in fear, thinking that he was a grandmaster. Even if he was a Baskerville, how could he be a grandmaster at this age? A grandmaster was a weapon that represented the power of the whole country. At this rate, we would all be killed. Suddenly he noticed the manager who was screaming in horror. Who would have thought that the deputy consul's swordsmanship was so terrifying? This was truly the most foolish thing ever. "Why did you suddenly speak, old man?" The manager froze for 5 seconds, probably realizing how stupid he was just now. On this side, the protagonist was busy skewering one by one, when suddenly the clown shouted, "Hey, look over here, Deputy Consul." Vikir glanced over and saw that the clown had taken the manager hostage. He pressed a knife to the manager's neck and said, "Drop your weapon and surrender. If you don't want your comrades to die horribly. Hurry up, don't you hear what I say?" The manager looked at the clown and shouted without hesitation, "Deputy Consul, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Things like injustice and compromise are not in my dictionary. I'd rather die here than harm my master." Then he directly grabbed the clown's hand and pressed the knife closer to his neck, shouting, kill me, you bastard, I'm not afraid of death." The clown was terrified and yelled, "You crazy old dog, stop struggling." The protagonist laughed out loud. "Your words and your face don't match at all. You're a bad actor, office manager Chihuahua. But I appreciate your loyalty. But don't worry, when I left the Baskerville territory, I received a very interesting gift from the clan leader." As he spoke, the protagonist pulled up his pants leg and there was a small flute tied underneath. The clown was stunned. "A flute? What are you going to do with it?" Vikir disdainfully ignored him. The young man started to blow the flute, and the sound of a cow pulling a cart echoed throughout the auditorium. The flute was very loud, making the nobles sitting there cover their ears and grimace. On this side, the clown and the old manager were also standing dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell was going on. After a while, the protagonist stopped. But nothing happened, everything was normal. The clown was confused. Nothing happened? What, is this whistle just to scare the kids? Just as I thought, even a grandmaster has to admit defeat to me. As soon as he finished, a sword pierced through his throat. At this point, the clown finally realized something. He looked down and saw something real. Then, oh, there was no then anymore. A killer's figure stood right behind the clown. A sword directly cut off his neck. The head slowly fell down, revealing a cold-faced young man. The old manager was terrified and exclaimed, "Oh God, what is that?" A brute dog still stepped on him fiercely and shouted, "What is this, you bastard? Who gave you permission to make trouble here?" Then the assassin ignored him, swung his sword as fast as lightning. In a flash, he slashed dozens of times at the man. A stream of red murderous aura, the rest witnessed their comrades being chopped into pieces by the assassin's sword and were directly shocked. Vikir stood there with a wicked smile, the drama was coming. From far away, a group of people dressed exactly like the assassin just now. They marched in together, then stood in a neat formation. In no time, the hooded people had completely taken control of the auditorium. Everyone's face was cold and full of killing intent. The weaklings witnessed and cried out, "Don't tell me they are. No, it can't be, please tell me it's not true." The blonde girl stood there stupidly, thinking about the tooth symbol on the chest. She had heard of them, the most brutal knight army of the empire, known by the name of the machine that destroys everything. They were all elites, that was the dog army of the Baskerville clan. While she was lost in thought, a dog soldier stood next to her, his hand eagerly drew his sword. The blonde girl looked up in horror, "No, I can't die here." Suddenly, Vikir rushed over like the wind and said, "Let this person live." The dog soldier immediately backed away and knelt down. The protagonist stood proudly and said loudly, "Deal with the rest of them, don't kill anyone who has completely surrendered. However, if anyone shows any resistance, just kill them all for me." The dog soldier immediately took the order and ran away. "Yes, sir." Then Vikir glanced at the blonde girl and thought. Hugo was very sensitive about the military, luckily he could get the dog soldiers without any problems. Then the whole auditorium was filled with corpses and blood. The screams of agony still echoed. The young dog soldiers still slaughtered mercilessly. In a corner, there was a nobleman who was scared to pee his pants, lying there shivering. He thought, "I'll just lie here for now, when everything settles down, I'll find a chance to run away." But no way, you dog, a young dog soldier stood next to him, his face not very friendly. He was scared and raised his hand, saying, "I surrender, I'll put on handcuffs." The young dog soldier coldly replied, "We don't carry those things, you dog." As soon as he threw the sentence, the young dog soldier swung his sword down to the ground, directly cutting off the legs of the nobleman lying on the ground. Then the young dog soldier said coldly, "Now you can't run anymore, can you? Those who are executed don't need legs for anything." Suddenly, a fat man wearing sunglasses came over to Vikir and smiled, "Nephew, how do you feel about using the dog soldiers, are you satisfied?" The protagonist replied, "I'm very satisfied, Uncle Betolter." He introduced the old man as Bertolter Le Baskerville, the commander of the dog army. He continued, if you need anything else in the future, just let me know. But Rio thought, so that's Vikir, now I understand why Hugo is interested in this kid. He is so decisive and ruthless, much more than other 15-year-old children. But he patted the protagonist's head and said, come and join the dog army in the future. I'm sure I'll teach you well. Vikir answered, I'll consider that. I have an urgent matter to deal with, so I'll go ahead. Then the protagonist left quickly, leaving old Rio standing there dumbfounded. But he smiled and thought, he dared to refuse me, huh? He is an interesting child, he makes me want to own him more. The protagonist was annoyed and thought, this fat guy is annoying. Then Vikir walked to somewhere. As he walked, he thought, I'm sure he's somewhere around here. Is this the safe where the stupid nobles hid the money they paid at the auction? All of it will be taken to the city hall. The tax this year is settled. He thought about how the Baskerville family had provided so much funding and felt bad. But that's not important right now. Because I came here for another reason. Then the protagonist pulled the curtain covering the dog cage. But Vikir was directly amazed by what he saw right in front of him. It was the wild girl who was auctioned before the protagonist and no one bought her. Then she was beaten unconscious and thrown in here. The girl lay there motionless, tears still flowing, her body full of wounds. Vikir quietly sat down and examined. It seemed that she had been tortured when she was dragged here. You should feel very lucky. I'll give you the medicine I got from the knights. It's because of my kindness. Then the protagonist took out a red tube of medicine and slowly poured it into the mouth of the wild girl. Right after that, her body began to change. Her whole body emitted a red stream of energy. Suddenly, the wild girl woke up and opened her eyes wide. She was scared and crawled back, her face very terrified when she saw the protagonist. Vikir witnessed that and said, why are you so surprised? Suddenly, the wild girl froze, stunned by the protagonist's question. She also gradually let go of her defensive state.
Camus held his breath and turned red, looking southward and waiting for an answer. Vikir was also a bit surprised. He hesitated and said, yes, I agree. The two cousins were shocked and speechless. The deputy clan leader was annoyed and thought, how dare this cunning kid say that he would agree if that was what he wanted, and act so arrogantly in front of the only direct daughter of my clan. Camus was confused and blushed, thinking, wait, does that mean he doesn't dislike me? Is he the type of person who is easily embarrassed? Hugo spoke up and said, bloodline and lineage don't mean anything in Baskerville. Sometimes Lay will produce inferior children and Van will produce superior children. The deputy clan leader replied, the clan leader highly evaluates him. Is he really that talented? Then he approached the protagonist, his face grim as if he was a father-in-law meeting his future son-in-law. The protagonist thought, Adolf is the sixth person of the clan. He is one of the strongest among the leaders of the Morg clan, a clan that is prestigious and excellent in magic. He is also known as one of the uncles who spoils his niece foolishly. He leaned close to the protagonist and said, kid, I don't tell you this every time, but talent alone is not enough to be Camus' husband. But I think this arranged marriage is a proposal from the clan and not my intention. Personally, I don't think any child of Baskerville is suitable for Camus. Why do you seem so calm? Then he asked, why don't you answer me? Are you listening to me? The protagonist answered, I stopped listening because you said, you are not talking to me. Camus was amazed at the protagonist and thought, how can he be so bold in front of me? Old Hugo couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing quietly. Suddenly, the deputy clan leader laughed loudly and said, Mr. Hugo, can I talk to this kid privately? Hugo answered, fine, if you insist. I thought you were going to talk about love, but it turns out you are going to drag him to the battlefield. I'm worried about standing next to you too. The deputy clan leader said, oh, the child of Baskerville, I will test your ability. So show me everything you have. The protagonist said, yes, I understand. The young man thought, you will fail if I show you everything. The old man said, I will give you a little advantage. Then he used natural mana to absorb it in his arm, then created a kind of sand magic circle. A few seconds later, a bottle crystallized under his feet. Camus saw it and exclaimed, "He is creating a bottle as I expected from him. He is proficient in fire, earth, and water magic." Then he used mana to create water to fill the bottle and held it up to swing it over his head. He pointed his finger at the jar and said, "I will duel with a jar full of water on my head. If you can make me drop a drop of water, you will win." Vikir thought Adolphe Mort was very strong, and he didn't even hope to approach him. In his previous life, this was a great opportunity to experience some of his power. The protagonist looked at Hugo and thought he was sure Hugo would let him think the same. What would be his chance of winning if he faced him with all his strength before regressing? "Come here with me." Assassination by ambush would have a 50% chance. Maybe 10% if facing him directly. No need to fight with all his strength. He just needed to show enough to please Hugo. It was time to test the skills of a great wizard. Then the protagonist rushed up with his sword and fought. Camus witnessed the scene and was very surprised. But he said he couldn't rush in directly. The protagonist was confused, but it was too late. In a moment, he had created a protective barrier. The protagonist slashed at it, but it didn't budge. He said, "Why did you tell him that, my dear grandson? A magic shield is the best counter to a swordsman. And this shield will be hard to break without a special aura." Then his eyes lit up, and he created a strange magic with 4 meteorites surrounding his arm. Then he shouted, "Now it's time for me to attack." Then he threw the newly created meteorites at Vikir. The protagonist quickly jumped back to avoid the fierce attacks. Camus saw his uncle fight hard with his crush and was very angry. He shouted, "That's too much, you don't even use that kind of magic when you fight with me." He also shouted, "Camus, you're scared of him, aren't you? Now you're on his side. You bastard, I won't forgive you for making my grandson fall in love with you." Hugo crossed his arms and thought, he attacks with a speed that is hard to dodge. It seems I don't need to intervene. Let's see what this young hunter will show in front of the great wizard. The protagonist thought, is this his skill level? In fact, I only regressed in the form of an 8-year-old child, and I can use my combat experience before regressing. I can lure him to lower his shield, I can even kill him. Then the protagonist rushed up and slashed at his shield repeatedly, but realized it didn't seem to work. He said, "It won't change anything if you do that hundreds of times, your sword can't break my shield." Ignoring the old man's taunts, Vikir kept rushing up and slashing wildly. Then the old man's protective barrier cracked. He was amazed, is he attacking the same spot many times? "Gay man, could rise to power so quickly is because of you, right? After investigating, I found your money-making skills are quite good. If you had developed this talent outside the underground family, you might have become a major trader or a bank owner. I promise you, if you answer my question, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will make you live in regret forever." Rose hesitated, bit her lip, but answered, "If it's something I can answer, I will." Vikir asked, "So, what do you think? Am I enforcing the law well?" Rose smiled and replied, "I think you're doing extremely well." The protagonist coldly said, "If you don't answer seriously, I won't keep my word." Rose, looking down in fear, replied hesitantly, "I think you're doing it wrong." The protagonist smiled dangerously and menacingly. He then slowly approached the girl, surprising Rose. Vikir's hand gradually raised, touching the girl's chin, and the two looked into each other's eyes affectionately. Vikir coldly asked, "What's the reason?" Rose was extremely frightened. But suddenly, the protagonist lowered his hand and returned to his seat to speak. "I will listen for a bit then," he said. "Tell me, where am I going wrong?" Rose, grinding her teeth with resentment, replied, "It has been a long time since, as a consul, one of the key elements is virtue. You can create laws to deal with street criminals and elevate your status. However, many people will soon die and suffer because of these new laws. In the long term, you will face the wrath and hatred of the people. Moreover, the Baskerville family will not welcome you if you gain more power than the family head in the city of Aldedodo. Vikir replied, eventually, I will be hated by the people and even become a target for the Baskerville family. So, what do you think I should do now? Rose answered, return all the power and glory from the events that have occurred here to the Baskerville family. You must give them back to the head of the Baskerville family, and to stop attracting attention, you should go to the mountain of Le Aruelano or the academy at the Empire's center. That is where people of your age and status often go to hide their strength and keep their identities secret. When the time comes, the head of the Baskerville family will bear those consequences instead of you. Vikir pondered for a moment, then exuded an extremely strong oppressive aura and said, So you mean you want the hunting dog to turn back and bite its own master's neck? At that moment, the protagonist's face took on a devilish look, his eyes glowing red as he looked at Rose. The girl did not show fear but started back at Vikir confidently, saying, As a hunting dog, that is the only way for you to avoid being despised by your master. The protagonist smiled menacingly and replied, Oh, is that so? I will remember this. Good advice, your idea is almost exactly like my own thoughts. Vikir then took a key and approached Rose to unlock her. He said, As promised, you are free now. This surprised Rose, but she still looked very confused and asked, Are you really going to let me go? The protagonist replied, I am a man of my word. Rose immediately walked away, saying, I hope the day you regret what happened today never comes. Suddenly, the protagonist asked, Do you know of a family called MC Mezzanaro? Among the families building the city of Endedo, there are not only the 7 famous great families but also a very rich and powerful merchant family. They are the 8th family, the Mezzanaro family. However, this family collapsed due to an unfortunate event. The youngest son of the Mezzanaro family, at a birthday party, was bragging about a new sword technique he had just learned. The performance began, and the Baskerville family could not believe their eyes. The sword technique that the child displayed was the Baskervilles, known only to members of their family. The news had reached the head of the Baskerville family. They had decided that their most secret military information had been leaked. Consequently, the Baskerville family unleashed their hunting dogs, causing the entire Mexico Yanaro family to vanish. However, in reality, a few people were pulling the strings behind the scenes. The little devils of the 7 families had stolen the sword techniques from the Baskerville family and allowed the child of the Misalanero family to learn them. Rose, looking very confused yet trying to keep her composure, smiled awkwardly and said, The story of the 8th family, huh? What does that have to do with me? The protagonist replied, In fact, there were survivors in the massacre of the Mice Dinero family. Those 7 fools had secretly hidden a 1-year-old girl from among the ruins. And the only reason was that she was very beautiful. She was forced to endure the cruel torture of those people. The acts they committed were so vile that I do not even want to mention them. Rose, angry, shouted, Enough. Then she quickly walked towards the exit. Vikir continued, However, the story is not yet over. Time passed, and a new deputy consul was appointed to this city. That deputy consul swept clean the city's old problems and punished them. The culprits of it all were those 7 fools. The newly appointed deputy consul ensured that the 7 were brutally tortured and made them confess their crimes at the end of their dirty lives. And that is when they uttered their last words, I am sorry for committing such a heinous crime, or something along those lines. Upon hearing this, Rose was filled with indignation, tears streaming down her face. She shouted, Sorry? Who are they apologizing to? The protagonist replied, Who else but you, the girl using the fake name Cindy Wendyson Rose, and the only survivor of the Mexico Dinero family? Rose asked, How can I believe you? About you capturing and torturing them, how can I believe that they apologized? Vikir then picked up a torch, lighting up the entire room, and said, "How can you believe me? Perhaps seeing with your own eyes is the easiest way. Come, take a look." Rose's eyes widened in shock and fear as she looked behind. Inside, there were the headless bodies of the 7 devils, sons of the 7 great families. On the floor, written in their blood, were the words, "We are the ones who drove the Mexico Dinero family to extinction, please forgive our crimes. I am sorry, I don't want to die, I am so scared, please forgive me." Rose was utterly shocked and horrified by the gruesome scene. She immediately became nauseous and couldn't bear the terrifying sight. Vikir approached and said, "However, even though they all died in agony, the revenge of the Mexico Dinero family is not yet over. There is still one more family. Cindy Wendyson Rose, that is the Baskerville family, who have always looked down on others. Of course, you have the right to seek revenge on them." Rose asked, "You are a member of the Baskerville family, so why are you helping me?" The protagonist smiled wickedly and menacingly replied, "Ah, that is a wrong question." Rose immediately knelt and replied, "I understand what you mean. Vikir van Baskerville, I will repay this kindness, no matter what you wish to do with the rest of your life. I assure you that you will never have to worry about money again." As Rose's figure faded away, Vikir stood there, smiling triumphantly. "I will remember that promise very well." The scene shifts to the next morning. The manager eagerly runs to the protagonist's room. He enters with a wide grin, saying, "Hello, Deputy Consul, the sun seems to have risen high, it's time to get to work." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, and he screamed, "Oh my, what is this?" In front of him was a room covered in blood and bodies on the floor. Vikir was still sleeping soundly on the bed. The protagonist, covered in blood, sleepily woke up and said, "Oh, good morning, manager." The manager, panicked, asked, "What's with all these bloody corpses?" The protagonist replied, "I don't remember, it seems like I killed them in my sleep." The manager asked, "Really?" Vikir replied, "Of course not, I was just joking." A moment later, the two were ready and on the road, still discussing the previous night's incident. The manager asked, "What kind of intense childhood did you have?" Vikir retorted, "Why, wasn't my joke funny?" The manager replied, "No, it's not about being funny or not. It seems like there have been many inconveniences on your path recently." Vikir thought back, recalling being hit by 2 poison arrows, 4 times poisoned by acid, sniper attacks, fires, run over by a carriage, and many more. There have been so many random incidents. Does it mean I have attracted attention? The manager said, "I really think you're crazy." The protagonist reflected on the troll's resilience from the previous illegal auction, a skill with an A-level danger rating. "It's more effective than I thought. Thanks to song Manhwa and resilience, my body has been strengthened. Even assassins of the highest level cannot penetrate my skin." Vikir continued, "But since things are becoming troublesome, I must investigate." The manager agreed, "That's a wise decision." Suddenly, a carriage appeared in front of the consulate. The protagonist, confused, noticed the Baskerville flag. Is that the Baskerville family coming? It seems they are sent by the family. The carriage stopped, and its door slowly opened. Inside, a figure stepped out, causing the manager to be terrified, sweating profusely, and then he stood straight and saluted. The protagonist remained relatively calm, not too surprised. From inside, an elderly man with silver hair stepped out, likely the butler John. The two stood there, looking straight at the newcomer. The familiar figure, dressed in a very elegant vest, was none other than the chief butler John. Upon seeing the protagonist, he bowed and said, "It has been a long time since I saw you, young master." The protagonist replied, "You look much better, butler." Chief butler John approached, smiling, "Is that so? Since you left the main house, I knew you would do well." Vikir responded, "It's just luck." The manager stood solemnly, watching the conversation between the two. He thought, this is Chief Butler John Barrymore, from the Barrymore family, which has held the position of Chief Butler for 4 generations in the notorious and fearsome Baskerville family. A place where a small mistake can lead to death. It's unexpected to meet the epitome of logistic workers here. Vikir asked, "Anyway, you've come all this way, which means?" Chief Butler John replied, "Yes, sir, the family head has praised your progress and ordered you to return to the main house." It seems he is very happy and satisfied with the young master. The protagonist, utterly confused, thought, the old wolf Hugo is happy about this. Vikir was the most beloved character among the citizens of the underground city. Moreover, Deputy Consul Vikir also won several titles, the most loved by traders and farmers, the most respected by children and scholars, and the most targeted by assassins. It's odd to win a title for being the most assassinated by assassins. A few days later, Vikir returned to the main house, where old Hugo, unable to stop smiling, said, "Everyone says the Baskerville dogs only know how to bite and not to use their brains. With this achievement of yours, we can erase those unpleasant prejudices. You've done very well, my son." The protagonist replied, "I only did what I should do." Then, the protagonist noticed Hugo slapping a pile of newspapers praising him on the table. Vikir thought, is that a happy face? Hugo continued, "Ah, right, if you do wrong, you are punished, but if you do well, you should be rewarded. I have decided you will be the one to go to the academy this year." The protagonist was somewhat surprised, thinking it was as he had predicted. The first Academy Crocchio, the gathering place of the Empire's most outstanding talents, only accessible to the children of nobility and royalty. To ensure internal security, students were required to stay in dormitories. This was an opportunity for him to grow stronger without attracting Hugo's attention. Hugo continued, "Besides you, I plan to send a few more, but I haven't decided who yet. Do you want any siblings to join you?" Vikir thought for a moment and then remembered 3 familiar, friendly faces. He thought he would use them as sandbags. Then, the protagonist replied, "I am closest to the 3 bro siblings." Hugo said, "Then I will send those 3 with you. Do you remember the plan you mentioned when you were 8? Vikir replied, "You mean the joint training with the Morgue family?" The plan to lend the Morgue family the ruby mine and use them to eliminate the mountain bandits? Hugo smiled broadly and replied, "Exactly, that plan of yours was a great success." The protagonist, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Hugo explained, "The Morgue family proposed a joint raid with us. They were quite modest about it, so why don't you check the border once before enrolling at Los? You should also see how the laws you set are being enforced. That will surely be a good experience for you." Vikir replied, "Yes, father, I will obey." A few days later in the city of Endedo, the manager tearfully bid farewell to the protagonist. He waved and said, "Take care, Deputy Consul. I will do my best with the management while you're away." The protagonist thought to himself that he would soon diverge from the life he had promised his secretary. The group then continued their journey to the border. Suddenly, Vikir said, "It's about time." From behind, a group of assassins from the Pitbull Corps leaped down. The protagonist apologized for making them wait, saying he didn't want to depart in disorder. He introduced, "This is Star Fuser Baskerville, the captain of the Pitbull Corps." Fuser replied, "No problem, young master. We will ensure your safe escort to the Morgue family's juvenile fortress." Vikir asked about Boston Terriel's well-being. Fuser replied, "The Earl is as usual. After the slave auction incident, he is still determined to have you join the Pitbull Corps." The protagonist thought that the Earl always made him uncomfortable. The scene shifts to the mountainous border region. Vikir asked, "Is this the area we lent to the Morgue family? It seems like no one is breaking the law." Fuser replied that the special envoy had come to inspect the territory, but in reality. Vikir interrupted, I know they came here to eliminate the mountain bandits. Fuser continued, from what I heard, the Morgue delegation includes 3 representatives, 30 members of the lower house, and about 100 non-legislative wizards. The protagonist remarked that the Morgue family seemed serious about this matter. Fuser agreed. Vikir thought that the Baskerville family had only sent a few knights and himself, a member of the lower house. The elite troops were stationed on the other side of the mountain. Just as old Hugo said, experimenting with the lifestyle of the mountain bandits wouldn't hurt. The scene moves to near the fort. Many trees with sharp branches surrounded the area, each bearing a human skeleton. Vikir said, this must be the work of those sorcerers. Surely, this is Morg's warning to the mountain bandits. It's terrifying indeed. However, the protagonist thought that this gloomy scene of death reminded him of her, a bloodthirsty and cruel witch. She must have grown up by now. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on top of the city wall. They shouted something, causing a stir among the people. Vikir, startled, looked up. Over at the men's side, there were 3 dazed blonde brothers. Now, on the women's side, there were 3 fierce blonde sisters. One of them spoke up, no one is allowed to pass here without our permission. No one, absolutely no one. Vikir pondered, he knew these girls. They are the 3 flowers of the Morgue house, the trio of High Sis, Mid Sis, and Low Sis. All 3 are equally mad. People even say that their madness reaches the heavens when they are together, he thought. Vikir announced, we are an envoy from the Baskerville house. We've come to inspect the territory to deepen the friendship between our 2 families. Please open the gates. The blonde girl waved her hand dismissively, not now. We have to report to our superior, so wait here. Maybe by tomorrow, there will be a response. The protagonist asked, what right do you have to prevent us from entering our own land? The blonde girl replied, oh, are you underestimating us because we are hired hands? Don't you know the tenant protection law, which your family enacted? Vikir responded, a law enacted by the Baskervilles? Then I will amend it so I can evict any tenant I dislike. Let them know who truly owns this land. I'm saying it one last time, open the gates. Vikir spoke with a murderous intent, his angry gaze directed at the 3 blonde sisters, making them sweat in fear. One of them, grinding her teeth in anger, replied, I heard some deranged boy has taken control of the underworld city. But we've faced enough crazies like you, the girl said. She began to gather energy in her hand and, without hesitation, threw a powerful punch towards the protagonist's group. Below, Vikir remained calm, knowing she was just bluffing with that feeble show of force. The blonde sister stood tall, insisting, if we say you wait, you must wait. How dare a common swordsman like you be so insolent here? You cannot enter Morgue territory without permission. Perhaps we should demonstrate the strength of Baskerville's rising star right here. Safari slowly drew his sword and said, Master, I don't think we can solve this with words. Please allow me 5 minutes to silence these 3 crazy girls. The protagonist replied, all right, but don't be too harsh. Yet, don't be too gentle either. Slap those crazies. Suddenly, from the army, a few shouted, damn women, so ignorant of their status. It's utterly absurd. This confused Vikir, thinking, this voice, why does it sound familiar? The 3 blonde sisters shouted from above, you cheeky servants, who gave you the right to speak so rudely? Do you think you're our equals? You're the ones without manners. Suddenly, 3 guys burst forward, saying, shut up, you crazies, it's not us, it's not us. Then they removed their hoods, revealing their blonde hair, signaling trouble. And indeed, it was the wealthy bro trio. The leader pointed at the protagonist and announced loudly, listen up, you 3 crazies. He's the emblem of the Baskerville family, don't be disrespectful. Or we'll slap you silly. Then the three clowns turned back, winked, and said, "Brother, leave this to us." Vikir, utterly shocked and dismayed, thought, 3 crazies above, 3 nuts below. It's a madhouse here. What is going on? Why are these 3 acting like this? Suddenly, the second one turned and said, "Consider this a thank you for getting us into the academy." "So, Vikir, leave this to us," he continued. The protagonist pondered, "So it's about the academy. But I plan to use these 3 as punching bags. In the future, they'll become soldiers obsessed with killing. They're not sharp or smart enough to make their own decisions. But for executing orders, they're no problem. Well trained, they might be useful to me. 3 fierce but obedient dogs wouldn't be bad." Vikir, not hiding his amusement, replied, "Oh, is that so? I'm putting my trust in you. Go on, beat those 3 crazies." The 3 beauties on the wall shouted, "A bunch of fools, just a bunch of fools who know nothing but clinging to each other, good-for-nothings." The wealthy but goofy trio raised their fingers in a friendly gesture and laughed, replying, "Quiet down, you 3 crazies. You're the fools here." "Nah, 3 crazies." Their words seemed to hit a nerve with the 3 beautiful girls. Angered, they shouted, "Damn mixed breeds, so arrogant. We'll teach you a lesson, you 3 cheeky blondes." Vikir, witnessing this verbal battle, thought dismally about the time before his regression when the 3 Morg sisters were renowned as sorceresses with 3 attributes. The youngest, Losis, had the power of eternal water, the middle sister, Midsis, the power of primal earth, and the eldest, Hysis, the power of chaotic nature. The name the 3 flowers of the Morg house originated from here. But they seemed more like thorny roses, as their combination of magical attributes increased their magical effectiveness tenfold. Soon after the 3 beauties combined their powers to unleash magic, a grass sprout emerged from the ground. It quickly transformed into a giant cucumber plant with tentacles like an octopus. The 3 beauties stood on the tentacles, boasting, "How about that, Baskerville mixed breeds? Can you break through this, you wild dogs?" Immediately, Highbrow, with a cold expression, drew his sword and responded, "Is this just some roadside grass to stop us? Dream on, darlings." He then charged forward and used the Baskerville's first technique to slice off a tentacle. Safari, witnessing this, commented, "That first strike was nearly perfect." But after that move, Highbrow was suddenly distracted by another tentacle, forcing him to bend and defend against a powerful blow, pushing him back, much to his brother's surprise. The 3 beauties, perched on the tentacles, taunted, "No way your rusty iron can touch our ropes." Hearing this insult, the goofy trio got furious. The 3 young men switched to mad dog mode with blazing red eyes and charged at the beauties, attacking fiercely. The protagonist sighed at the scene, "Such a waste of time with these fools." Safari replied, "Isn't it interesting, master? Magic versus swordsmanship. The debate about which is stronger has been ongoing for a long time. Magic uses environmental mana to generate elemental power and amplify it. Meanwhile, swordsmanship uses the swordsman's mana and physical strength for more enduring destructive power. Isn't it fascinating to witness the potential and talent of those who will lead the sorcerer and swordsman families in the future? On one side, we have the 3 crazy beauties, and on the other, the 3 nutcases, each pair fighting each other. One casts spells, the other slashes. Indeed, if the author makes these 2 trios fall in love, it would be the end of it, the protagonist said. Safari replied in confusion, "Oh no, master, you're way beyond their league. They can't compare to you. They'd only match up to you when you were 8 years old." Vikir thought bitterly, "How bland. I wish these crazies and nutcases would just die off." But then he said, "What a waste of time. We need to move inside quickly. Even though I've been promoted to supervisor, there's still a mountain of work to do." Suddenly, another person approached, asking, "What's going on here?" What are you doing in front of my territory? Then she raised her hand to cast magic. From within her palm, a powerful burst of flame appeared. It seemed like the goofy trio of brothers was gaining the upper hand. Hybro, charging forward, laughed and said, "Caught you, darling." But just as he finished speaking, a strong beam of light shot towards him, leaving him astonished. Oh no, not just big, but huge. A massive fireball was heading straight for the young duo. The scene looked like something out of a romantic novel. Then, a tremendous explosion occurred right in front of the city gate. Vikir, losing his composure, laughed as if he had struck gold, wondering if they were all dead. His expression changed instantly. Annoyed to see his brothers still alive and grinning, the wealthy trio's hair was singed by the blast. Hybro, frustrated, exclaimed, "What the heck, fire magic? Why so suddenly?" He shouted, "What are you doing? We were almost roasted like ducks, playing it big, huh, ladies?" The three beauties also got their hair curled by the flames. They cried out in terror, "We were almost dead. If we had moved a moment later, we would have been gone. We're so scared." And the familiar, stern face of the red-haired lioness, Camus, emerged from the smoke. She demanded loudly, "What is this mess?" The protagonist, encountering his old flame, was surprised. Camus, now standing confidently, had grown into a beautiful young woman, albeit still a bit brash. Camus, with a stern look, declared, "I won't forgive anyone who causes trouble in my territory." But she quickly descended to hear the explanations of the three sisters. "Camus," they protested, "we only wanted to stop the intruders. They started the fight, calling us crazies." Camus, now furious, scolded them, "Were you just talking nonsense to me?" Hysis, terrified, stammered, "No, ma'am, Eagle Squad leader." Camus pointed to a skeleton hanging from a tree and warned, "If you don't want to end up like that, watch your mouths." Then, noticing something familiar, her expression changed to one of surprise. "That person is," she gasped, and our eyes met, igniting a fire in my heart like a golden flame. Kun was dumbfounded for a few seconds. Indeed, a girl can be fierce with the world but gentle in front of her crush. Blushing, Camus approached the protagonist, "Long time no see, Vikir van Baskerville. It's been 7 years, hasn't it, Vikir?" Her face expressed longing. The young man, smirking, replied, "Indeed, it's been a long time, Camus Morgue." But the protagonist thought, has she really become a young woman already? She looks more beautiful now. Her figure is more developed. So this is the beauty that stole the hearts of all the high-class boys. Many married men were also captivated by her beauty. In my previous life, many scandals occurred because of this. But strangely, there are no such rumors this time. Well, it doesn't matter. The protagonist said, "Open the city gate." I've been talking to myself hoarse. But those three sisters won't listen. Camus, standing amid the crowd, shouted, "It's been so long since we've met like this. But is that all you have to say to me?" Vikir, confused, asked, "Do I need to say more?" Camus, increasingly angry, yelled, "What?" Safari, equally puzzled, thought, is a battle between the two rising stars of the great families about to start? At that moment, Camus' fury ignited. She pointed at the protagonist and shouted, "What's with that attitude towards your future wife? Less than perfect is unacceptable for a future husband." The two trios standing nearby overheard this and looked at each other with exasperated expressions. They thought that these two really looked like a married couple. Vikir was utterly shocked. What? Future wife? The scene then shifted to the two of them leisurely riding horses while surveying the land. Camus commented that it seemed the Baskerville family didn't know much about the barbarian tribes. The protagonist replied, "That's not true, we've been fighting them all along. We even know more about them than you do." Camus asked why he brought those fools along, referring to them as nothing more than grown-up hunting dogs, still foolish and unclean. Vikir explained that they had agreed the main force would ambush from the other side of the mountain range. He wondered why she asked that if she already knew. Camus smiled wryly, saying she thought he was unaware of that. The protagonist said that as the head of the envoy, it was obvious for him to know such things. Camus continued, wondering if he was someone the family wanted to eliminate, but noted that he seemed trusted. She then asked which barbarian tribe was the most troublesome. Vikir, annoyed by her incessant questioning, answered that the Balak warriors and the Rococo witches were the most challenging. He mentioned that the archery skills of the Balak tribe were on a different level from the Empire and not widely known. Camus, excited, gave him 8 out of 100 points for his knowledge of barbarian ecology. Vikir was perplexed why his perfect answer only earned him 8 points and asked what the points meant. Camus explained that's precisely the reason for her questioning, leaving the protagonist bewildered. She said she hated smart men, preferring them a bit foolish. She rated his horse riding 6 out of 10, commenting that the horse seemed too big for him. His dressing earned 4 points as his outfit looked awful. She questioned why he wasn't responding to her, giving him 1 point for attitude. His face, however, earned 99 points, noting he had matured handsomely. If he stopped messing around, he would have gotten 100. Vikir dismissed her ridiculous evaluations. Camus, annoyed, asked why he thought they were ridiculous. She insisted on being strict with her future husband. The protagonist, confused, asked why he was her future husband. Camus explained it was because he had passed her uncle's test years ago. Vikir recalled the event from 7 years prior. Deputy Chief Adolphe had challenged him to a duel with a water jar on his head, stating if Vikir could make him drop even a drop of water, he would win. Vikir focused all his energy and broke the jar, making the water spill. Camus, enraged, couldn't believe her uncle had judged her future husband with such a trivial test, still fuming about it. She lamented that because of her uncle, her path to marriage had been hindered, and now she was considered a married woman, unable to flirt or lure handsome men anymore. But she had made a promise, so she had to keep it, albeit reluctantly. Seeing his future wife's tantrum, the protagonist was bewildered, thinking she truly was the fiery star of the Morgue sorcerer family. Suddenly, Vikir said he had forgotten about that incident and would act as if it never happened, so she didn't need to feel responsible for it. Upon hearing Vikir's words, Camus' face turned red, probably out of anger from being bluntly rejected. She then threw her shirt at the protagonist's face and scolded him, calling him a terrible man and a fool. She exclaimed, "Everything is already done. Who gave you the right to forget as you please? Don't forget, I am a genius. I have a long memory and hold grudges. Once I have witnessed something, it takes a long time for me to forget it, understand?" Vikir, confused, held the shirt and asked, "What's this?" He suddenly remembered that this was the shirt he had given her when Camus' clothes were burnt during a battle. She hadn't washed it since then, it really stank. His younger brother came, asking if he had any questions, particularly about his future wife not washing the commemorative shirt. Camus, still blushing, muttered to herself about speaking nonsense. The two then continued on their journey. Along the way, Camus explained that the barbarian tribes ambushed ruby mines to loot and enslave the natives or for trade. The reason they captured slaves was to sell them elsewhere. She showed him a fortress that architects and geomancers had built in just a month. The protagonist, amazed, acknowledged the Morgue sorcerer's reputation. He marveled at how they achieved in a month what 100 ordinary people might not accomplish in a year. Camus, proudly, said she didn't need his flattery. Vikir noticed dents on the wall and asked if they were from the Balak tribe's arrows. Camus confirmed, explaining that their arrows were infused with magic. They often ambushed at night, resulting in many deaths and captures while on guard duty. Considering that their arrows could penetrate walls 2 to 3 meters thick, their strength was unquestionable. She added that her uncle had been seriously wounded in the chest by one of those arrows, but luckily he survived, though his pride was greatly hurt. Vikir mentioned that the Baskerville family head had also encountered a strong archer, getting injured in the process. He wondered who this strong person from the barbarian tribe was. Camus guessed it was a woman, as they painted their faces black, making it hard to identify them. Suddenly, a subordinate hurriedly reported that the search team had captured a scout from the barbarian tribe. The scene shifted to the morgue camp. A tattooed barbarian tribe member, exhausted and beaten, knelt there. Camus asked if they had obtained any information from him, a member of the Rococo witch tribe. The subordinate replied that he refused to speak. Camus inquired about the effectiveness of mind-reading magic, but the subordinate explained that his magic was strong, making it impossible to read his mind. Camus approached and asked about a recent ambush on the morgue fortress. She demanded to know how many people were captured, mentioning a girl named Rose from the morgue family, her sixth cousin. She asked what they had done to her. The tribal man just grinned and muttered incoherently. Camus' eyes were red and swollen. She looked more beautiful like this. The male lead saw his future wife so angry and felt a chill. He snapped and was burned into a dog by her. Camus shouted angrily, "You damned man-eating beasts, die for me." Then she threw a huge fireball. Vikir stood there in shock. He thought he couldn't believe she could turn the whole area into a sea of fire like that. Camus approached him and asked, "Did you use a new skill today? Are you a high-level swordsman now?" "That's what I thought." "Only you deserve to be my man." Vikir replied, "I received an order from the master to avoid conflict until the army and the main force arrive." Camus said loudly with a spirited face, "That's the order of the master of the Baskerville clan, right? If so, then the Baskerville clan members should not interfere in this matter." Then Camus created 4 magic circles. But she rushed up and yelled, "Because I will wipe out all of them." And then countless terrifying flames were shot out, lighting up the whole sky. The male lead thought that nothing was left but ashes where the flames passed. She had progressed too much to be able to use 4 magic circles at once. On this side, Camus was still very enthusiastic about attacking. She still screamed, "I will avenge my cousin." Suddenly, a man-eating beast shot a small arrow at Camus with a blowpipe. The arrow pierced Camus' neck without a scratch. She only had time to jerk and say, "Is that a blowpipe?" Then Camus was poisoned and fell to the ground. She still smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems I was poisoned and paralyzed all over. I can't move." The man-eating beasts play dirty. Vikir witnessed the scene and thought this was the consequence of being stubborn and loud. Then the other guy continued to throw a dog collar at the male lead. Vikir grabbed it and yelled, "You bastard, I told you I'm not a dog. Throw this shit away." Camus was lying there but still tried to turn around and say, "Good catch, future husband. He shot me, kill him, honey." But the male lead replied, "It's better for us to retreat." Camus still stubbornly shouted, "But what about the ransom and the hostages? What if we catch them?" Vikir answered, "Until the army and the main force of the Baskerville house arrive, it's best for us to avoid them." Camus still tried to say, "I still have to avenge my cousin." The male lead said, "This is not the time to let emotions overwhelm reason." As soon as he finished, a very strong arrow flew towards him, making Vikir very surprised. He had to dodge to one side. It was none other than the leader standing with his legs apart above shooting down. The subordinate reported that when the barbarian tribe attacked, everyone was either killed or captured. Camus was confused and said what nonsense he was barking, where was the interpreter? His subordinate replied respectfully that when the man tribe attacked, everyone had died or been captured, sir. That included the interpreter. Camus said that meant no one could translate what he was saying. Suddenly the male lead stepped forward and said he knew a little bit about the language of the Roco tribe. Camus was amazed and said, "You knew. Was there anything you didn't know?" His future husband was different, 99 points of knowledge. The male lead replied that he was not that good, he just had some basic vocabulary. Camus said, "Then you could help me ask him where my cousin was." The girl was kidnapped in the last ambush. The girl was 12 years old and had red hair and white skin. Then the male lead performed a rap in Saudi Arabic. The man Deed seemed to understand him and smiled wickedly and replied, "Nasa Masako." The male lead heard that and closed his eyes and said she was dead. That shocked Camus. But the girl angrily rushed up and shouted that the representative of the court of life was treating the wounded. The representative of the court of death was checking other territories. So all the power to decide was in the hands of me, the deputy city lord, and also the deputy representative of the Morgue family. My verdict was immediate death. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp object made of magic pierced the man D. On that object was also the fire of hell. The man D was immediately burned. Camus glared at him with a scary look and said, "Just keep talking, talk a lot. Because after this war ended, your language would no longer exist in this world." The other bastards saw their comrades killed so quickly that they were scared to pee blood. Camus angrily stepped out and shouted, "Go ahead, these man D would pay for this." Fakir stood there stunned when he saw his future wife so fierce. Then the young man followed her out. In a corner, he saw Camus standing there crying. The male lead thought that even though she acted strong, she was still just a 15-year-old child. But Fakir asked her if she was close to her. Camus answered yes, she followed me everywhere. A pure and innocent child who did not fit the harsh world of the Morgue family. The male lead said, "Don't be too sad, she passed away peacefully." Camus replied, "Do you think I'm a fool? I'm a genius. Even though I couldn't speak that language, I still understood a little bit. Tell me if I heard it wrong." Fakir was confused and thought she knew that. But the male lead replied, "What that bastard said was that he ate her alive." Camus heard that and went silent, her tears kept falling. She shivered uncontrollably all over her body. Then Camus hugged her chest and cried bitterly. As she cried, she blamed herself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you, my sister." Fakir stepped forward and intended to comfort his future wife with his hand. But then he unconsciously withdrew his hand and stood there awkwardly. He didn't know what to do when his future wife kept sobbing. The male lead only knew how to stand helplessly and watch his wife cry. He had never experienced love in his previous life because he was ugly. Good guys are always like that. After a while, Camus calmed down and spoke. "It's not that bad. If you had shown some half-hearted sympathy, I would have roasted you to ashes by now. Now is not the time to be sad. I need to quickly regain my composure and plan my revenge for my sister. All of them will pay a heavy price for this." The male lead smiled and thought that female heroes always had something different. She was indeed a very capable girl. Then Fakir responded and reached out his hand. Camus showed her embarrassment. She had never had any monkey dare to approach her since she was young. Especially not with such a romantic gesture. Just as the hands of the two young people were about to touch each other, a bell rang out. Fakir wondered what sound it was that sounded like a bell. Camus stood up abruptly and answered that it was a signal that the savages were attacking. It seemed that the time for revenge had come sooner than she thought. Then the scene changed to the outside of the fortress. This place was built separately in the middle of an empty land. Around it, there were deep trenches and moats. There was only one way in, which was the gate of the fortress. Around there, it was also very quiet until a footstep of a savage came. It turned out to be a person from the Balak tribe standing in front of the forest people riding a wolf and holding a bow. He was covered with arrows. Perhaps this was the leader's sister. She was preparing to draw her bow and transfer magic into the arrow. And then boom, the arrow was shot out with extreme speed. The magic light followed behind it. It aimed straight at the two young men who were guarding the gate. They were discussing what to eat this afternoon when they met the female bandit leader. The two young men noticed it when the arrow was close to their butts. They both could only say, "Oh my banana, God bless me." But this time, even God couldn't help. The arrow was too strong. It pierced through the magic wall and caused a huge explosion. The two young men were blown to pieces after the quality shot. The leader's sister started to breathe heavily, and then she shouted, "Oh to Marty Harry Mag Guy Odin Sancho," in a hoarse voice. She gave the order and the savages rode their wolves and rushed into battle. In no time, they broke through the siege and entered inside. One guy stabbed with his spear, another guy shot with his bow, and the crazy wolves bit the soldiers without missing a shot. On this side, the girls were playing cards. They tied him with a tie and dragged him to the floor. They killed them and also took some more people back. And then there was a silent footstep in the midst of life like a swirling water. It was black and white like it couldn't see the bottom. It was no one else but our male lead. The young man was confused. Did he come too early? As soon as he finished speaking, the leashes of the Exciter brothers who were like mad dogs rushed forward. The two leashes tied the neck of the male lead tightly. It was a quick and neat action. Bisha seemed very surprised and thought, "Damn, are these two crazy? Am I a dog that they leash my neck like this? They are really cheeky." On this side, the two girls were staring at the male lead and laughing pervertedly. "We are so lucky, sisters. We have found a handsome six-pack man. The husband hunt this season is going smoothly. Let's take our future husband home and eat him up." The male lead wondered, "Husband hunt? Is this tribe hunting wives and husbands to improve their bloodline or something like that?" Then Vakir spoke up, "Sorry, little lambs, but I can't be your husband. I'm already engaged. My future wife, she is very fierce." Right after that, the male lead grabbed the two ropes and pulled hard, causing the two girls to be thrown into the air. The two-man tribe members fell to the ground, and the other two-man tribe members were shocked. Then they quickly raised their bows and shouted, "Are you the enemy?" Then they did not hesitate to shoot a series of arrows at Vakir. The male lead calmly moved forward. He slowly drew his sword but thought, "Hugo told me this before I joined the main force, that I should avoid conflicts. Should I wait for them?" Right after that, Vakir swung his sword and cut a few arrows, breaking them. The two-man tribe members screamed, "No! How can he block our magic arrows?" Suddenly, there was a hissing sound from afar. A familiar hand with a fireball inside was approaching. Then a voice rang out, "What are you doing? Why don't you kill them already?" Along with that, there was a huge explosion, and the two-man tribe members were burned, only screaming in despair. "Stop moving, brothers. It's over." A shadow of a female demon was slowly coming closer. Vakir wondered if this terrifying power was the one that Camus had mentioned. As he was lost in thought, a man from the tribe sneaked behind the protagonist. But his target was to grab Camus by the neck and drag her away. Because she was paralyzed, she could only scream, "Vakir, save me." The protagonist stood there helplessly, thinking how everything turned out like this. In his previous life, he had also experienced a time when Camus was kidnapped by the tribe, when she was still a young girl. Of course, not long after that, she came back and wiped out the entire tribe. It was also from that time that she was known as the Queen of Lego El Enano. Even so, he still had to do something. As he was thinking about saving his wife, the leader of the tribe rushed towards him without mercy. She shot down very hard. Then she attacked the protagonist closely. Vakir was confused, thinking she attacked with a bow. The fighting skills of this tribe were really good. After a while of resistance, the protagonist was kicked in the chest by her, making Vakir fly back a few meters. The protagonist thought that her movements were different from the others. Did he have to use all his strength? Suddenly, Vikir opened his eyes wide in shock. The girl from the tribe pointed at herself and said, "I told you, we will surely meet again." Along with that was a smile that was not friendly at all. The protagonist exclaimed, "Damn, this girl is the one from the slave auction that time." Then Vikir said, "So you are taking revenge?" The leader replied, "I only pay back those who imprisoned and held me back, the Morg family. It has nothing to do with you." Then she jumped on the back of a wolf and turned back to say, "We are even now. We captured the daughter of the next generation of the Morg family. If you want to get your woman back, follow us." The protagonist was angry, thinking, "Damn, do I have to use all my strength here?" Suddenly, from behind, the deputy of the Morg family, Adolf Morg, ran over and shouted. Vikir thought, "Is that Adolf Morg? He came here right after hearing about the attack." At that moment, Adolf Morg was performing a very powerful magic circle. Then he said loudly, "You bastards, give me back my niece." Then he slammed a very strong blow on the ground, making the rocks around shatter. The earthquake rushed towards the people of the tribe. But thanks to riding on the agile wolves, the tribe people ran very fast with skillful skills. The tribe of Ballad quickly escaped the earthquake and ran away. Even if the rocks cracked, the wolves could jump over very easily. Old Adolf Morg stood there helplessly, cursing, "Damn, how are they so fast? Their riding skills are also very high." The protagonist thought, "Ballad, since the alarm bell rang, I didn't expect them to finish the attack in just 3 minutes." Because of the carelessness and lack of practical experience, Camus was captured. Everything seemed to be getting worse. Then suddenly a subordinate ran over and reported, "It seems they ran to the forbidden area of the prison mountain." Old Adolf Morg panicked and shouted, "The forbidden area of the prison mountain?" Then he thought, that area is a place that has never been explored with countless dangers lurking. Going there at night is like putting your life on the scale. My niece was captured and I couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Vikir spoke up, "We can still catch up with them. I used to live in that dense forest when I was young." But the male lead thought that he had participated in countless scouting and conquering missions before returning, so he had been through most of the dangerous dense forests. Old Adolf Morg ran over in astonishment and asked, "Are you serious? Can we?" Suddenly, a subordinate behind him spoke up, "Sir, going to the prison Blade Mountain at this time is nothing but suicide." "There," Adolf Morg replied faintly, "anyone who doesn't want to go can stay. I won't pursue anything." But he turned to look at the male lead and thought that he knew better than anyone how extraordinary this child was. He had no other choice but to rely on this kid. Then Adolf said, "Everything depends on you. Please save my niece." The scene changed to late night. Right in front of them was the forbidden forest of the prison Blade Mountain. The forest was located on the territory of the Baskerville house. It was the habitat of giant blood-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorns, silent spiders, and countless other dangerous creatures. If you were a normal person, don't dream of surviving more than an hour in this sacred forest of poison. That's why this place was also called the Fate Forest, a forest that could swallow all living things. Right now, Vikir was leading the group into the forest. Because he was familiar with the terrain here before he returned, the male lead volunteered to lead. Vikir darted back and forth, flying and jumping like a bird. Old Adolf Morg wondered, "Are all the young masters of the Baskerville house like this?" The leader of the dog team replied, "Of course not. Young Master Vikir is a special case. No young master can compare with him." Behind them, there was also the appearance of the 3 lucky brothers, the silly trio. Right in front of them, there was a huge swarm of poisonous bees with sharp needles at their tails. Without hesitation, Vikir soared up and pulled out his hot weapon. Then he slashed a few times and chopped up all the nasty bees. It was the style of a super cool hero. The 3 lucky brothers saw that and had to open their mouths in amazement and exclaim, "Cool and awesome." Suddenly, the male lead noticed something. He stopped and hid behind a tree and observed. Fakir ordered the group to stop. Then he said, "It seems they haven't run far. I heard that the hunters of the Ballad tribe would scatter dry leaves around on their way to detect the sound of their pursuers. From here, we have to be very careful not to disturb them." Suddenly, Adolf Mord came forward and created a magic circle from his hand towards the male lead. He said, "This magic will prevent the sound from escaping every time you step. From now on, leave it to me. I will never forget this favor, my son-in-law." Fakir was confused and thought, "What the hell, son-in-law? I'm not easy, okay?" The scene changed to deep inside the forest. The people of the Ballad tribe were resting. They were talking about something very lively. And Camus, the angry dog, was tied to a tree next to them. Suddenly, she screamed, "You damned man-eating beasts, let me out of here or don't expect you will die whole. I will show you the horror of my special fireball. I will turn you into ashes. Prepare yourselves, you scum." Two beautiful girls standing nearby were chatting. "I like the guy we met this afternoon. I think this husband hunt is a failure." Camus was annoyed. They didn't pay attention to him at all. They kept talking about finding a wife or a husband. And they even wanted to snatch his future husband. How cheeky. They would pay for this. Could this be the reason for this attack? Suddenly, a man approached Camus. He looked at her with lustful eyes and said, "Look what we have caught, a beauty. The men in our tribe will drool over this." Camus shouted, "You bastard, pervert, what do you want to do with me? You better kill me." He didn't understand what she was saying. But looking at her eyes, he knew it was not something nice. Then he grabbed Camus' face and said, "This slave bitch needs some discipline." Suddenly, the leader came and said, "Ahan, get away from my slave." Ahan was confused and said, "Why, sir?" "But Commander Ain, I was the one who captured her." Ain said, "Nonsense, lower your voice when you talk to me. What do you mean by that? I was the one who shot the poison dart and caught her by the neck." Ain said, "And who made that possible? If I didn't stop that swordsman, would you still be here to blabber?" Ahan was angry and said, "Do you mean she is your spoils of war?" Ain said, "That's right." Camus wondered what was going on. It seemed that the girl was their commander. Her name was Ain. Ahan said loudly, "You are just a female commander." Ain asked, "So what?" Camus thought she had the power to fight Fakir, a third-level swordsman. If he wanted to escape, he had to distract her. Ahan shouted, "I will not let this go just because you are the commander." Then Ain's body emitted a terrifying aura. She glared at him and said, "If you are so unhappy, come at me any time. I will turn you into a pool of blood." Ahan saw the scary aura and turned pale. He lowered his head in fear and said, "Unhappy? No, sir, I give up. Please do as you wish, Commander." Ain glared at him and said, "Good, now get lost." Then Ahan had to leave in frustration. Camus thought she was impressive. Ain looked at Camus and said, "Those sharp eyes, good. And your body too. You are a fine breed. The next owner of M.O." Then she kicked Camus in the chest and said, "I was captured and enslaved by you bastards. But I was lucky to receive kindness from someone and escaped from being a slave to you filthy ones. But you won't be so lucky. I will tame you slowly and engrave the humiliation into your bones. You will lick my feet every day from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible explosion occurred behind him. He was startled and turned around. What was that explosion? What happened? His subordinates reported that it was an attack by some people from the Three-Leaf tribe. They were hit by a fireball and burned to ashes. A silent step approached from behind. Among the trees, old Adolf Morg shouted, "You fools are worse than beasts. Who gave you the courage to kidnap my granddaughter? I came to return everything you did to us." Camus witnessed the scene and smiled smugly. He said, "That's Uncle Adolf Morg." He appeared coolly with a fireball in his hand. He yelled, "You bastards, give me back my granddaughter right now." The people of the Three-Leaf Tribe were terrified by his imposing aura. The Morgan Baskerville families teamed up to kill them. He shot palm strikes and you swung your sword. Every move was a savage death. Because they were attacked unexpectedly and continuously, the Three-Leaf Tribe suffered countless casualties. Vikir was perched on a tree far away to observe the situation. The protagonist wondered why the hunters of the Ballad tribe, who had just attacked them in an organized way, were now running away in panic. They were an ancient wild tribe. There was no reason why an attack from another tribe would make them so scared and panicked. On this side, the people of the Ballad tribe rode on wolves and said angrily, "You lunatics, are you crazy? How dare you mess up the forbidden forest at night?" Old Adolf was still fierce. He said, "They are running away. Don't let anyone survive. Kill all these scoundrels for me." Camus saw the reinforcements coming and laughed mockingly. He said, "You deserve it, you savages. How dare you tie me up? Die, you bastards." Suddenly, there was a noise behind the tree that made Camus shudder. She glanced back and luckily it was Vikir. He gestured to be quiet and then quickly cut the rope that tied Camus. The wife was rescued by a handsome man and smiled happily. She said, You risked your life to save me, huh?" Vikir answered silently. He said, "Don't you understand the meaning of the signal just now? You have to be quiet." As soon as he finished, the young leader of the savages came over and said, "You are good at using a sword, kid. I knew you would come. A strong physique that allows you to move a long distance in a short time. And a stubbornness that helped you get through the dark night of this forest. And a pure and innocent love that made you not hesitate to risk your life to save your woman. That's great. I don't care about your past. You have passed my test." Vikir was confused and thought, "What is going on? What is this crazy girl talking about?" Camus smelled the scent of a mistress and looked at the wild girl with cold eyes. Ain was also fierce and glared at Camus. Vikir was thinking that this situation was hard to hide his true power. Why couldn't he remember anyone like her from his previous life? Don't tell him she was the one who left the scar on Hugo's nose, the third-level archer of the Dark Moon clan. No, she was too young and naive. Or maybe she was a descendant of the Dark Moon clan. As he was thinking, a hidden dart emerged from the bushes nearby. Without hesitation, he threw it straight at Camus. But the protagonist was quick to catch it. Ahun was horrified and exclaimed, "What? How did he know?" Vikir hugged Camus and said, "This is troublesome. Bear with me for a bit, okay? I will take you to your shelter." Camus blushed and replied, "Aha." Then she thought, I didn't expect him to be so polite. Maybe it was because of the poison. Then the protagonist stepped on the gas and carried Camus away in front of Ain. Ain held her head and said, "Oh God, I want you to obey me and come back with me." As he ran, Vikir turned and asked, "Is the poison very serious?" Camus said, "Well, it depends, but probably yes." They hadn't run far when two wild archers shot straight at the couple who were hugging and escaping. The protagonist quickly swung his sword and blocked the arrows. Ain saw her crush holding her rival and running away. She was very angry. She took out her bow and played with it. She put a lot of force into the arrow and aimed straight at the couple. Ain said coldly, "Should I eliminate that sorceress?" Then she shot the arrow with a very strong magic. It was very powerful and terrifying. It flew fast and swiftly to the protagonist. Vikir was focused on escaping and couldn't react in time. When he turned around, the arrow was close to Camus. It was just a little bit more and the arrow would pierce Camus' eye. Suddenly, a wave of ice rushed to the two people and blocked the arrow of Ain in time. It turned out to be Adolphe. He was really awesome. Adolphe shouted, "My granddaughter, are you okay?" Then he ran to Camus and used magic to control the poison in her body. Adolphe said anxiously, "The paralysis poison is also very toxic, so I can't remove all the toxins from your body. When we get back, we will take you to the Quistis temple." Suddenly, Crush pushed Adolphe's hand away and said, "Uncle, let me go for a bit, please." Right after that, Camus ran over and hugged the protagonist tightly. She said, "You saved me again, Vikir." This shocked Adolphe so much that he shouted, "Camus, I also tried my best here." Camus replied angrily, "Why did you come so late?" "I will tell Mom when we get back." Unexpectedly, there was a dog collar thrown around the protagonist's neck. It turned out that Ain was still stubbornly trying to steal Crush. She pulled the protagonist towards her, and as she pulled, she thought that he didn't even budge a bit. How could he be so strong? But she yelled, "You better behave and let me tie you up. I don't have time for this." Camus, with a fearful expression, spoke up, asking if that was really her, speaking with an unbelievable persistence. Vikir calmly cut the rope and thought to himself that there was no time to waste. Could there be a reason why the malicious trio was in such a hurry? Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a monster awoke. It opened its eyes wide and let out a terrifying roar. The roar echoed throughout the forest, causing all the animals to flee in panic. Ain, hearing this, looked terrified and exclaimed, "Damn, we've disturbed it now." Suddenly, Beelzebub, on the protagonist's right hand, began to emerge, with veins turning dark red. The protagonist, confused, wondered if Beelzebub in his artery was sending a warning. Was something dangerous approaching? Ain, looking up fearfully, shouted, "She's coming, Chumao is coming." As soon as she finished speaking, a giant, towering spike appeared in the distance, causing the members of the Balag tribe to scream in extreme fear, "Chumao is here." Chumao had arrived. Even the wolf steeds cowered like puppies. Camus, confused, said that it was a column, unable to believe how the sharp spike was growing larger, piercing the sky. From within, a dark aura emanated. Suddenly, the spike burst into many branches, stabbing in all directions. Then, each branch plunged into the ground like the legs of a spider. Old Adolphe, terrified, exclaimed that such a monster couldn't possibly be hiding in this forest. Vikir, equally bewildered, thought he couldn't believe he was encountering this monster here. If his memory served him right, this monster was classified as an S-level threat. Chumao appeared as a gigantic spider. It roared menacingly and slowly approached the protagonists. "You'll be devoured by Beelzebub," someone warned. But the creature was too big, they didn't know how to fight back. Faced with the mighty roar of the giant monster, Vikir and his group stood frozen in place, shocked. After a minute of stunned silence, Camus uttered a few words of fear. "What is that?" Seeing Camus scream too loudly, Vikir covered her mouth with his hand and whispered, "Don't be loud. Its vision might be poor, but its hearing is extremely sharp." Then Vikir recalled what an old local had once told him. It was about accidents witnessed on Mount Lego Alineo, a legend no different from a horror story. The story was about a creature named Chumao Lady, sleeping deeply in this damp forest. The Empire's Monster Dictionary, revised several times, still contained texts about the massacres by Chumao Lady. These were proof of her strength and feats. At that moment, the monster seemed to sense its prey. It bared its teeth and then let out a prolonged roar. Then, it spat out its green venom everywhere, a poison that was extremely dangerous and corrosive like acid. Chumao Lady, this dangerous S-level monster, can destroy an entire nation in just one day. Its level of danger escalates to a catastrophe when its saliva, capable of corroding and melting vegetation, comes into contact with plants, leading to their eventual death. Vikir is trying to avoid this horrifying saliva. Meanwhile, old Adolf uses magic to create a shield against the monster's venomous spit, protecting his terrified young granddaughter. In the Ballad tribe, a man, his face filled with worry and sweat pouring down, screams in fear. It turns out his hair has been contaminated by the monster's acidic saliva. Panicking, he yells, my hair, it's been poisoned by Chuma Lady." Suddenly, a decisive sword stroke cuts off the poisoned hair of the Balag man. The one who cut the hair is Ain. Ain, wanting to scold the man for his loud scream that could alert Chuma Lady, refrains from raising her voice. Angrily, she says, "Fool, how dare you scream in front of the lady?" The man, having narrowly escaped danger, falls to the ground, panting heavily, still terrified. Seeing this, Ain curses in frustration, thinking if he weren't her relative, she would have killed him long ago. The monster, hearing the sound of its prey, moves closer to the people. Ain orders the Balap tribe to retreat quickly. Vikir and old Adolf also hastily order their retreat. Carrying his granddaughter, old Adolf leads the group in a swift escape. Sensing the movement of the group, the monster lets out several terrifying roars and quickly follows them. The Balak people retreat in small groups, while the Baskerville and Morg families flee together. The two groups' different methods of retreat determine who Chuma Lady will pursue. With her gigantic legs, Chuma Lady quickly catches up to the group she targets, the Baskerville and Morg families. Old Adolf, noticing the monster right behind them, curses loudly, wondering why it's following them. A Morg family wizard, wanting to show off, stops and forms a fireball, saying, "Leave it to me, Mr. Adolf. The weakness of all insects and bugs is fire." After saying this, he throws the fireball towards the monster. As the fireball hits, it explodes, engulfing the monster in flames, seemingly about to burn it to ashes. The self-assured wizard proudly says to Adolf, "See, it's working, Mr. Adolf." But before he can gloat for long, one of the monster's legs impales a nearby unfortunate comrade. Shocked and unable to react, he stands frozen, awaiting death. Trembling and covered in his comrade's blood, tears stream down his face, knowing his end is near. It's true, the brave die first, he thinks. After killing the boastful wizard, the monster continues to pursue Vikir's group. Old Adolf shouts, "It's no use, it has no effect on it." My God, what kind of devil is that? Ignoring old Adolf's words, Vikir was deep in thought for a long time. Finally, Vikir spoke up, "It's time." Suddenly, he turned around. The others, seeing this, didn't understand what Vikir intended to do. They stopped following Vikir. The leader of the Mastiff troops hurriedly asked, "Young master, what are you planning to do?" Vikir replied, "At this rate, we'll all end up dead. Someone has to act as bait." The Mastiff leader offered, "Then let me go." "Why should you, the young master, be the bait?" Vikir confidently asked, "Do you really think your skills can stop that 8-legged monster? We can't let it chase us all the way to our territory. Among all of us here, I am the most suitable to be the bait." Everyone was stunned to hear Vikir's decision to stay behind as bait. Camus called out, "Vikir." After speaking, Vikir turned around, sword in hand, and walked away. A subordinate said, "Mr. Adolf, we have no more time. It's all up to you now." Camus, still in shock, could only repeat Vikir's name over and over, "Vikir, Vikir." Old Adolf spat in disgust at his own powerlessness and urged, "Run quickly, don't let my son-in-law's sacrifice be in vain." The group hurriedly left, tears of gratitude for Vikir in their eyes. As Camus was carried away, she looked back at Vikir, crying helplessly, "No, Vikir, come back." Old Adolf told his granddaughter, "Camus, lie still." Fakir stood there, not turning back, holding his sword. Once he couldn't hear them anymore, he let go of his sword and sighed deeply. Fakir thought it wasn't about worrying over the Baskerville territory being destroyed. The real reason was that the Allied forces couldn't possibly be a match for that monster, especially since it hadn't revealed its full strength. However, this was a good opportunity for him. If he faked his death, he could escape the surveillance of that damned old Hugo. This would give him the time to learn and memorize the 10th ultimate skill. Once he had the ability to break free from old Hugo's control, or after completing the skills, he would return to his family. Fakir began to summon Beelzebub. As Beelzebub appeared, Fakir's aura surged, swirling around him. He looked at the monster, thinking that if he didn't use everything he had, he would surely die. He had received a surge of mana from his family's river blessing. He utilized his entire aura along with the high-level swordsmanship of the Baskerville family, especially with the demonic sword Beelzebub. Fakir's aura, glowing blood red, boiled around him. His eyes turned a murderous red, filled with a desire for slaughter and death. Fakir thought, now, I will use everything I have to attack it. He shouted loudly, Chumao lady, I am coming for you, and then dashed quickly like lightning, weaving through the forest. Fakir approached the lady, and when the distance was just right, he leapt high into the air. His eyes, glowing with a deadly glare, fixed on the monster. Standing before the gigantic creature, Fakir showed no fear. He reached behind to draw his sword with a powerful swing. The monster, not to be underestimated, let out a threatening roar. But Fakir was undeterred, focused solely on attacking. His gaze, fixed on the monster, was like looking at a worthless insect. He channeled all his aura into Beelzebub, growing stronger and stronger. When he had used all his aura, Fakir swung his sword and charged at the monster. His fifth special technique, like a bolt of lightning, struck the creature. Fakir clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength to kill the beast. The monster's legs trembled under Fakir's powerful attack, unable to stand firm. Soon, its body was forced to the ground. Its legs penetrated the earth, and the surrounding soil and rocks were scattered. A massive explosion occurred, and the monster fell under Fakir's attack. An explosive surge of aura lit up the sky, the fierce attack shaking a large area. Its power spread far and wide, turning into a giant pillar of light. Even the group led by old Adolf, who had run far away, was affected by its force. They stumbled as they ran. Camus, witnessing the horrific explosion, shivered. Tears of sorrow streamed down her face. Unable to hold back, she cried out, Fakir, it's over, it's over. Before his return, Fakir had been a loyal hunting dog of the Baskerville family, but knowing too much, he was framed and executed. A loyal dog, discarded without pity when no longer needed. Before dying, Fakir gazed at his killer, Hugo, vowing to remember this death. Hugo, with bloodthirsty eyes, looked at the hunting dog as if saying his time to die had come. Calmly, he lowered his arm and decapitated Fakir. Until his last moments, Fakir struggled to engrave this memory, never to forget. Hugo, unconcerned, turned away after discarding something worthless. So, in the end, I've died, thought Fakir, seeing a second chance for revenge. Suddenly, Fakir woke up after being unconscious for days. Opening his eyes, he tried to make out his surroundings, which resembled a tent, his body covered in bandaged wounds. Whispering, he wondered where he was. He thought about the past days, realizing he had survived the battle with the lady. If she hadn't stopped suddenly, blinded by the explosion, he would have been dead. Fakir sat up, feeling the pain from his wounded body. He thought his bones and veins ached everywhere. Just one hit had injured him this severely. He had underestimated the lady, damn it. Then, Fakir noticed a rope tied around his neck. Holding the rope, he wondered if it was the cause of his neck pain. Someone had saved him, but was it necessary to tie this rope? Everything was going according to his plan. First, he had escaped the surveillance of that damned old Hugo. With Adolphe and Camus and many other witnesses, he didn't have to worry about his own death. After thinking for a while, Vakir stepped out in front of the people walking back and forth. He realized where he was. Is this the camp of the Ballad Gang? Was he being held captive in their camp? He was in the middle of the enemy camp of the Baskerville family. This was bad. He couldn't escape in his current condition. Behind Vakir, a group of bound people, like prisoners, approached. The one holding the rope shouted, "Hurry up, or the wolves will bite you." Seeing this, Vakir thought that soldiers from the Baskerville family and other clans had been captured. He recognized them but wondered why he hadn't been executed. While Vakir was deep in thought, someone approached from behind and asked, "Are you awake? Do you understand Balak?" Seeing the Balak man, Vakir remembered he was the one who had shot him with a dart. The Balak man continued, "You should be grateful you're not like them." He then looked threateningly at Vakir. "How does it feel to see your comrades dying? You must feel helpless in your current state." He became more menacing, saying, "If you weren't a loyal dog to the commander, you'd be cooked by now." Hearing the words loyal dog, Vakir remembered his time under old Hugo. His eyes turned red with murderous intent. Seeing this, the Balak man was slightly frightened. Vakir wasn't afraid of these dangerous tricks. The Balak man, noticing Vakir's eyes, wondered what was wrong with them. Angered by a prisoner intimidating him with just a look, he punched Vakir in the face, cursing, "You arrogant fool." After releasing his anger, the man left, saying, "Don't just stand there, go find the owner of that rope." Vakir, severely injured, couldn't stand up after the punch. His body shook on the ground as he watched the man leave. Vakir was furious, thinking, "I'll remember your face. When I recover, you'll pay dearly for this punch." After lying on the ground and smelling the earth for a while, Vakir followed the rope from inside to outside the village. Walking for a long time, he wondered why the rope was so long. The damned man had said his owner was at the end of the rope. Suddenly, the rope tightened. Vakir looked ahead, probably seeing the owner of the rope. Surprised, he saw a Balak woman underwater. The rope led to her. It was Ain. She looked at Vakir without saying a word. Vakir approached Ain, who was underwater. Seeing a familiar face, he too remained silent, saying nothing. Suddenly, Ain looked at Vakir and smiled. Then she ordered Vakir to lie down. Vakir was quite surprised by this but ignored her command. Unexpectedly, Ain pulled a rope sharply. Vakir, already injured, couldn't resist Ain's strength as before. He was pulled forward forcefully. It turned out that Ain had pulled Vakir to avoid an arrow. The arrow flew and embedded itself into a nearby tree. Ain leaped onto the shore and loudly ordered some men to train elsewhere. Hearing Ain shout, they immediately ran away. Meanwhile, Vakir lay on the ground, embracing the familiar earth. Ain turned and thanked him for releasing her at the slave auction. She said they always repay kindness double and avenge tenfold. Since he saved her once, she would save him twice. Vakir sat up and asked, "Twice?" Ain continued, saying she had come back, otherwise he would have been dead. She told him to be grateful for her stubbornness. Vakir picked up the rope and asked if he should be thankful for her tying it. Vakir questioned why she kept him alive. Ain looked at Vakir, smiled, and pulling the rope tight, remarked that he seemed to hold a high position. She wondered how much they would pay to get him back. Hearing this, Vakir panicked, thinking his plan to escape Hugo's supervision would be ruined if they negotiated with the Baskerville family. He wondered what to do next. Seeing Vakir lost in thought, Ain smiled and asked what he was thinking about, teasing him with a glimmer of hope. She said he wouldn't be going back there. Ain took out a knife with a slightly dangerous look and then cut the rope, declaring he would become her slave. Vikir internally sighed in relief, grateful she didn't intend to use him for ransom. He thought he wouldn't have the strength to resist if she chose to kill him then. Ain, holding the knife threateningly, told Vikir to decide how to address her, suggesting he call her master. Vikir, hearing this, showed contempt but remained silent. Ain, liking his defiant look, declared she would tame him. Before that, she suggested they go somewhere. She put away the knife and turned to leave. Vikir asked where they were going. Ain cheerfully replied, asking what he meant, as if it were obvious. She said they should greet the locals first and that they would visit the village leader. She described the leader as a strong woman surrounded by numerous dangerous animals she had killed with arrows. While on their way to meet the leader, Vikir observed the surroundings. Ain told him that if he couldn't find a place to sleep, he could use a friend's hammock, and if hungry, he could take food from those wealthier. She explained this was how their ballad people lived together. Although it might seem insignificant to outsiders, to them, it was a simple, unpretentious homeland. She advised him to try and get used to their way of life. Hearing that, Vikir asked, "It seems the ballad people don't have a concept of personal property, do they?" Ain nodded and then turned to a different direction, announcing, "We have arrived." Vikir followed her gaze to a rather large tent. Ain continued, "This is the tent of the female chieftain." Then, the two of them entered together. Ain called out, "Mother, we are here." Vikir was puzzled and asked, "Mother?" A muscular woman stood up and said, "You're here? Did you bring the young man you always talk about?" Hearing her mother speak this way, Ain exclaimed, "Mother, when have I ever done that?" The woman then realized that Ain was the daughter of the Balak tribe's female chieftain. So, she was the Night Fox, the Balak female warrior who had left the scar on Hugo. Before returning to his senses, Vikir thought he couldn't cross the Lay Rula mountain because of her. Vikir looked at the woman, comparing her to his thoughts about battle. His eyes filled with a fierce red killing intent due to his concentration. He wondered what would happen if his past self faced her in battle. Thinking of the odds, 0% for direct confrontation, 0% for assassination, he began to sweat. The female village chief was watching Vikir. Feeling scared, he withdrew the killing intent from his eyes. He continued thinking, "If I run, I might have a 20% chance of escape and survival." The chieftain looked at Vikir and pondered, "I've seen this face before." Vikir became worried, wondering if she could instinctively recognize his blood relation to Hugo. But the chieftain said, "Oh, all noble men look alike." She turned to Ain, asking, "What do you plan to do with this male? He doesn't look any different from a cripple." Ain replied, "Wait until he recovers, and then he'll be useful. After all, he defeated Lady Baskerville." The village chief warned, "Acting without considering your position can harm you." She added, "But it doesn't matter whether he's crippled or not, as long as he has good seed." Ain quickly shouted to interrupt her mother, saying, "Mother, that's not what I meant. I intend to make him a slave." The chieftain was surprised, "You didn't say that before." Ain, fearing Vikir would hear, shouted again to interrupt. "I need a slave to assist me while hunting. That's reasonable." Vikir seemed uninterested in their conversation. He was walking around, examining the interior of the village chief's tent. Returning to the mother-daughter conversation, the chieftain, patting Ain's head, said, "All right, then treat the slave however you wish, young master." Hearing this, Ain blushed and glanced at Vikir, whose face also turned red, though he continued to focus on a house column. Soon after, the two left the chieftain's tent. Vikir said, "I want to ask one question. What is your name?" Startled by his sudden question, Ain retorted, "A slave daring to ask that?" Vikir walked calmly and replied, "I don't intend to call you master. So, tell me your name. Ain, feeling shy, answered, Ain. Vakir said, my name is Vakir. So, Ain, what do you want me to do now? Upon hearing this, Ain exclaimed, how dare a slave address his master by name like that? However, she then said, fine, I will assign your first task. Build a house. Construct a place where you can live from now on. After giving the order, Ain smugly thought, he's just an ordinary slave, yet so bold and arrogant. Noble men surely don't know how to build houses. This will show him the class difference between us. As for Vakir, he contemplated the task of building a house and found it interesting. He smiled confidently. After some time, Ain's face was filled with disbelief, unable to trust her eyes. Vakir nonchalantly said, I have completed your task. Ain wondered how he could pitch a tent so well. She thought he would struggle due to his injuries. Now, the stuff I brought will be of no use, she thought, holding a large bag of building tools. Vakir, on the other hand, smiled triumphantly. He remembered that during the era of destruction, swordsmen only knew how to wield swords. Survival was difficult, so learning many survival skills was essential. Ain, still amazed, inspected the tent. She was impressed even by the perfect drainage. Vakir then mentioned, oh, I noticed the chieftain's tent seemed unstable. With the rainy season approaching, the ground around the central pole might crack or rot, letting water seep in. If you permit, I'll use crushed limestone and gravel from the other side of the hill to make bricks. I'll also reinforce the tent poles by coating them with tree resin and heating the outer layer. Ain was astounded by this knowledge, previously unknown to her. To save face, she said, I was thinking the same thing. Vakir then worked diligently while Ain watched from behind a tree. The bricks were made, and they brought them to the chieftain, sharing Vakir's idea. The chieftain was surprised and agreed. After reinforcing the chieftain's tent, she said, I've been troubled by this issue for so long. No matter how many times I repaired it, the roof always leaked. So, the problem was with the tent poles. You've done well, she said. It seems my daughter has brought back a useful young man. From now on, take care of such small tasks around the camp. Vakir nodded. Ain remained silent, deep in thought. Later, Vakir went to work. Suddenly, Ain called out, aren't you tired of being exploited for labor? Don't you want to become an official member of our tribe? Vakir casually replied, not really, labor isn't too bad. This is more peaceful than living in the Baskerville house in Undeado City. Hearing this, Ain said, you seem well educated. As a slave, it's understandable not to complain. Vakir interrupted, no, I genuinely don't find it bad. Ain stubbornly said, it's impossible not to get tired from being ordered around and doing difficult tasks. Stop this and follow me. I'll help you get acquainted and survive in the tribe. If you do well, I might even remove that rope around your neck. Hearing this, Vakir turned his head and sarcastically said, sounds tempting, what do I have to do? Ain laughed and said, isn't it better to be honest? Go hunt a large animal. Recently, our tribe's warriors haven't been catching any big games. So, the children in our tribe have had little meat to eat. In other words, if you bring back a large animal, the dream of shedding your slave status won't be so far-fetched anymore. In her joy, Ain hit the injured Vakir hard, causing him pain. But she continued without a care, it seems you can now carry light things. So, you just need to assist me. You should be grateful to be a slave of the tribe's chief hunter. Vakir frowned and seemed uncomfortable, but he didn't object. After thinking for a while, he said, all right, let's go. Hearing this, Ain's heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed. Ain cheerfully said, let's set out tomorrow. Vakir looked at Ain and replied, all right, but why are you smiling so brightly? Ain countered, I'm not. The two of them walked off into the evening light. Unbeknownst to them, someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. He stood behind a tree, his eyes fierce as he watched Vakir talk to Ain. He thought to himself, what a despicable wretch. In a scene before the hunt, someone was extracting something from a container. It looked like mud, and it turned out to be the priest of the Ballad tribe, a handyman. The priest said, all right, hunters, gather around, it's time for the welcoming ceremony. Accept my blessing, or you won't find peace. The Ballad people were lining up to receive the old man's blessing. Ain, in line, turned to Vakir and said, Ballad hunters feel guilty about killing their prey, so before they die, they smear ash on their faces to escape death. Vakir thought to himself, so even a tribe of warriors like Balak has a priest. Ahead, Vakir heard people talking. A woman said, he's talking nonsense again. A man replied, let him be, the priest has to show some authority. The woman continued, but haven't his blessings failed many times? The man casually responded, that's why we only occasionally come for his blessings. Meanwhile, the priest continued with his ritual, seemingly unaware of these comments. After listening to the conversation, Vakir wondered if Ain thought the priest was useless. It seemed this place wasn't much different from those with a priest. Eventually, Ain received the blessing and returned. Her face seemed to be painted like a child's. She stayed silent. Vakir teased, you look beautiful. Angrily, Ain wiped off the paint and said, shut up. I don't get along with that old man. After cleaning her face, Ain handed Vakir a necklace that looked like a dog's chain and said, wear this. Holding the necklace, Vakir asked, is this a dog collar? He thought to himself, even the main character thinks it's a dog collar, this is too funny. Ain then wore a similar necklace and said, we wear these so the prey won't bite our necks. Holding the necklace, Vakir hesitated and then thought, I'm here now, I might as well blend in. A short while later, the hunt began. Ain and Vakir rode together on a wolf. Ain said, I told you to hold on to me, are you sure you won't fall off? Vakir replied, I'll be fine. Hearing this, Ain said, then let's be on our way. Then, Ain abruptly accelerated, like I often do when carrying a girl on the back. Due to this sudden acceleration, Vakir fell backwards. Satisfied with her intention, Ain turned back and laughed with delight. Vakir, now lying on the ground, corrected himself, I like to speed up, but once you're on my bike, I ensure safety. I absolutely never let anyone fall. Ain laughed loudly and said, you should have held on to me, you deserve that fall. Used to Ain's antics, Vakir thought to himself, my body is so sore. Can I even get up? Suddenly, Vakir was surprised to see the silhouette of someone. It turned out to be the man who had previously attacked Vakir and who had been spying on Vakir and Ain earlier. It seemed like he was also on the hunt. Ain got off the wolf. Ah, hun, what's up? Ah hun said, Ain, you have too much free time, playing with a slave. He continued, this time, I will catch a bigger prey, so in the next hunt, I will be the team leader. I will make our father proud. Ain, with a hint of disdain and contempt, replied, how can you make him proud when your father is just a priest? Suddenly, without warning, Ahun aimed at Vakir. Vakir realized it, but due to his injuries, he couldn't defend himself. He took a kick straight to the face. Ain, caught off guard, couldn't react in time and shouted, you bastard, what are you doing? Vakir was kicked far away, and just as he sat up, he found himself on the ground again. Ahun, pleased with himself, said, you even gave him a protective neck ring for hunters. You're relying on a heavily injured person as your assistant. Think again, Commander, he will only hold you back. Hearing this, Ain smiled and said, really? Then you should check your own belt first before talking. Ah-hun then looked down at his waist. He was extremely shocked, as if he had lost something. Meanwhile, Vikir spat out blood and said, Ah-hun, you should take care of your weapon as carefully as you would your lover, watch out for thieves. Now infuriated, Ah-hun turned back and glared at Vikir. Ain stood beside Ah-hun's anger and silently laughed. Unable to hold back any longer, Ah-hun rushed to beat Vikir up again. This insolent slave. But suddenly, he was stopped by a bow hook. Ain said, Enough, who do you think you're messing with, the slave of whom? Ah-hun angrily yelled, He's just a slave, how dare he insult a ballad warrior? Ain replied, You showed attitude first. Ah-hun, still adamant, shouted, He's a slave, why are you protecting him? Don't tell me you like him. Hearing this, Ain pondered for a moment. Then she said, All right, a slave is a slave, and if he's wrong, he should be punished. Ah-hun, excited, said, Yes, exactly. Ain continued, But you don't have the right to punish him, he is my slave. Vikir, hearing this, was a bit doubtful. He received a strong hit to the face from Ain. This punch was much stronger than Ah-hun's kick. Vikir's blood spurted out. Seeing this, Ah-hun's mouth fell open, and his eyes widened in shock. Vikir lay on the ground, sat up, and then lay down again. Ain had made Vikir lie down quite a lot. With a cold gaze, Ain turned to look at Ah-hun and asked, Are you satisfied now? I know you're unhappy because you haven't caught any girl. But if you mess with my slave, I will smash you into pulp, understand? Ain emitted a terrifying killing aura. Ah-hun, seeing this, shivered and hesitantly replied, Yes. Vikir, meanwhile, seemed not to want to get up anymore. He just lay there, sunbathing. After a while, in the forest, Ain now dared not look straight at Vikir. She only glanced at him. Vikir also remained silent. Ain broke the silence, Does it hurt? Are you angry? Vikir remained silent. Ain continued, I had to do it. Ah-hun is very petty and stubborn, I had to do it so he wouldn't cause any more trouble. Why don't you answer me? Vikir thought for a while in the silence and then tried to speak, because it hurts too much. Hearing this, Ain suddenly stood up and turned around. She anxiously asked, Does it hurt a lot? Are you close to dying? Vikir struggled to speak, Talking hurts a lot. I've been injured like this many times. Before Vikir could finish his sentence, Ain gently kissed his wound. The forest suddenly became quiet. Touching her lips, Ain's face turned red. She quickly turned away to avoid facing Vikir. Suddenly, she changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. I know I'm right, and you are very promising, even coming from the Empire. Vikir, meanwhile, wiped the place where Ain had kissed. He thought, Do these people always lick each other's wounds? Licking like that is dangerous, what if it gets infected? Ain, seeing that Vikir didn't respond, turned back and asked, Do you want anything from me? Just say it. If I can do it, I will. Vikir then said, Can I ask for this? Surprised, Ain replied, Of course, ballad warriors never go back on their word. Hearing this, Vikir pondered deeply. Ain, seeing Vikir deep in thought, blushed and thought, Why is he thinking so hard? Don't say it's impossible. Suddenly, Vikir said, If it's anything, then maybe this will do. Hearing this, Ain sighed in relief. She had been thinking too negatively. Vikir, oblivious to love, said, Teach me archery. Ain, looking annoyed, replied disappointingly, Archery, all right then. Later, she cheerfully said, Then from tomorrow, we'll start special training. Vikir agreed, Okay, fine. The next day, Vikir was practicing archery. Ain said, Oh my slave doesn't even know how to shoot a bow. Didn't I say to aim at the preset target? Vikir, struggling, said, "Hey, you don't have to teach in this posture, right?" Ain, with a sly look, replied, "Aren't you the one who asked me to teach archery? This is how all Balak children are taught. You won't be able to use a sword for a long time with your battered body. So, better learn archery. You have to catch a big prey to maintain your honor, bend your back a bit more." Vikir, hearing Ain's complaints, gritted his teeth and endured, thinking his bones were reaching their limit. Suddenly, a laughing animal appeared. Ain, without warning, hit Vikir hard on the back. His spine cracked, and he fell to the ground in pain. Ain, unconcerned, spoke to the wolf Bakira, "Have you found it yet?" The wolf barked once as if to say it had found it. Hearing this, Ain turned to the painfully lying Vikir and said, "Get up, we need to move fast from now on." In a scene by a swiftly flowing river, Ain said, "We'll wait here by this river for a bit. A school of salmon will swim upstream from the sea soon. My father once told me this. Salmon believe that if they can swim up waterfalls, they can turn into gigantic monsters. However, most of them fail and fall when they hit the rocks below. But such a fish becomes a fine meal for the Nguhung." Vikir said, "Nguhung? It doesn't look like anything I know. It's different from what I have seen." Ain said, "It's not a Nguhung. It's a high-blooded creature that has overcome much chaos." Vikir hesitantly asked, "So you want me to catch it?" Ain replied, "Of course not. I never said we'd catch such a strong one. Our goal is the males following her for mating." Near the herd of Nguhung, one with an X-shaped scar seemed annoyed at another. Then the scarred Nguhung fiercely attacked the other. Vikir was shocked as a group of Nguhung started fighting violently. This one and that one. After a while, the battle ended. Vikir wondered, doesn't the female accept the strongest one? How strong does a male have to be? Ain answered, "You're mistaken. It's the opposite, the female doesn't seek the strongest male." Vikir, puzzled, asked further, "Does she choose the weakest then?" Ain explained, "She is looking for a mate she can dominate. The strongest males, when excited, can even kill their mates, so they're not much welcomed. That's why she prefers a smaller and more submissive partner. Like how ballad warriors choose their partners. Do you know what type of person is often chosen? A young one with good genes, preferably weakened by injuries." Vikir still didn't understand. Ain clarified, "You think it's only about genes? Now we must wait for the female to completely suppress the male's strength in the forest." A few days later, animal cries echoed in the area. Vikir, listening to these sounds, looked fed up. He was standing at the cave entrance from where the noises came, thinking he had been listening to these Nguhung groaning for 4 days, wondering what he was doing. Later, Vikir returned to Ain and asked, "Have you left food for them?" Vikir replied, "Yes. We've set up a tent not far from them and have been providing food for the past 4 days to keep them mating." Ain held up a fruit and said, "This fruit boosts strength temporarily but is harmful as it affects lifespan. The smarter females will understand our plan. The males will realize too but have no choice but to eat it to satisfy the female." Hearing this, Vikir understood why she chose a strong female. It's to reduce the male's strength as much as possible. Ain handed him 2 bowls of porridge, saying, "Here, eat this for quick healing." Vikir took the bowl and said, "They are working hard indeed." Ain added, "Isn't that normal? All those reckless men are like that." Hearing this, Vikir choked on his food and spat it out. Ain laughed and continued, "Are the men from your empire different? Coming from such a boring place, you probably can't do it. Can you?" Vikir knew he was being teased, so he became somber and said nothing. Ain, seizing the opportunity, continued teasingly, "Can you do it, or can you not?" Ain, "Why overdo it, really, I'm dead." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Ain's expression turned serious. She took her bow and said, "Get ready, it seems the female is pregnant." On the Nguhung side, after tormenting the male, the female let out a loud roar. Then the male panicked and ran out of the cave. Vikir and Ain sat on a tree observing. Vikir asked, "Why did she chase the male away?" Ain explained, "A Nguhung male after mating is like an enemy in its territory. She's warning him never to return." Ain continued, "She will rest somewhere far and safe. From here, we will silently follow her. When she sleeps, we'll start hunting." The scene shifts to a place covered in freezing snow. Vikir and Ain are riding wolves, following the Nguhung. Vikir says, "She's tired, why go so far?" Ain replies, "She's looking for the safest place. It's so cold here that mosquitoes can't survive." Vikir then asks, "She knows that, so she came here?" Ain responds, "The intelligence of a Nguhung is quite high. Its knowledge far exceeds animal instinct." As they travel further, Vikir feels increasingly cold. Ain, noticing this, says, "Cold, huh? Move closer to me then." Vikir, still polite, says, "No, I'm fine." But Ain gives Vikir another reason to move closer. "If your body temperature drops, you'll stiffen up, which will slow us down during the hunt. Do you want to slow me down?" Hearing this, Vikir thinks it's a valid reason. She can even come up with such a reasonable excuse, he thinks. Finally, he drops all pretense and hugs Ain. Ain, embarrassed by the embrace, still pretends to be only concerned about her slave's health. "As a master, I must take care of my slave." Suddenly, the wolf senses something and growls. Ahead are the tracks of the Nguhung. Ain says, "Its tracks have disappeared, where did it go?" From within a mountain crevice, the Nguhung, aware it was being tracked, had lain in ambush. The beast, with its fierce eyes, stares menacingly at the two followers. Ain, sensing danger, turns to look. At that moment, the Nguhung ferociously charged. The scene changes to another place where the Ballad tribe is joyously looking at something. It turns out they are seeing a large wild boar that a Hun had hunted. Many people gather around to admire his achievement. The crowd exclaims, "Look at that wild boar! With so much meat, our entire tribe can feast heartily." "I only caught 3 rabbits, someone says. "That wild boar is the best hunt here, isn't it?" A Hun, hearing these words, is extremely pleased and smiles. His pride swells enormously. The tribe members continue, "So from now on, a Hun will become the leader of the hunting team, right?" "Yes, according to the rules. Even though Ain is talented, there are some things she can't do." "But doesn't she have a slave with her?" At this, a Hun comments, "That guy is just a burden, no help at all." Another tribesman asks, "So, you mean she'll return without bringing anything back?" Back to Vikir, the Nguhung with blood-red eyes charges at them. Ain is extremely startled, and suddenly Vikir pulls Ain forcefully behind him. The monster's hand was inches away. Both of them were extremely scared. It was about to hit Ain's face, but Vikir pulled her down to the ground, dodging the monster. The white wolf, seeing its owner attacked, growled and then charged at the Nguhung to vent its anger on behalf of its master. Meanwhile, Vikir asked Ain if she was okay. Ain replied, "Thanks to you, I escaped death." "Thank you." She mused, "It was luring us, wasn't it? This one is craftier than the others. Now I understand why the female chose it." Vikir expressed his fear that they might not be able to avoid a fierce battle. Despite being saved, Ain couldn't believe she was helped by a slave, thinking how ironic it was since she was his master. So, she told him, "My slave, go rest behind. I will show you the dignity of a master." Ain readied her bow for battle. Vikir, hearing this, said, "Telling me to rest?" A slave rests while the master works. Before Vakir could finish, Ain rode the wolf in pursuit of the Nguhong. Seeing this, Vakir thought this tribe was indeed special. Ain had caught up with the beast and shot many arrows into the Nguhong, aiming to turn it into a porcupine. Ain shouted, "How dare you act so brazenly in front of my slave? You'll pay for this, you Nguhong." The monster, while running, suddenly turned and hid behind a large rock. Ain taunted, "Do you think hiding behind that rock will save you from my arrows? A good arrow can pierce through steel when needed, but it won't harm a small leaf when not required." Ain infused aura into her arrow and shot it at the rock. The arrow stopped at the rock, but the aura kept vibrating, penetrating the rock and impaling the monster. The wounded hung beast howled in pain, blood gushing continuously. From a distance, Vakir was amazed to see that the Nguhong behind the rock had been hit. The aura wave from the arrow pierced through the rock and hit the target accurately. He thought Ain's archery technique could be considered a form of martial art, capable of choking any enemy without any margin of error. Vakir believed Ain's skills surpassed Camus'. When Ain noticed Vakir's admiration, she turned back and thought, "See that, my slave?" The Nguhong on her side was severely injured, bleeding profusely. Suddenly, the beast regained its breath, lost its reason in a frenzy, and charged out like a moth to a flame, attacking Ain again. Ain continued to shoot arrows, but it couldn't stop this enraged monster. Seeing the beast's wounds increasing, Ain said, "Do you think you can withstand my arrows? These arrows carry my sincere heart and can break the walls of a castle." Ain continued to infuse aura into her arrows, aiming to fatally wound the monster. The arrow flew swiftly. The beast, initially frightened, quickly regained its composure, its eyes sharp. Then, with its high-level observation haki, it easily dodged the arrow. This scene left Ain in utter astonishment. While she was distracted, the Nguhong charged and knocked both Ain and her wolf down, rolling several times before stopping. Ain now appeared to be in great pain, lying on the ground. Feeling slightly dazed, Ain later raised her head. She suddenly remembered her mother's words, "When a beast is close to death, all its murderous intent is directed towards one person." Ain thought she had underestimated the situation, pushing it to desperation, thinking her last arrow shot was justified. Ain struggled to stand up, but the monster was already too close. It stared at her, the one who had severely wounded it, its eyes filled with murderous intent, saliva dripping from its mouth as if craving flesh. It let out a roar, seemingly a farewell to its enemy. Seeing this, Ain also gave in and closed her eyes, thinking she was about to die. Suddenly, she heard Vakir's voice, "Have you shown the dignity of a master yet?" Hearing these words, Ain opened her eyes, teary. Vakir stood before Ain, blocking the attack of the Nguhong. Vakir, with the glowing eyes of the Baskerville family, said, "Now it's my turn." With immense aura, Vakir aimed his fist at the monster's mouth. From his arm, the aura of the Beelzebub sword emanated, suppressing the atmosphere. Then, flames burst from his arm, burning the monster alive. Ain was astonished, "Is that fire?" The monster, now ablaze, collapsed backwards, smoke billowing from its mouth. Vakir's bandage also caught fire from the attack. It seemed Vakir was about to return, stronger than ever. Seeing Vakir so cool, Ain's face flushed, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Vakir said, "I knew it. My voice is getting weaker, using that skill is too much for this body." Just when it seemed Vakir was back to his formidable self, he collapsed again. Even Ain was shocked by this unpredictable display from Vakir. Ain screamed Vakir's name. The scene shifts, it's now night, and in the forest where the Ballad tribe resides, fires are burning brightly. The atmosphere seems lively. They celebrated their hunting victory. The Nguhong Vakir and Ain had caught was being cooked and skinned, alongside a Hun's wild boar. the Ballad tribe members joyfully danced around the large fire in the center of the village, happy to have caught such a large animal after so long. Vakir and Ain were treated specially. Ain said, "The hunter who catches the biggest prey receives respect and admiration from the villagers. How does it feel to be a hero?" Vakir touched his hat and weakly said, "It's normal." Ain laughed and said, "Slave, your problem is your lackluster reaction. The Nguhung is not only strong but also very smart, so catching it is a great honor. That's why we were chosen to represent in the saluting ceremony. Unlike a slow, frightened wild pig that always runs and defecates, right, Ahun?" Ahun, standing beside them, heard this and was visibly annoyed. He was extremely jealous, staring at Vakir. In his hand, he held a bowl, which he offered to Vakir, saying, "Here, slave." Holding the bowl, Vakir responded with an attitude, "What's this kindness about?" Hearing this, Ahun exploded in rage, yelling, "What do you mean, you slave?" Vakir asked why they didn't have much meat. Then, Hun, with a loud voice, exclaimed once again that it was all they deserved. Frustrated, he said he also wanted to give them more meat. After saying this, Hun angrily left. Ain, standing nearby, explained that it's a tradition of the Ballad tribe that those who contribute the most to the hunt get the least meat but earn the most honor. Hearing this, Vakir appeared annoyed and thought that less meat meant more honor. He believed meat was more valuable than such useless honor. Meanwhile, Ain, still smiling, commented that Hun must be very upset. Vakir ignored Ain's words, reflecting that honor was not what he sought in this hunt. He was more focused on the weight he had gained, a whopping 600 kilograms, from capturing Beelzebub and a mighty bull. Vakir looked at his hand holding Beelzebub, an A-grade 3-headed fire dog, where fire causes damage. He also considered the 1,000-pound A-grade bull, strong as a bull, and the immortal Moshul, another A-grade entity. He wondered how his body could handle an additional 600 kilograms if he held his breath. Not only that, Beelzebub also absorbed the mighty bull and healed his body. Suddenly, Ain handed Vakir a bowl and asked if he was full. Blushing, she confessed she had stolen it from a priest and brought it to him, as hunters are entitled to more food. Vakir turned and mentioned he already had a portion of meat, a bowl of blood soup, and a plate of offal. Hearing this, Ain exclaimed that he must eat this too, as eating eyes strengthens eyes, hearts strengthen hearts, and legs strengthen legs. She realized why the picture had been hidden before. During their bull hunt, Ain and Vakir had discussed how the Balak people could play for days. Ain joked about Vakir's vitality. Turning back to him, she saw him looking puzzled at the bowl, wondering if the long thing inside was an intestine. She thought it might strengthen his weak intestines. In the distance, some women from the Balat tribe shouted that the leader was showing favoritism by giving that portion to the slave. They suspected his motives. Annoyed by their teasing, Ain shouted for them to be quiet. Meanwhile, Vakir, unaware of what he was eating, calmly enjoyed it, thinking it was too chewy. Satisfied, Ain watched Vakir finish and said now he could fulfill his duty. Vakir thought he had already completed his hunting mission and wondered what more she wanted. The next morning, as the sun rose, Vakir left his tent. He went to a large tree stump with claw marks that looked like they were made by a monster. He thought about Ain's words from the previous day. Vakir recalled how she had left all the good meat there, questioning why she said they were short on food. Ain and Vakir stood before the meat on the stump. Ain mentioned they would offer it to the Bat Tuc lady to ask for permission to live in the dense forest. Vakir felt alarmed, realizing the gravity of encountering the Bat Tuc lady in the forest and the villagers' attitude towards the risk they had taken. Vakir returned to reality, looked up at the sky, and said, "Indeed, a troublesome top." After admiring a tree stump, Vakir walked around the village. Suddenly, he noticed something and stopped. It turned out there was a long line of people doing something. Vikir wondered, what's going on? Is there another ceremony? Most of the people in line were women. They were chatting with each other, saying, we've been standing here since dawn. Luckily, it's almost our turn, we haven't slept all night. According to yesterday's ritual, he might become a normal person. So, one of the village girls will become his wife, ha! If he can even catch the mighty bull hero, he must be strong. It turns out these women were lining up to register to be Vikir's wife, as he was no longer a slave but a tribe member. Suddenly, behind the girls, someone approached and spoke about the group. Ain had just returned from hunting, carrying a deer on her shoulder. She shouted, I was the one who gave him the soup yesterday. Why dare you take what's mine? The other girls were a bit scared of Ain but still raised their voices, then you should have used it first and shared it with us. You're too greedy, leader. Hearing this, Ain, furious, threw the deer down and with a deadly look said, if you're not satisfied, go set your traps and catch your own. The girls were startled but, still eyeing the desirable young man, decided to compete to the end. We've traveled far, even to the Empire's border, and still, he doesn't seem to notice us. Ain, now unable to stand it, gritted her teeth with a fierce look, saying, really? Maybe he belongs in hell. Ain's fierceness made the other girls flee, knowing arguing further was futile. They couldn't beat the formidable Ain in a fight. After the other women left, Ain, holding her head, said, by the time he recovers, they'll probably snatch him away. I fed him of the bull hero, I should have commanded him to fulfill his manly duties. Unbeknownst to Ain, Vikir had heard everything. Vikir, now pale, was standing behind her. After a while, Ain sensed someone behind her. Turning around, she saw Vikir looking at her with disdain. Stammering, Ain said, oh, you heard everything? Vikir, with a dead expression, thought, you are what you eat, huh? So, what did I eat yesterday? Ain, flustered, quickly changed the subject, last night, I heard my mother calling the elders for a meeting. You can request something from my mother, as an honored hunter. When she called for you, I already thought of what you should ask for. At this point, Ain blushed, not knowing Vikir had heard her earlier suggestion, leaving him quite surprised. The scene shifts to the village chief's tent, where a meeting was being held. Inside, the elders, along with Ahun and Ain, were attending. They all focused on one direction. At the center, Vikir, now dressed in the attire of the Ballad tribe, was meeting the village chief and everyone else. He said, greetings, village chief. The village chief, sitting in a majestic chair, said, you caught the bull hero, didn't you? I had a great meal. Vikir replied, I just did what I had to do. The village chief responded, no need to be modest, you did very well. It seems your wounds are healing quite well. Your recovery is quick. Vikir responded, thank you for your concern. He looked at the village chief and thought, interesting indeed, Asila the Night Fox, a great archer who terrifies the empire. Even though he only leads a Ballad tribe of less than 300 people, he's as decisive as Hugo, yet also warm and gentle. Knowing Vikir was looking at him, the village chief mouthed to Vikir, did you also save Ain? After whispering, the chief spoke loudly to everyone, I should reward you. To honor your deeds yesterday, I will change your status. You are no longer a slave but will become part of the family. Hearing this, Ahun's father chuckled a few times. Vikir turned to look at the old man and thought. Ain said, the elders are not pleased with this change in my status. The old man, applying ash to the faces of the Ballad tribe's hunters and priests, is Ahun's uncle, right? Seeing Vikir looking at him, the old man appeared irritated. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the female village chief stood up and said, now that you are a member of the Ballad tribe, tell me what you want. Even though I did not give birth to or raise you, you are now a member of our tribe. I will grant your request. If you want a beautiful girl from the village, I will bless you both. If you don't want a partner, you can also choose a slave. Seeing her opportunity, Ain gestured wildly, indicating she wanted to speak. You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Vakir glanced at Ain playing around for a while, then closed his eyes and said, I have a request. The female chief said, go ahead and speak. She thought, that Ain girl is waving her hands around, wanting this guy to come over, huh? Vakir pondered, remained silent for a long while, then finally spoke up. If you agree, I would like to bathe in the hero's spring. As soon as Vakir said this, everyone at the meeting was shocked. The old elders gaped. Ahun was extremely astonished. What? Ain laughed with a delighted expression. The female chief's face darkened. The hero's spring? Do you know what you are asking for? Vakir, knowing he had made an unreasonable request, looked at the chief cautiously, as if expecting to be punched. To break the tense silence, the old priest shouted, Damn it, do you know who you are standing in front of to be so arrogant? After yelling at Vakir, he turned to yell at the chief, Chief, only elite warriors are allowed to bathe in the hero's spring. Please don't listen to this trash anymore. Hearing his grandfather speak, Ahun's nephew also chimed in, Exactly, only heroes who have proven themselves can enter the hero's spring. How dare this guy demand such a thing? Ain, who proposed this idea, spoke up to defend Vakir. Vakir has proven his strength. Isn't he the one who caught the bull hero? As the noise grew louder, the female chief asked, You ask this, but do you even know what the hero's spring is? Hearing the question, Vakir seriously said, I know the hero's spring is a sacred shrine only the strongest warriors of the Balak tribe can enter. Just soaking in its hot spring water can heal both internal and external injuries. Hearing this, the village chief pondered something. Meanwhile, Vakir thought, but Ain said that filling the spring with water takes a very long time. And only warriors with special contributions are allowed to use it. Seeing the chief hesitating, the old man with a feathered hat spoke up, We can't let a foreigner who just became a commoner enter the shrine. As soon as the feathered hat elder finished speaking, another elder in a cloak also spoke, These children are very promising. Allowing him there once to motivate him is okay. Hearing this, the feathered hat elder retorted, Is the hero's spring a public bath, where anyone can enter? The cloaked elder argued back, His body is injured. Now that we see him as family, we must treat him well. Hearing their argument, the female chief thought, I want to agree. But it's indeed unreasonable. The priests and guards also strongly oppose it. While thinking, suddenly a bell rang, drawing the chief's attention. The bell's sound echoed throughout the village, signaling something. Hearing the bell, Vakir asked Ain, Does that bell signal a fight is about to happen? Ain replied, It's a guest, no idiot would dare start a fight with the Balad tribe in these woods. At this moment, the female chief also stepped outside and said, Let's discuss this later. Everyone return to your places. After the chief left, the old priest glared at Vakir with an annoyed and threatening look. Shortly after, everyone in the village went outside to welcome the guests. They gathered in large numbers, with Vakir and Ain also arriving. Vakir asked, Are those people the guests? Ain answered, Yes. It turned out that the people called guests were traders. They arrived in horse-drawn carts, bringing crates of goods for exchange with the villagers. Ain explained to Vakir that these traders brought things not found in the forest. We all look forward to the day they come, she said. Vakir was paying attention to something else. He thought, that symbol belongs to one of the 7 merchant families, the Buzio family. To get here from the capital of the empire, they must have passed through the Baskerville territory. How did they get here? The 2 families wouldn't let them pass. Could they be smuggling? Meanwhile, an old merchant began advertising his wares. He spoke in the Balat language, Greetings, folks. The 5-day market is here. Bring whatever you want to exchange. The ballot people happily brought their items to trade. Greetings, I've been looking forward to this day. Later, the crates were unpacked. The atmosphere became busy and lively. This is a glass ball that gives you beautiful dreams when kept beside your bed. We also have cosmetics, and here's rice. Watching this scene, Vakir thought deeply. These traders bring food and basic necessities commonly seen across the empire. They're exchanging these ordinary items for rare forest products. The traders must know the value of these items. Are they exploiting the Ballad tribe? Well, they have to figure this out themselves. If I interfere and get recognized, it will cause trouble. Thinking this, Vakir turned to leave. Meanwhile, Ain was also exchanging items, and suddenly she exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't right at all. Exchanging a diamond for a corn cob, what's that about?" Hearing this, Vakir turned around, looked, and thought, luckily, there's still one sane person. But Ain immediately looked at Vakir and said, "I should at least get 2 corn cobs." After successfully exchanging for 2 cobs, Ain joyfully exclaimed, "Hey hey!" Seeing this scene, Vakir, feeling exasperated, turned away. He thought, really, she's just like the rest of the ballads. Seeing Ain's success, someone else shouted, "How can the value of a boy equal that of a turnip? It should be at least 2 turnips." Someone else argued, "Only 1 cabbage? I won't give up the remaining deer antler plow for that. 1 is enough." Watching this spectacle, the old merchant tried to look annoyed and gritted his teeth. After dealing with the foolish Balaks, he pretended to be regretful and said, "It seems I can't outdo the ballad warriors, I will give more." Hearing this, 3 ballad men cheerfully shouted, "Da-da-da-da-yeah." Seeing the Balaks react this way, the old merchant thought to himself, "These stupid, simple-minded Balaks don't even know the value of what they're trading." At that moment, a little girl approached the old man and asked, "Sir, may I have a glass ball?" The old man turned to her and said, "I have plenty, what would you like to trade?" The girl offered a rare, tasty, and nutritious beetle larva. The merchant coldly huffed in disgust. Then, he tossed the larva from the girl's hand and said, "Why would I eat this?" He walked away, leaving the girl staring at the insect with regret. The old man said in the language of the empire, "A pretty wild girl like her could fetch a good price as a slave. What a pity." As the girl cried, a hand comforted her by patting her head. It was Vakir. He called out, "Hey, merchant, this deal isn't fair." Hearing Vakir, who was speaking the language of the empire, Ain turned to look and thought, "What is he saying?" The old man, startled, forced a smile and said, "Oh, you speak the language of the empire? It's a misunderstanding." Vakir looked at him and said, "You are planning to sell this ballot child as a slave. That's not the issue now. You must cancel all unfair trades made today." The old man defensively said, "Unfair? What's unfair about them?" Vakir replied, "You are selling these items at prices completely different from the market rates." Hearing that, the old man protested that it was unfair. "Unfair what? The hegemon didn't say that you sold these items at a completely different price from the market, did he?" Hearing that, the old merchant thought that he seemed to be the only one who knew the language of the empire. Thinking so, the old man approached Vakir, and said in a harsh voice, "You talk as if you know the market price. This is a sacred trade, approved by the shaman Ballad on behalf of the forest god. A snot-nosed brat like you should not interfere." Seeing the old man bluffing like that, Vakir pointed to the goods and said, "Corn, you brought it here for 100 gold coins each. But the diamond you received is worth about 2 million gold coins. If the bullhorn fruit becomes a ball tomorrow, it will be worth 1 million gold coins. The price for the goblin head mushroom, a medicine that is unheard of." The merchant was extremely shocked, thinking how this guy knew the market price so accurately. Vakir picked up the glass ball and continued, "This glass ball for beautiful dreams. If you put this next to you, you will be drugged and only dream of good things on the surface of the ball. There are small holes for the drug to leak out. The drug in here will harm the body if used a lot. I know for sure it is banned in the Empire, but you sell it for a much higher price." After saying that, Vakir crushed the ball in front of the old merchant, making him extremely shocked. At this time, another merchant came from behind, whispered something. The old merchant whispered back, "Someone had discovered it." Then the lover ran over and said, "Did you just say the drug harms the body?" Vakir replied, "Yes." Hearing Vakir's affirmation, the lover showed anger, and said, "Don't tell me the reason why many people's health here suddenly deteriorated is because of the old merchant." Seeing the lover's face, the old merchant thought he should get out of here. He pretended to say, "There seems to be some misunderstanding." Before he could finish his explanation, an arrow flew up, hitting his shoulder. Now, he was very scared, sweating profusely. The arrow was taken from the lover, who quickly grabbed a bow from someone next to him. The lover shouted, "You bastards! How dare you cheat the Ballad tribe? We heard that the Ballad people still don't believe or doubt it, right? No way. These things are very good." Seeing that he couldn't explain anymore, the old merchant wrinkled his face, shouted, "Damn it! Grab the luggage and run." So the group of merchants climbed on their horses and ran. At this time, Vakir on the side of the road asked, "Why did you let them go?" The merchant never admits loss. The lover said, "We never let go of the beasts that move in herds. That's a hunting technique. They have a habit of returning to the herd when injured, just as I said." The other merchants had returned to the gathering place, shouting, "Damn, those Ballad bastards! They took all our stuff, get ready to fight." There were a lot of people holding swords, sticks and looking fierce at the gathering place of them. It was dark, a bird was exploring the place with fire. Then, the bird returned to the hand of the lover. The lover said, "They dare to mess with the Ballad tribe, then there's only one outcome, that is to be slaughtered." As soon as they received the news that their comrades were bullied, the hired thugs rushed to the Ballad people's tribe to take revenge. The squint-eyed leader of the hired thugs sneered, "Mr. Smuggler fell into the trap of the Ballad people. You must be surprised, right? As I thought, talking reason with those savages is useless. We must either kill them all or turn them into slaves." The old merchant gets really angry when taunted. He grimaces and replies, "Cut the nonsense, old man. You must be new to this forest, so you probably don't know that those barbarians are not easy to deal with." The one-eyed man smirks and answers, "If you're that scared, why did you bring us mercenaries along? You can't go against the current if you're caught." As he speaks, he takes out a box of thong knot matches and continues, "We agreed that I would escort you and we would split the commission equally. So, in times of danger, we must share the burden, right? Do you see me as a man of integrity?" After hearing this, the merchant can only sigh, wondering where this guy gets the courage to boast so boldly. However, feeling powerless, he concedes, "Fine, let's do it your way." The one-eyed man asks, "Are the barbarians that strong? We'll attack at night, ambush them, set fires, and annihilate them. Dealing with these barbarians is as easy as trapping wild animals." Nearby, two young soldiers are arguing. Dan Truong, with his split hair, angrily says, "Don't waste the matches, I still need them." The short-haired one replies, "According to the rules, only 2 people can use one match. Didn't you know that 3 people shouldn't use the same match on the battlefield?" Dan Truong, frustrated, snatches the match and laughs, "I don't believe in such superstitions." He intends to light his cigarette with the match. But as the saying goes, don't mess with fate. As soon as he finishes speaking, an arrow headshots him right in the forehead. Instantly, another arrow hits his comrade in the forehead. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man keeps boasting about capturing the barbarians and selling them. Suddenly, an arrow narrowly misses his head. The short-haired soldier, shocked and urinating in fear, exclaims, "Damn, this really is like selling salt." He realizes the folly of speaking too soon. The merchant, witnessing the bloodshed, is utterly shocked, his eyes wide with fear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, did you miss anyone? He asks. Looking around, he sees that each of his companions has an arrow in their forehead. He screams in horror, "It's the barbarians. Put out the cigarettes quickly. Haven't I told you smoking is bad for your health?" An angry voice from the other side says loudly, "I won't allow anyone to miss their target. Let's show them how terrifying the Ballad tribe can be. Let's show them what a festival is." Vikir, standing aside and observing, is amazed, thinking, just from the glow of a cigarette, all Ballad warriors can shoot so accurately? Suddenly, a man with a plume in his hat carrying 2 barrels says, "Hey, slave, we've prepared everything you asked for." Vikir replies, "Hey, I'm a tribesman now, not a slave anymore." The other man laughs, "Are you still worried about that?" Meanwhile, the hired soldiers, initially stunned by the barbarians' sudden attack, gradually regain their composure. The bald leader yells, "Wizards, gather and use shields against the arrows. Aura users, prepare for a counterattack." The arrows, glowing with aura and tied with ropes, fly swiftly. It turns out the protagonist instructed the tribesmen to shoot 2 arrows to hook the barrels over the mercenaries' heads. More and more arrows are shot, each sticking wherever they land, above, below, to the left, to the right, continuously firing. Soon, the mercenaries' heads are covered with dangling barrels. The bald leader screams in fear, "They're even using these barrels? How could such fools suddenly become so smart?" From inside the barrels, a black liquid suddenly overflowed. Immediately afterwards, arrows with flaming tips were shot directly into the barrels. Miraculously, the barrels exploded, lighting up like fireworks, with flames covering the sky. The mercenaries were even more terrified. Shields can block arrows but not fire. Right after that, flames fell upon the mercenaries. They screamed and cried in despair, "Have the barbarians resorted to arson? How dirty!" The merchant, hiding behind a tree, gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "They tied ropes to arrows and lit the oil barrels? When did the Ballad tribe become so clever?" While he was deep in thought, there was a rustling sound. The protagonist's footsteps approached him. The merchant, startled, looked back to see Vikir standing close by. He yelled, "You dog, you've ruined my plans." Vikir, with eyes red and full of murderous intent, looked at him like a demon from hell. Suddenly, the merchant, terrified, screamed, "If you kill me, you'll regret it." He pulled out a paper and continued, "This is a permit I received from the underground city. It's officially sealed by the newly appointed deputy consul. If you kill me, the Baskerville family won't leave you alone." The protagonist coldly asked, "The new deputy consul you're talking about is named Vikir, right?" The merchant, scared, answered, "Yes, the infamous Vikir." The protagonist glared angrily and shouted, "Strange, I don't recall allowing that." Hearing this, the merchant was shocked and stuttered, "Your skin color is different now. No way, you're really bi." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced his forehead, another his chest, and one his stomach, ending him swiftly. Vikir posed and said, "Beep. Anyone who forges the Baskerville seal must die." Suddenly, Ain, riding a wolf, arrived and shouted, "Hey, slave, time's up. We need to scram." Vikir turned around and said with a clear voice, "Be careful with your words, I'm no longer a slave." The scene shifts to the mercenaries who could only huddle together, holding up shields against the Ballad tribe's arrow rain. Then they suddenly exclaimed, "They've stopped shooting. The Ballads are retreating, which means they used fire because they were afraid of us. Chase them and kill them." The deputy leader yelled, "These damned barbarians, if I catch you, I'll feed you to the dogs." Suddenly, a roaring sound came from afar. So, you survived? Keep barking then. Appearing was none other than the monstrous True Mother. As usual, with her 9 elegant toes, the giant spider stretched her long legs and lunged at the mercenaries. The massacre scene left only dust and the eerie sounds of agony. Vikir casually remarked, "Hello, brothers, my role is over." Surprised, he glanced back at his friend, recalling their previous fight. Ain, excitedly, said, "I calculated the time for True Mother's arrival and came up with the arson strategy." "You've become a great ballad warrior." The protagonist modestly replied, "I just adapted to the situation." But that thing was indeed a disaster. Damn, those sky-piercing legs are as tall as ancient trees. The scene shifts to the ballad chieftain's room. By then, everyone had already returned to the headquarters. Hearing about the future son-in-law's exploits, the chieftain, very pleased, said, "Well done. I allow you to hunt in Dungjia Springs and Guhung to solve the food shortage." The battle ended without casualties, using kerosene tactics, and discovering the cause of illness in ballad warriors due to contraband drugs. "I'm sure you're a brave warrior of the ballad tribe. I guess the elders won't have any more objections to this matter now." However, they are wrong, and since tonight is a full moon, Ain, please take Vikir to the Dungjia Springs. Upon hearing this, Ain eagerly stands up to accept the order. Poor young Ahun sitting next to them witnesses his crush openly going with another guy and can't do anything about it. How frustrating that must be. Ain steps forward, puts his arm around Vikir like a close friend, and says, "I'll serve you right away." Look at old Ahua there, swallowing his anger. He said the warrior's poor health was due to a curse. Thanks to you, his words don't hold weight anymore. Vikir remembers the merchant saying that the trade agreement had been approved by the ballad tribe sorcerer. Then, the protagonist mutters to himself about curses. The scene changes to a late night with a moon but no stars. The protagonist is now satisfied, bathing in the Dungjia Springs to heal his wounds. But, surprisingly, there are rabbits swimming in the spring, and even ducks. The tribe leader said this spring was sacred and took a long time to form. Yet, they let animals bathe in it. There's duck feces everywhere. Vikir lies there, enjoying himself, thinking his mana is becoming purer. He can feel his bones and muscles healing. That fake sorcerer was actually onto something. With such miraculous effects, he probably wants to come here to rejuvenate himself. It's not like the Eternal River in Baskerville, but the good thing here is there's no age limit. Suddenly, the protagonist asks, "Hey, if you join me, does it reduce the efficacy by half?" I remember the chieftain said only I could enter. Ain laughs and replies, "Does that matter so much? True ballad tribespeople don't fuss over such trivialities. It's all thanks to Adonai for finding this spring." The protagonist wonders who Adon is. Ain explains, he is the only one who could fight True Mother one-on-one. He's the strongest warrior in ballad tribe history. Now that you're part of the ballad tribe, you should respect him. Vikir responds, if he really fought that monster one-on-one, then he deserves respect. I fought True Mother one-on-one too, Ain, a bit annoyed, says, God, it's so hard to talk to outsiders. Suddenly, Ain remembers something, his expression turns thoughtful, recalling his mother's advice. He has become an ordinary person, and his reputation in the village is good. If he recovers thanks to the Dungjia Springs and becomes a real man, having him as a husband wouldn't be bad. Thinking this, Ain blushes, glancing at the protagonist, thinking today he will make Vikir his own. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks like a suave and attractive gentleman, though a bit naive in love. And so, a young couple, at the peak of their reproductive years, sit bathing together in a deserted place. Suddenly, Ain spoke up, actually, I already knew those merchants had acquired a huge profit. This is a perfect opportunity for revenge. If you won't do it, I'll do it sooner or later. The protagonist just smiles broadly. You know too well about that girl who wanted to trade diamonds for 2 corn cobs. Vikir then says, oh, really? That bad, huh? Hearing the protagonist's teasing tone, Ain gets a bit irritated. She pouts and says, don't laugh, I know very well that those diamonds are worth much more than the Empire's corn. Vikir asks, more valuable, really? Guess how many times more valuable it is? Ain answers, maybe 20 corn cobs? No, it must be 30 cobs. Vikir replies, you're all wrong. The number of cobs you could get in exchange for the diamonds is actually equal to the number of likes this video gets. Ain is shocked and yells, you can get that many for it? Damn, those merchants are such liars. Right, slave? Oops, I mean, the thinking of this empire is really strange. In the end, I still don't understand what you people use those useless rocks for. Vikir responds, that doesn't matter. Whether you call me by my name or as a slave, I don't want to keep this vague and ambiguous forever. Hearing this, Ain, slightly embarrassed, replies softly, what should I call you then, Then, Ain, after pondering for a while, steps forward towards Vikir. He stands with legs apart and says loudly, you don't like ambiguity, right? Then Ain reaches down, lifts the protagonist's chin as if preparing for a forceful kiss, and says, then let me clarify, I don't want to call you a slave or Vikir, but what I do want to call you, well, that will take a long time to know. Just as emotions were escalating, suddenly a group of Ballad tribe children jump into the water. They keep calling for the leader, Vikir. Vikir! Ain, surprised, asks, how did you kids get here? The children don't know what to say and just clamor, leader, come play with us. Vikir, witnessing this, thinks with a frustrated face, if not a slave or Vikir, how does she want to treat me? It's really confusing. I'm smart in work and fighting, but so dumb in love. Meanwhile, Ain, angry, yells, you kids, if you get in here, the spring's efficacy will be halved. Vikir interjects, didn't someone say that true Ballad people don't fuss over these things? The kids then run over to Vikir, agreeing and saying, right, Commander is so stingy, Vikir is the best. Suddenly, a Hun steps forward and explains that it's the tribe leader's request due to the effects of the medicines sold by the merchants, instructing the sick children to come here. Hearing this, Ain thinks even more angrily, Mom, please don't tell me you're playing a trick on me. Then, a Hun steps closer to the protagonist, stammers a bit, and says, thank you for helping my sister. And I apologize for misunderstanding you before. It turns out that the girl who wanted to trade a worm for the merchant's goods is a Hun's sister. She happily thanks Vikir. The protagonist, still with a cold and indifferent expression, glances over and responds, aha. This leaves a Hun and his sister stunned for a few seconds. Then, a Hun yells, damn it, I came all the way here to apologize, and that's all you have to say? Vikir casually replies, hey, don't get so heated, buddy. I was just joking, why so serious? After the failed attempt to corner the protagonist, Ain just stands there, sighing, thinking there's still plenty of time, but she's determined to win over this golden deer. Suddenly, Ain loudly calls out, Vikir, congratulations on officially becoming a Ballad tribesperson. Vikir looks at Ain, thinking despite his muscular and manly build, he still prefers the robot witch. She may be a bit fierce, but still cute and lovely, The scene shifts to 2 years later. A Hun appears, looking like he's gained a lot of weight, his face wrinkled like a dog's rear, probably suffering again. Then, a Hun is knocked down, blood pouring from his nose. He and 2 others look fearfully at the person standing in front of them. A voice says, you're weaker than I thought, a Hun, and it's none other than the brother from the Don tribe who liked him but was rejected because he said Vikir. This year, the young man turned 17 and broke a rhinoceros horn. Despite being beaten up badly, Ahun still stubbornly insisted on a solo fight. But Vikir coldly replied, "Sorry, you're too weak to fight with me." The training time had ended, and as Ahun watched Vikir's figure walking away, he shouted, "Vikir, are you planning to run away, you damned bastard?" Ever since recovering, he has become incredibly strong. The two guys beside him commented, "I even heard that his archery skills are now on par with Leader Ain. But how could he be compared to Leader Ain? I could make Ahun's nose bleed with a punch." Ahun replied, "I still haven't been hit by his punch, it stopped right before my face." The two guys exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, did he make your nose bleed just with the wind from his punch? What a monster." At this moment, Vikir was deep inside the forest. Now, the young man sported long, wild hair and a more muscular body. Vikir looked up and said, "I have now fully mastered the sixth skill. I am ready to confront the sixth house." Somehow, Vikir had managed to drill 6 large holes in a rock wall. He then pulled out the demon sword Beelzebub and said, "Although it's still a long way to reach the 10th skill, achieving the 6th skill at 17 is already exceptional. With these 6 magic circles, I can be considered a high-level graduate student. Adding in the blessing of the eternal river, the demon sword Beelzebub, my archery, and the dark arts learned from the ballad people, I can even compete with the highest-level graduate students. It's been 2 years since I set foot in this forest. Should I leave the ballad tribe after completing my preparations?" The scene shifts to the next day. Vikir and Ain are on a hunting date in the forest. The protagonist bends down to examine the prey's tracks on the ground. Vikir says, "These are the tracks of the Musutsu forest snake, a large and mature one. If we catch it, the village will have enough food for at least 4 days." While Vikir talks passionately, Ain is daydreaming, just nodding and replying, "Aha, I understand, I get it." Vikir, finding this strange, looks back and asks, "Ain, are you lost in thought while we're hunting?" Ain, startled and embarrassed, responds, "No, not at all. Oh right, the Sun Group asked me to inquire about something with you." She then approaches a wolf dog and opens a basket. Ain pulls out a sharp knife and says, "The group brought along this dagger belonging to invaders from the Empire who trespassed into our forest. Do you know anything about this symbol?" Vikir glances at it and responds, "Yes, I know it. It's a famous symbol of the very well-known Leviathan family, one of the 7 great families, along with the Baskerville family." Ain continues, "We think it might be the dagger of one of the mercenaries who was slaughtered 2 years ago. But what really bothers me is that in many places upstream, they have poured red liquid from glass bottles and then retreated. Our hunting group captured a few of them, but they swallowed poison and died. The only thing left behind is this knife. And there's another thing, Vikir, don't you want to return to your homeland?" Vikir, confused, answers, "Why are you suddenly asking that? And with that strange expression too?" Ain, embarrassed, says, "I don't like being kept in the dark or deceived. So, tell me, has someone else from the Empire entered this forest? I think you are their target." Vikir is shocked. 2 years ago, when you fought Chumother, probably everyone in the Empire thought you were dead." Ain continues, "That girl has already entered the forest. And the person is none other than Camus. She must be a 17-year-old beauty by now. I wonder if she's still as brash as before." Ain, hesitantly, says, 2 years ago, when you fought Chumother, that girl, along with a search team, went deep into the forest. I think she's looking for you. Are you going to go back with her?" Ain then wonders if Vikir will hate her for keeping this secret until now. If he really leaves, what should I do? Should I stop him using the tribe's laws? What if I can't stop him? Vikir, deep in thought, sighs and responds, "I'm not going back there." As he finishes speaking, it's as if a light from the party shines through Ain's fragile heart. She exclaims in astonishment, "Really?" Vikir replies, "Yes, of course." Ain's face lights up. She truly has the eyes of a love-struck person. Then, she turns to hug the wolf dog beside her, saying non-stop, "Our Vikir isn't going anywhere, not going anywhere." The wolf dog, looking very helpless, thinks, "Damn, carrying you two all day is exhausting. And I even get fed dog food. You know I'm a lonely dog." Vikir thinks to himself, "I assumed they knew I was still alive, but it seems not. I'll return when I can completely hide my strength, to avoid attracting Hugo's attention." Is that girl the lioness Camus? Does she still remember the life-saving favor? Or is it just a diplomatic activity? The Baskerville family allowing the Morgue family to search deep in the forest means the alliance between the two is still strong. Don't tell me that relationship is bound by my death. I should investigate outside the forest. Suddenly, from beneath the river, a large tilapia leaps up, surprising them both. Damn, I thought it was leaping at us, but it just jumped onto the land, thrashing around. Truly unbelievable. Immediately after, it growled a few times and then spat out a liquid from its mouth. Ain exclaimed in amazement, "A lungfish, ha! Its jumping onto the shore means the rainy season is about to start. Such a big fish indicates this year's rainy season will be long." Suddenly, Vikir discovered something shocking. He exclaimed, "Wait, what's that?" There's a spear sticking out from the fish's body. Without hesitation, Vikir drew his sword and cut open the fish's belly. Inside, to their greater surprise, was a human skeleton. This person had stabbed the fish from the inside, showing that they were still alive when swallowed. Ain speculated, based on the clothing and jewelry, that this might be a warrior from the Logo tribe. He had resisted by stabbing the fish with an arrow. It seemed he was shocked when swallowed by the fish. Lungfish are stupid monsters that only eat dead bodies, but this case was unusual. Suddenly, Vikir dived into the river, suggesting the man was so weak that the fish mistook him for a corpse. Why would such a weak person go hunting? Are the Logo tribe that incompetent? Something must have happened in this forest. We need to investigate, he declared. Soon after, the protagonist and Ain took a tour around the forest to explore. Upon arrival, they were shocked to discover a tribe apparently decimated by a disease, with dead bodies everywhere. Vikir wondered aloud if all the Logo tribe warriors had perished. He approached a nearby corpse to examine it. The signs of vomiting, diarrhea, and red spots raised suspicions. Suddenly, Ain, in astonishment, pointed out, "Look there. It's past mealtime, but there's no smoke from the Loco village." They hurried to the village and found human skeletons hanging in suicide postures. A dark gloom shrouded the desolate, seemingly abandoned village. Together, they entered the village. Vikir noted the absence of any signs of life. "This land has been abandoned for some time," he said. Ain, lifting a curtain in a hut, pondered if the villagers had moved away. But as she opened it, a swarm of insects flew out, and inside were 3 dried-up corpses, a woman and 2 children. Ain screamed in fear, "Vikir, there's a corpse here." Vikir replied, "Over here too." The protagonist reflected that before his return, a terrible epidemic called the Red Death had struck the forest. It was a highly contagious disease that took the lives of almost all the indigenous people and tribe members. Symptoms included red spots on the body, vomiting, and diarrhea. Victims would become paralyzed and die in excruciating pain. The disease spread unusually fast and crossed borders into the empire. Suddenly, Ain yelled, "We must leave this place immediately, it's a curse of the gods." Vikir replied, "Mother, it's just an infectious disease." Ain, panicked, said, "Isn't that even more dangerous?" Vikir calmly replied, "It's not that easily transmitted." Ain, still upset, asked, "Isn't this a real curse? What if you die from the disease? Who will take your place and die then?" Vikir reasoned, "Given the number of deaths, it seems the Glokoko tribe hasn't been completely infected yet. Certainly, they must have moved to another place and left the sick people here. I will go get supplies from their tent, you go ahead and rest somewhere." Ain pondered, how can he not show any fear? Suddenly, Ain shivered, feeling a chill down her spine, seemingly terrified by something. Immediately after, Ain, in fear, slowly turned her head and screamed. Vikir, confused, thought, again, "Mother?" The protagonist turned back to see Ain terrified, falling to the ground, repeatedly saying, "The curse, the curse." Then the girl pointed in a direction and yelled, "A child cursed. We must run." Vikir saw a child standing there alone. The protagonist, astonished, looked at the unfamiliar child. Ain, lying there, cried out in pain, seemingly scared to the point of getting a cramp. Vikir approached the child and after a glance, thought, she doesn't seem to be from the Loco tribe. The girl, about 5 years old, was crying over someone's death. Next to her was a small, crudely made new grave. Vikir asked, "Who are you?" The girl replied, "A kitchen slave of Loco. The protagonist asked, "So, you're a slave of the Toko tribe? What's your name?" The girl softly said, "Pomerian." Vikir pondered, Pomerian is a name from the empire. Maybe she lived in the capital but was captured by the Loco tribe. Suddenly, the girl added, "La Baskerville," surprising the protagonist. He asked, "What did you just say?" The girl pointed at herself and said, "Pomerian La Baskerville." The Baskerville family has 3 types of surnames, Van for collateral descendants, Lu for direct descendants, and although not commonly used as the Baskervilles are mostly male, La is a surname for direct female descendants. And the girl in front of them was one of the rare bearers of this surname La. Vikir was shocked, thinking, La? There are very few with this surname in the family. Suddenly, Ain, in panic, exclaimed, "Vikir, look! Isn't that the family emblem of yours?" Indeed, the necklace the girl was wearing had the golden owl of Old Hawk. The protagonist held the necklace for a long time, examining it. As he opened the pendant, Vikir's face showed utter surprise. The protagonist thought, "Impossible, that's Hugo Le Baskerville. Why is the old man in this picture?" At this moment, due to the protagonist's rough handling, the girl got scared and shrank back. Vikir, with a frightening look, asked, "Who are the people in this picture? What is their relationship to you?" The girl, startled, snatched the necklace back and slowly retreated in fear. Ain, watching, said resignedly, "You're asking a child like that and expecting an answer? Be gentle, grandfather." Vikir thought, "I was too surprised, I couldn't control my emotions, this child is innocent." Then, the protagonist gently asked, "Who are the people in that picture?" Vikir forced a very artificial smile. Ain, beside him, teased, "You can still smile like that, huh, slave?" Suddenly, the girl stammered, speaking of her mother, grandmother, and grandfather. Vikir, upon hearing this, was astonished, wondering how it could be true, which meant that what the butler, Barrymore, had said might actually be the truth. The protagonist started to recall the day when Butler John had told him that the young master might not believe it. He remembered John saying that the former master of the house was a very gentle and affectionate person. However, the protagonist was shocked to realize that not many in the Baskerville family would believe what John was saying. In reality, the master of the house deeply loved his first wife, Lady Rosanna, and cared for her immensely. Yet, Lady Rosanna's death due to illness wasn't the reason for the master's change. It was when Belalope, the only child of the master and Lady Rosanna, was captured by a savage group that things reached a breaking point. Since then, the master hurriedly sent people to search for Belalope. For this reason, he requested the king to allow him to move to the border area. The Baskerville family, originally from an archipelago, relocated to the Black Chain Mountains, a stronghold of the savage group. Despite sending many people, the master found no trace of his daughter. As time passed, with the uncertainty of Belalope's fate, the master was deeply pained. The protagonist thought about how Hugo's hatred for the savages became almost insane after this event, and he turned into a cold-blooded killing machine. His only purpose in life was to kill the beast and the savages. This story seemed so implausible that I almost forgot it. But the living proof is right here. Belalope was the daughter of Rosanna, the only woman Hugo ever loved. And Belalope's daughter is Pomerian. If my guess is right, this girl is Hugo's niece. I wonder how Hugo, a man who hates the savages and sees his children as tools, would react upon seeing his niece, a child with half-savage blood. Suddenly, Vikir reached out to pat the girl's head and said, "It seems like you've been treated badly by the Loco tribe, haven't you? Come with me." The girl looked up at Vikir with a puzzled gaze. Vikir had to force a smile once again. The girl was amazed and mentioned her mother's hair and eyes. Vikir replied, "Yes, the Baskervilles tend to look alike." "You can call me uncle if you want," he said. The girl hesitantly asked, "Uncle?" Then she turned back to look at a grave behind her, remembering her mother's words before she left. "Pomerian, if you meet someone with red eyes, follow them." She stood there, looking at the grave, lost in thought. Suddenly, Vikir's expression changed in surprise, as the girl grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Uncle, I will go with you." This was the moment when the whirlwind of fate brought together two abandoned members of the Blood Knight family. A few days later, in the protagonist's hut, Pomerian had come to live with Vikir. Despite her young age, she was quite stubborn. She panicked and said, "Uncle, where are you going?" The protagonist replied, "I have to attend a meeting. The clan leader has summoned me." Pomerian tearfully ran after him, begging, "Uncle, let me come with you." Then Vikir picked her up, thinking she must be afraid of being left alone. "It's good that she's opened up to me, but taking care of a child is harder than I thought. Can't blame her for being so adorable. But she can't grow up here. A place outside of Hugo's reach and at least within the imperial culture would be better. Maybe I should ask the clan leader for help. I must leave the forest and visit the city at least once." The scene shifts to the Balak tribe's meeting place. The clan leader speaks up, "So there is an epidemic, huh? The rainy season is approaching, and this is indeed a major problem. If the epidemic continues to spread during the rainy season, the damage will be even more severe." Suddenly, the old priest shouts, "Clan leader, this is not an epidemic, it is merely a curse. We just need to break the curse. We need to make a significant sacrifice." Ain also shouts, "It's not a curse, we have to leave the village and move elsewhere." The elders argue louder, "This place is sacred, where our ancestors have rested for generations. How can we just leave it behind? We cannot leave this place, our tribe has lived here for 200 years. The younger members argue vehemently, "What if the epidemic reaches here and kills our children? What then? There will be no one to carry on the tribe's future. These young ones may disappear because we cling to our ancestral land." And so, the old and the young continue to argue loudly. The curse is nothing but nonsense, just hot air. Even eating a poisonous mushroom could cause such a condition. The souls of our ancestors in heaven are enraged because of your careless attitude towards their land. Surely insects have spread some toxin. Clan leader, please make a decision." As the clan leader listens to the noisy argument, he is in a dilemma. Both sides have valid points. Vikir sits there, observing, and thinks about the Red Death, which is as dangerous as the Black Death. It caused massive damage to the Empire in the past. This terrible epidemic spread at a dizzying rate and even reached the Empire's territories. The empire remained safe because Camus of the Morgue family created a firewall to prevent its spread. And Saintess Dox of the Copendus tribe used her powerful holy power to eradicate the epidemic. But the safety was limited to the empire's territories, and most of the savages living in the forests and Black Chain Mountains died. This was advantageous for the Baskerville family. As soon as the significant players in the deep forest, the savages, disappeared, low-level demons bred in large numbers, causing a wave of monsters, leading to casualties among many civilians. The Empire requested the Baskerville family, who were guarding the borders, to deal with these monsters. Finally, the Baskerville family successfully protected the borders. From there, Hugo's political influence increased rapidly. Suddenly, Vakir raises his hand, wanting to speak. The protagonist says, "I know how to stop the Red Death." In his heart, he thinks, "But this time, I won't give you the chance, Hugo." The scene shifts to the next day. The Balak tribe has caught several green snails. Without hesitation, they tie them up and throw them into a barrel of water. After a while, they pull them out. The Balag people stand there, observing, as if waiting for something. Then they exclaim, "Oh, this one is indeed infected with the Red Death." And the fate of those infected is to be thrown straight into the fire. The aroma of grilled meat spreads throughout the forest. Ain excitedly says, "All the goblins soaked in the contaminated water have shown symptoms, just as you said." "Vakir, does the Red Death really spread through water?" the protagonist asks. Vakir replies, "Yes, because water sources easily spread diseases, they are the main cause of the outbreak. But simply boiling the water can solve the problem." Ain, with a cunning look, glances towards the river and says, Boiling water is okay, right? This is simple." The goblins, hearing this, are terrified to the point of wetting themselves. But these goblins are clever enough to use diapers, truly magical creatures from Canada. Then, another goblin is hung up for an experiment and dropped directly into a pot of hot water. Unsurprisingly, the goblin dies foaming at the mouth. Ain, astonished, exclaims, "It just died instantly." Vakir responds, "Wait for it to cool down." "It's done, dear auntie." And then, the next two goblins are put on the chopping block. The results are not optimistic when they are dipped into boiling water. The Balak tribe people are surprised, saying, "We have found a way to deal with the Red Death." Water is the key point. Suddenly, the clan leader speaks, "You're saying if we drink boiled water, we can avoid infection, right?" "Great, you've given us hope in these difficult times," Vakir replies. "But we must not let our guard down. The disease doesn't enter through the eyes or skin, but it can be transmitted through the respiratory system. So be careful in the early morning fog." "Oh, didn't someone say this was a curse?" "Such nonsense, just scaring children." The old priest, hearing this from behind, is furious. He keeps grumbling and then shouts, "So the solution to the Red Death is to avoid water. But the rainy season is approaching, how can we avoid water?" The Balak tribe begins to panic and discuss. "That's right. When it rains, the river water will rise, and the air becomes moist. Boiling water and using clean water are limited solutions. We need preventive measures. That's why we have to move." Hearing this, the old priest is very worried, saying, "What? I said we can't leave the place where our ancestors are buried. And you are ignoring the village leader's words." Suddenly, Vakir stands up boldly and says, "No worries, I have a way for us to stay here and still be safe." Time passes, and the rainy season in the Black Chain Mountains arrives. It rains day and night. The raindrops keep falling, like the tears of Manchester United fans, forming a river of sorrow. The river overflows, and the flatlands become a muddy swamp. The whole forest is flooded, much like Manchester United in a crisis. It's a bleak and dark future. In the deep forest, such heavy rain is something even the elders have never seen before. Everything in the forest is submerged, except for the village of the Balap tribe. The young men are shouting, pulling hard to tighten the ropes and raise the fences to make them stronger. Without saying a word, it turns out Vakir had directed everyone to build treehouses. The sturdy houses are built solidly on top of tall ancient trees. Indeed, with these treehouses, even floods can't reach them. An elder excitedly says, "It's raining so heavily, but our village isn't flooded. All thanks to him." Pomerian, whining and crying, says, "Uncle, I want to go with you." Suddenly, the protagonist's expression turns into one of utter surprise, as if he has seen something. It turns out there are glowing eyes under the water, staring intently at the two young men. The two young men were ambushed unexpectedly, and they were terrified. They could only stand there, rooted to the spot, watching the sharp teeth of the creature lunging at them. Suddenly, Ain quickly grabbed some bows and arrows. She shot a powerful arrow directly into the body of the creature, causing it to be thrown away. Ain, angry, shouted, "Get lost, you mangy fish, you stupid catfish, I'll turn you into stew." Then Vakir asked, "Was that a strategic move?" Ain replied, "That catfish has been the king of this area for about 15 years. We call it Ka." After being shot by Ain, the catfish became very aggressive. It used its tail to smash several houses of the Balag tribe. Vakir, furious, jumped down and yelled, "Damn it, this mangy fish dares to destroy the houses we worked so hard to build. You're done for, you dog. I'll show you who's boss here. Die, mangy dog." Immediately after, the protagonist summoned Beelzebub, his eyes filled with a fierce glint, and his sharp, glowing sword rushed towards the monster. Then Vakir used Beelzebub to execute a powerful attack, striking the monster multiple times. The creature could only scream in despair for daring to touch the sacred. The sharp sword strokes split the creature open, even cutting through its eye. But the damage seemed insufficient, as the giant catfish, after being hit, dived back into the water. It seems the protagonist spared the catfish, seeing it was not yet fully grown. The two young men, narrowly escaping death, clung to a tree, terrified, looking at each other. The people of the Balag tribe shouted more, "Vakir has driven Ka away, look how many times he has saved us. Vakir, you are the hero of the Balad tribe." Only Ahan and his grandson looked displeased, their glory overshadowed by the protagonist. Ain, unable to hide her excitement and admiration for her crush, looked overjoyed. The tribe leader, Xalak, witnessing the scene, thought to himself, "This man is indeed fit to be my son-in-law." The scene shifts to the protagonist's room. At that moment, a delicious-smelling plate of grilled snails was served. Palmer was slowly tasting it. Beside her, Ain, having just tried it, looked extremely pleased, exclaiming, "This is fantastic, uncle." Ain, also delighted, added, "So good, your cooking is amazing, uncle." Vakir replied, "I don't remember inviting you here." Ain retorted, "A slave's possessions belong to their master. Whatever is yours is also mine." Vakir, annoyed, responded, "How many times do I have to tell you, I'm no longer a slave?" Ain said, "I told you not to sweat the small stuff." Suddenly, Mare, deep in thought, observed them. Then the girl spoke up, "Uncle and Ain look just like a married couple, don't they? It's like a dream come true." Ain, blushing, laughed sheepishly and then rushed to hug the girl, exclaiming, "Oh, really? You're so adorable, too adorable indeed." Vakir, confused, thought, "When did they get so close?" Suddenly, a strong wind blew into the room. Everyone turned to look and saw a person standing at the door of the protagonist's room. Ain, annoyed, said, "Why are you here?" It turned out to be the unrequited lover, Ahan. His face was extremely displeased. Then the young man spoke up, "Vakir, I came here because I think only you can do it. You have saved this village so many times, and I beg you. As Vikir was speaking, Ahun was crying desperately, pleading, please, save my sister. Looking at the red marks on the girl's body, it seems Ahun's sister has caught the Red Death. Her condition appeared quite severe, with prolonged fevers and red spots all over her body. Vikir moved closer to observe and then asked, how long has she been like this? Ahun replied, since yesterday. She might have gone into the swamp area while we were collecting wood to build the camp. Ain spoke up, Ahun is a good kid and always helps everyone. Vikir, do you have a solution? Suddenly, footsteps approached the room. Ahun looked very surprised. It turned out to be his uncle, who is also a priest. The old man said, if you don't listen to me, this is the consequence. You reap what you sow, you followed the damned spy from the Empire. Ahun hastily defended himself, Grandpa, that's too harsh. The old priest, also yelling, said, shut up. You're just as useless as your parents. Then he slapped Ahun across the face with a Dao Diang. The old priest opened his umbrella, stepped outside, and said, I've said it over and over again. This is a curse. The only way to escape this calamity is through a sacrifice to the gods. Don't follow someone from the Empire and tarnish the Balag tribe's name. Now that things have come to this, the tribe leader will surely allow it. Ahun listened to his grandfather's harsh, cold words with tears in his eyes. Suddenly Vikir spoke up. I have a treatment, Ahun. Sterilize the items Ahun uses with boiling water. Then burn charcoal to repel bugs and fumigate around the house. We need to create a clean environment so Ahun can fight the disease and buy us some time. Ahun, with a tearful face, asked Vikir, can you really do it? The protagonist assured, I think it's feasible. Ain rushed over and asked, Vikir, can you really save Ahun? Vikir replied, yes, but I need your help with something. Ain, surprised, asked, me? What do you want me to do? The protagonist replied, take me to the edge of the forest. That's where I can get the medicine to save the girl. The cure is only available outside the Empire. Ain exclaimed, don't talk nonsense. Even though you are now considered a member of the Balag tribe, you still need to meet the requirements to go outside. There's no way my mother will let you out. Vikir responded, exactly, the tribe leader is very strict and might just abandon us. But if everyone keeps it a secret, I can sneak out without anyone knowing. Will you let me go, Ain? Ain hesitated upon hearing this. Perhaps she was afraid of losing her first love. At that moment, it was still raining heavily. The water level had risen very high, submerging the old forest. The more it rained, the faster the water rose. There were sounds of someone wading through the forest. It turned out Vikir was carrying something. He was using floating logs to cross the water contaminated with the Red Death. Suddenly, the protagonist looked like something unexpected was happening. Frank Kidd stood there and said, why are you following me? Don't you want to let me go? It turned out to be Ain, who was following behind the protagonist. Ain spoke up, let's go together, Vikir. Vikir replied, well, you're already coming along. Ain continued, then tell me where you're going. The protagonist answered, I can't do that. Ain asked, why are you taking Palmer with you? When the sword emerged from your arm and when you learned about the Red Death, I didn't ask you anything. Since the first time we met, I knew I would always yield to you. The reason I don't ask you anything is that I know you will leave after answering my question. Just answer one question, and you will come back, right? After asking, Ain's face was extremely sad. Perhaps she knew she would lose something important. Suddenly Vikir said, yeah, I'll come back here. Ain was very surprised by the answer. Then, she looked up towards the protagonist, but Vikir had already disappeared. Only footprints remained on the ground. Ain shouted, "Vakir, you have to keep your word." The scene shifts to the city of Vendetto, where Vakir used to be the deputy consul. Secretary Chihuahua was sitting there, holding his head and sighing. He looked out the window and said, "It's already dark, no matter how much I do, the work never seems to diminish." Then Chihuahua walked slowly towards the window. The bright moonlight shone into the dark room. He stood there, lonely, lamenting, "I really missed the times when the deputy consul was here. The work was tiring, but it was fun. I still can't believe that the deputy consul is dead. I miss him so much." Suddenly, Vakir, like a ghost, dropped down and said, "Hey, are you calling me?" Chihuahua, seeing the protagonist hanging there, was scared out of his wits. His face went pale, as if calling a ghost, and it appeared immediately. His face was incredibly shocked, and he stammered, You. Deputy consul?" The protagonist gently landed on the windowsill. Vakir smiled brightly and said, "How are you, Secretary Chihuahua?" I hope the author lets the protagonist escape from the forest soon, so he doesn't become a gentle native corrupted by his parents. Later, Vakir sat down and told Chihuahua all about his recent experiences. Chihuahua was amazed and said, "Oh, so you fought with the monster in the forest, got seriously injured, and lived with the savages?" Vakir calmly replied, "Yes, that's right, Chihuahua." He added, "You're not really seeing a ghost, are you?" "I've been afraid of ghosts since I was a child." The protagonist laughed, "Ha, is that why you were scared when you saw me again?" "You're still the same, Secretary." Hearing this, Chihuahua suddenly burst into tears. He sobbed like a child and said, "You're still alive, I'm so glad. But who is that child who looks so much like you? Is that your child with a savage woman?" Vakir answered, "We share the same blood, so it's natural we look alike, but it's not what you think." Chihuahua pondered, "They share blood but are not father and child. I'm even more curious now." Vakir continued, "Can you take care of the girl while I'm away? Her name is Pomerian. Meanwhile, teach her some basic knowledge, will you?" Chihuahua, excited, said, "It's been a long time since I received an order from you, please trust me." Then the protagonist looked around at Secretary Chihuahua's cluttered desk and said to himself, "You must be having a hard time managing all the work of this underground city, Secretary. If you need help, you should contact Cindy Wendy, Sinmashima, Yanaro." Chihuahua, confused, said, "Isn't Cindy Wendy the criminal you released 2 years ago? But where can I find her now?" Vakir said, "Do you remember the time I was in the office and gave a bag of gold coins to a little girl, Chihuahua?" He answered, "I remember, you gave the money bag to Judy, the flower girl." The protagonist continued, "Since she has no support, approaching her will be easy. She is probably with that child. If Cindy Wendy doesn't want to cooperate, tell her I am still alive. She owes me a favor, so she will surely help." Chihuahua, excited, said, I understand. But, Deputy Consul, when will you return?" Vakir smiled and replied, "I will return when my work is done. I have a promise to keep." The protagonist thought, treating a Hun's Red Death will be quick, just a drop of holy water from that family. Now I know what I need to do. At that moment, Pomerian had woken up with her vengeful nature. She playfully grabbed and pulled at Chihuahua's beard and neck. Chihuahua, helpless, cried out in frustration. Meanwhile, Vakir was determined to carry out his next plan. He was heading to the family of Faith and the Holy Spirit in Venice. The scene shifts to a guard post outside the city of Venice, where 2 soldiers stood guard. They were surprised to see something. Immediately, the 2 young men brandished their weapons to block the way. One shouted, "We need to inspect you. You are Logic, the oil merchant from the first floor. What's in your vehicle?" The merchant, grinning broadly, handed over a paper and said, "Of course, it's money. Here is my permit." The soldier asked, "May I check inside?" The merchant replied, "Oh God, I've passed through here so many times. Do you still need to check?" The soldier answered, "There's a new boss now. He's very particular about appearances." Then the soldier approached the barrels, saying, "Which one should I open? This one seems good. Damn, it's heavy." The merchant, looking suspicious and fearful, sweated profusely, thinking, "Oh no, why did he choose that barrel?" Then the soldier slowly opened the lid of the oil barrel to inspect. His eyes widened as he looked inside, expecting something. But there was nothing, just the fans of Manchester United, the dark color covering the entire city of Man City, regardless of whether it's blue or red. The soldier said, "Osuk, you can go." The merchant sighed in relief and responded, "Yes, yes." Introducing this as the Green City of Mica, the horse carriage gradually moved deeper inside and then stopped in a secluded alley. The merchant exclaimed, "Ah, I can get out now." From inside the barrel, there was a movement, and then a hand elegantly pushed up the lid. The merchant was shocked to witness this. He was sweating profusely, frightened by just a simple slap, and the lid of the barrel was blown off. Is it an earthquake? It must be Prince Van Heo-hong of the Ice emerging, he thought. Vikir, disguised in an extremely cool outfit, albeit a bit dirty from the oil, wore a cowboy hat and a crow's beak. Then the protagonist stepped down and said, "Wait a minute. Here's the OX bear fong I promised." The merchant reached out to receive it, gratefully whistling. But he stood there, stunned, watching Vikir's figure disappear into the darkness. He exclaimed in amazement, "That person was soaked in oil for 2 hours. Is he even human anymore?" Later, Vikir was perched atop a very high tower. He surveyed the city below, peering out from under the mask, looking very handsome. Vikir said, "This is the first time I've dived this long. Even in the Eternal River, I only dove for 7 minutes. Anyway, I have successfully infiltrated the territory of the Quavids. The capital of the Quavadis clan, with a population of 160,000, is strictly governed by the church. This control has greatly limited sexual desires and greed. Even if they see gold on the ground, the citizens ignore it, maintaining public order conscientiously. They rigorously follow regulations. The continuous ringing of the bell above prompts Vikir to think that when it rings, they stop immediately to pray. Indeed, on the streets below, people in white, fully covered clothes, pray earnestly for deliverance from the crisis in this cave. The protagonist, Vikir, walks down the street leisurely, as the people are occupied with prayer. He ponders how they can live such suffocating lives. In the evening, Vikir stands before a large well. He pulls a label-less purple vial from his jacket, not to mix it but to name it as his chemistry teachers do. Vikir coldly pours the solution into the well. This is the deadly red infection, derived from Aeon's blood, sweat, and tears, highly contagious. If poured into the well, everyone would be immediately infected. Though extreme, the situation is urgent, and every second is crucial. This is a sacred land of belief, so they would be saved before it worsens. Suddenly, 3 wandering children approach. "Who are you?" they ask, seeing a suspicious figure by the well. "Run away before it gets worse. He looks dangerous." "I'm scared," they whisper. Vikir, exuding immense menace, glares at the children with glowing red eyes and warns them, "Listen, kids. This well is cursed. Anyone who drinks from it will not escape death. Remember my words." Terrified, the children run away, screaming about a ghost cursing the well. Vikir realizes he has frightened the children enough to avoid drinking the water. But he hadn't considered that the children would tell their parents about the curse well, spreading the news, ensuring no one drinks from it. Vikir's plan fails immediately. He plants a dagger in the ground, pondering the Le 6A clan's infamous lethal creations. He concludes that the Le 6A clan is behind the Red Death in the forest, due to the strained relations between the holy and the deadly clans. He anticipates igniting a bloody war between them. This is just the preparation, the time for the holy water is near. He decides to meet the holy woman, Dolos. Meanwhile, the public gathers excitedly in the central church square, eager to see the resting holy woman. We wish to express our sincere respect, so please open the door, holy woman. We seek your healing for our Lord, who longs to see your face. A noble voice from inside responds, it's late, yet people still come just to see me? The crowd murmurs in excitement. Is that the holy woman's voice? A young savior, Max, speaks up to introduce himself. I am the Lord of Dosmai and the eldest son of the Jonathan clan, skilled in Sun Tzu's art of war and also the son-in-law of the Anfos clan. I've been in the cave so much lately that I'm not used to the sunlight anymore. Please help me. Another man with long hair says, I am the chairman of the Ipeason Association, overseeing the import and export of my clan's goods. I've also served as a knight and bodyguard for Count Boston Terrier Baskerville for 2 years. I have suffered from hemorrhoids for 15 years and seek the holy woman's aid. Another chubby man excitedly says, if you cure me, I will donate this year's entire rice harvest, along with $1 million villa with a sea view and an exclusive carriage. The holy woman speaks up, stop. I am not sure if your status or clans are enough reason for me to open my door this late. Please, go back home. As she finishes, the dejected crowd slowly leaves, but no one is as sad as the Green Manizans. Prince Vakir van Hel remains standing, hands in pockets, looking indifferent. The protagonist reflects, before my regression, I often saw the holy woman on the front lines of battle, covered in blood, desperately treating wounds. Her once pristine white robes were stained with fresh blood, and her holy power shone brightly. The holy woman's voice rings out again, who are you to seek me? Suddenly, Vakir kneels, replying, just a lost lamb. He remains kneeling for a long time. Suddenly, the door opens, revealing a blinding golden light. The holy woman speaks, you're here to report a disease spreading in the slums. You took water from that well. If you use your holy power, you can surely remove the evil emanating from that water source. The air grows still and tense. The holy woman shouts, you're lying. Suddenly, a noisy army in golden armor arrives. They neatly surround Vakir, who is taken aback, thinking it's because of his good looks. A commanding deity from above says, a lost lamb with such an aggressive voice. Who are you, young boy? Vakir remembers the face from before his regression. Before my regression, he was a trusted ally on the battlefield, never compromising with injustice and capable of brutal acts for justice. I learned interrogation techniques from him. The protagonist says, I'm glad to see you here, Pitch. Pitch replies, I heard you came to report the disease, but your attire is suspicious. You have to take off your mask and show your respect, or else you won't be able to meet the saintess. Vakir replied, I have my own reasons for wearing a mask. I can't take it off. I have said enough, now I will leave. Suddenly, a thin paper wrapped in armed hockey flew very fast towards the south. Fortunately, he used high-level observation hockey and dodged the god. Pitch shouted, staring at him, I can't let a suspicious person like you leave. Vakir thought he transferred holy power into the paper and threw it. Why does he still use this interesting weapon? Suddenly, Pitch rushed down like a god, saying, I can see the magic leaking from the water you brought here. If it is really a plague, then you must be the one who spread it. BTSA answered, if I were the culprit, why would I bring the evidence to accuse myself? Pitch said, I don't care, it could be a trick to lure the saintess out. The protagonist thought, damn, everything he said was true. All of a sudden, Pitch screamed, I will listen to your explanation later. Then he tore a few more pages of the book wrapped in armed hockey, and threw a series at the protagonist. But Vakir was not a novice. He quickly used the flying step technique, dodging the attacks like a god, jumping nimbly like a bird, avoiding each paper dart. While dodging the attacks, he thought, if I use aura, my identity as a Baskerville will be exposed. So I have to. Suddenly, Vakir kicked the wall in front of him, and jumped up high. There, he spun dozens of times, then aimed at the pitch below. It was terrifying when Vakir's kick was like a hammer falling down. Pitch raised his hands to resist with difficulty, the floor around him suffered a terrible impact, and began to crack into pieces. Pitch was horrified, saying, "Holy shit, what is this weight? It's like a rock falling on my head. That's the power that a little guy can have. Why don't I let him talk more nonsense?" Vakir spun another round, then kicked his face. Spinning another round backwards, Vakir thought of the skill he got when he killed the OX bear 2 years ago. OX bear hammer, this is the first time I use it. Not bad. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Vakir stepped on the gas and rushed up again. Then he threw a series of punches at the pitch. He resisted weakly, only using the fallen book to block. After a while, the sweat drops ran down the young man's face. He started to feel pain. When he was about to scream, suddenly Vakir's hand appeared, with bright flames, his eyes red and fierce. Then he used the A-level Syria fire slash to cut straight at Pitch. The book in Pitch's hand touched the fire, and burned fiercely due to the heat from the Syria fire. The young man had to drop the book to the ground. Then he dipped his hand into the holy stream at the statue. Vakir said, "Do you still want to fight?" Suddenly, Pitch clenched his fists, made a defensive posture in front of him, and shouted, "Using magic like that, I knew you were a heretic. I can't let you escape." Then he swung his fists up, his face angry and fierce, and rushed towards the protagonist. Suddenly, Vakir kicked the burning book forward. Pitch was rushing up, but stopped. The young man paused for a moment, but it was too late, kid. Vakir also swung his fist up, hitting him hard in the chest. Pitch was hit, his face wrinkled more than a dog's butt. Vakir's punch was transferred with King's Hockey, very powerful. As soon as he touched it, Pitch's figure shattered, right after he took the full blow of the protagonist's punch. Pitch flew away like a bird, knocking down the statue of the saintess behind him. The young man's face was pale, his eyes dull, and his mouth spitting blood. He shouldn't have screamed so loud. The soldiers who were watching were amazed and disgusted. Sir Pitch was defeated. How could that be? Are we dreaming? Then they remembered that the unconscious guy was their boss. So they took out their weapons, surrounded the river, and shouted, "Protect Sir Pitch." Vakir shook his head and said, "If you still want to fight, then let me introduce myself. I have a nickname that I like, which is Flicker. Come here, kids." Suddenly, the blonde saint stood above and said, "Stop." A girl appeared. She was like an angel, naked, with a cute and innocent face. Her eyes were wonderful and the special highlight was her 2 big round breasts. The saint continued, "Are you a lost lamb?" Vakir thought she was the Saintess doll's song. He answered, "Yes." The saint said, "You look more like a puppy than a sheep. A puppy with many wounds." A soldier shouted, "Saintess, he is not a puppy or anything, he is a bloodthirsty wolf." Suddenly, the saint said, "Bring the tea here. I have to talk to this person. He is a very interesting puppy." Inside a luxurious noble room, the saintess welcomed Vakir very warmly. Only the guy who had just been beaten by the protagonist was still very wary. Vakir thought, maybe she was 16 years old now. The Saintess Dolls was involved in the battle against the demons in the future. She was the leader of the front line, healing the patients, saving countless lives. She was a living proof of kindness and compassion in the chaotic times. Like everyone else, the martial artists who had met the Saintess, including himself, respected her. Dolls saw the protagonist sitting for a long time and just staring at her. Dolls said, "Lately I feel very tired. I don't know if you know, but I am a student of the Royal Academy of Coronation. And because I am on vacation, I am relaxing after the days of studying and serving the family. Vikir thought, why did she tell such a long story? Dolls continued, however, as you have seen, the nobles and merchants petitioned me, day and night, for the diseases they wanted me to heal. If it was not a sequel to my twee, then it was a venereal disease. No one had a serious illness. Justice, humanity and equality are the will of God. But why do people only look at the surface of it? The protagonist answered, theology is actually the process of understanding human beings. It is inevitable to talk about that. The Old Testament, as Moser chapter 6, verse 9, a man knew the ancient characters. That is more important than the fact that there is a plague spreading in the slums of the Blue Mica city. Dolls was surprised and asked, is that true? Vikir answered, this is the contaminated water that I got from a well in the slum. Dolls glared and asked, and you have nothing to do with this? The protagonist answered, if so, then I would not come here alone. Ah, well, he thought he could not avoid suspicion. So he had to use that method. Then, Vikir slowly raised his hand up high, making the guard standing next to the saint startled and scared. Then he rushed a block in front of Dolls and said loudly, Saintess, don't be afraid. Stay behind me. But he only saw the sparks of light like fireworks that Vikir created. Right after that, the light grew bigger, enveloping the protagonist. Vikir said, I don't want to harm innocent people. That place is also my homeland. Dolls exclaimed, is that holy power? Are you a believer? Vikir withdrew his hand, and answered, so now you can listen to me, right? I discovered some suspicious people pouring a liquid from a glass bottle into the water source of the slum. They are vicious criminals. Dolos asked, if what you say is true, what is their motive? Vikir replied, the criminals must be those who wish for the Quavadis clan to decline. And those who benefit from that. Then, the protagonist took out a map from his clothes, and spread it on the table. The two people opposite saw it, and their faces were very surprised. Vikir pointed to an area on the map, and said, first of all, the ones who benefit the most are the clan of death and poison, Leviathan. And also the private clans, the Levia gods, who will see the epidemic as an opportunity to collect 10 samples from countless patients and use them as research subjects. Moreover, once the Qua clan and the Holy God collapse, this is the best strategy for the Levia gods, who have been hostile for a long time. The Bourgeois clan is the same, even if there's an epidemic, the benefits are still there. If the peasants die, the landlords will go bankrupt. With the land, factories, and shops left empty, that clan will acquire a lot of physical assets and start doing business again. But Vikir remembered, and thought, I'm sure the ones who spread the Red Death are the Levia gods and the ones who cooperate with them to profit are the Bourgeois merchants. The natives in the forest have become lambs for the benefit of both clans. The protagonist continued, therefore, for those reasons, I think they are closely related to this epidemic. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. The two people opposite heard the protagonist's analysis, which was clearer than distilled water, and they opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of astonishment. Dolls thought, it makes sense. A person who can predict the events in the future so accurately. But she asked, who are you, anyway? Vikir answered, just call me Night Blood Dog. Dolls said, that name is a bit scary, huh? But it suits the outfit you're wearing. It's very holy and awesome. Anyway, the things that Night Blood Dog said are quite reasonable. Mr. Pichtro said, we have to go to that slum, we have to investigate the epidemic situation and report back to our father. The guard nodded obediently. Vikir thought, I was lucky to meet this holy woman, so the process will go faster. And Dolls was thinking, who is that? Why does a person who defeated Mr. Pichtro and even the Holy Knight look so small and poor? Then the holy woman stared at the protagonist for a long time. Suddenly, her eyes widened, very surprised. Doll's thought, the smell of a monster emanates from his soul, the smell of blood, oil, and metal. Plus the brutality and anger suppressed, the color of hatred and the deep vortex of countless emotions. A vast sadness. Who is this person? The scene changes to outside the city, inside a church with lights on. The white nuns are very confused and scared. They said, "He has arrived, holy woman. Please save us from this terrible epidemic." Behind them were many people who had been infected with the Red Death, lying there gasping. Dolos was horrified, so Night Dog was right. The protagonist looked down at the sick people lying there, and thought, I am Sogi, I am Sogi. Because of the urgency, I had to do this. Luckily, there are no children here, so the fear I sowed for the children has worked. How fortunate that they are only in the early stages of the disease, the rest is up to the holy woman. Doll silently approached the sick people. She whispered, "Poor people, don't worry. The highest love of God will always heal you all. The light of my life, the flame of my life, my sin, my soul, witnessed the misery of these people here." Then, tears kept flowing on the corners of the saint's eyes. And drop by drop, they rolled down her cheeks. As soon as the tear fell, it was like a halo of light shining a bright golden light throughout the auditorium. The light was so dazzling that it pierced through the glass windows, illuminating the surroundings of the church. But the light covered the people who were infected with the disease. When the light gradually disappeared, the faces of the patients had returned to normal. It was a true miracle. The nuns were so astonished and moved that they cried. Then everyone exclaimed, "Oh, Saint, thank you, thank God for being great. You have saved us." Fakir's eyes became cold, thinking, "That's right, it's that holy power. I need to bring the holy water back to the forest." The scene changed to late night, in the saint's room. She was sitting there, marking XS on the map, but thinking, healing with holy power was only a temporary measure. I couldn't stop the outbreak of the disease. The reality was that people got sick because the well water was contaminated in the slums. Then, her attention turned to the unlabeled glass bottle, containing a green liquid. The saint thought, looking at the sample of the patient's fluid, seeing the short incubation time and the patient's long survival after the onset of the disease, it was so cruel that the patient would suffer in pain for a long time before dying. To completely prevent the disease, I needed to concentrate and purify the well water from the deepest place. If I could create a drop of holy power, then it would be great. It was not the time to think nonsense. I should go and treat more people. Suddenly, the saint's face became panicked, her eyes soulless. She suddenly knelt on the ground. The saint thought I was anemic as a consequence of using too much holy power. But what did all that mean at this time? I could still hold on as long as I could quickly reduce the pain of the patients. Then, she walked out of the room, and there was a call. "Saint, then our saint, we also go with you. Please don't worry, it turned out to be 3 noble guys." Hiding in the afternoon, the saint asked, "Why did you come here?" One guy answered, "We came to help you, saint. How could we let a noble lady, a saint, alone keep that damp and dirty place? We have brought 3 carts full of supplies, those poor guys are really lucky. But we thought the people in the slums would be very dirty, skinny. But anyway, they were still human. Did we have too much enthusiasm? We were afraid that if they received the supplies, they would lose their will to fight. Anyway, protecting the lady here was the responsibility of the true men. We will escort you, saint. We think we need to bring more supplies." The original purpose was to go to support. But even though the words of these noble guys were very hard to hear, the saint still smiled kindly and replied politely, "So, I'll leave it to you guys, okay?" Just that one sentence made the hearts of the 3 guys beat with love and admiration. The 3 shameless faces of the 3 guys switched to the epidemic treatment area. As soon as they stepped in, the three young men's faces turned paler than a frog's and their eyes were filled with fear. They exclaimed, "Oh, this smell is terrible. Ah, I stepped on garbage. This is a limited edition Gucci shoes, very expensive, you know. I'm also about to get infected. Tell these people to get out of here, I have to escape." The saintess saw the expressions of the three nobles like that, and she knew right away. But it was really outrageous, the divine ones who came to the relief area with their dark thoughts. Don't they know they need to show sympathy for the patients? The heart of mercy, absolute and pure, the doctrine of sacrifice, the consciousness of volunteering, the goodness and gentleness are the things closest to the grace and love of God. From here on, it's even more horrifying, and the serious cases are concentrated here, patients and priests. Everyone here is immersed in pain. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. As she walked, bright rings of light appeared on the ground where the saintess passed, following each step. The saintess slowly lifted the curtain, and then said, "I'm here now." So, before she could finish her sentence, her face became extremely astonished. There was a voice saying urgently, "Hurry up, get more salt water." A hand was holding a scalpel, pointing at the red spot on the patient's body. The witnesses were amazed and said, "No way, isn't it only the holy power that works? He's been with the patient for a few hours, you know." It turned out that it was Mr. Vakir who was showing off his skills as a divine doctor. Right after that, with a swipe, the male lead cut across the patient's red spot. Then he put his fingers on it, and underneath there were streams of holy power being emitted. After a quick stroke, the red spot and the cut were gone. Everyone was amazed and said, "He not only healed the wound on the skin, but he was transmitting holy power to the infected area. How can I also concentrate and use holy power if it's really like that? It's amazing to be able to use a method like that." The saintess watched attentively, and then thought in astonishment, "That's a very good dog shit. He's proficient in both medicine and holy power." On the other side, Vakir was using artificial respiration, pressing his hands on the patient's chest. Then he transmitted holy power. But he thought, after all, holy power is the prayer of the priests to the Holy Spirit. When the God accepts the prayer, the priests will be granted the power of holy power, depending on their devotion to the Holy Spirit. The amount of holy power received is proportional to the amount of magic needed to create a miracle. 1 holy power is a miracle, and 10 holy powers are the same. But I know how to create 10 miracles with 1 holy power, and 10 holy powers can create hundreds of miracles. In wartime, the monsters attacked our army, and the number of patients in front of the priests was more than the monsters. That means that the holy power they possess cannot stop this tragedy. The power of the Holy Spirit reflects the despair and wavering faith of the priests. So, they changed the way they performed miracles. They calculated before facing the reality, they used holy power before solving the problem. Even if the holy power they needed to recover came from faith, that was a strange thing. When they exhausted all the holy power they had, it was called improved holy power. Because killing monsters was considered an act of faith at that time, even if they were not priests, as long as they killed a monster, they could use improved holy power. A sinner like me who has accumulated so much karma can use holy power when standing in the Holy Land. Suddenly, there was a little girl crying miserably, next to her mother who was infected with the epidemic. Vakir turned and said, "Don't cry, little girl. I'll treat your mother right here. Your mother is sick, but also severely malnourished. Take this money and buy firewood and medicine for your mother." A priest standing next to him exclaimed, "No, no. You can't give them money, they don't know enough. If you do that, they will come and empty your pockets." Sure enough, the greedy eyes of the slum dwellers immediately looked at the male lead. Vakir calmly replied, "Why is there no end to an infinite thing? This is all the money I have. I can give it all to them." Then, the male lead looked sadly at the woman in front of him, and said, "I'm sorry, Saintess. Standing next to him and witnessing everything that had just happened, she was very astonished, and thought, he just apologized. Why did he do that? What is he sorry for? The saintess recalled the wicked talk with the male lead. Vikir had said, theology is actually the process of understanding human beings. That's obvious. The saintess muttered, maybe because he's like me. Because he can't save more people? A 16-year-old lady, young and naive, the saintess dolls her heart dolls, began to beat irregularly in front of a mysterious man standing in front of her.